Welcome to the Legacy European Tour. I'm Philippe and I'm joined by Martin Juze. Today we have the last chance qualifier here in Ghent to qualify for the regional championship this weekend. The format is modern and we have 9 rounds. Roughly 380 players sign up to be here today in a last chance to qualify for this championship.
That's a lot of players. That's a lot of players, yeah. And top 16 is going to make it to the main event that starts tomorrow. We have some exciting feature matches for you in the first round. We have Bensek, the one winner of the only Australian GP. Sorry. The Australian player that has won the only Grand Prix in South Africa. I think that was a GP in Cape Town 2000 something, 2001, I think. So Ben does have a nice title of being the only player who has ever won a big tournament there. Playing against Martin Epline, who is on 4-color Rhinos, which was kind of the deck of the tournament at the last event we covered in Barcelona, or at least not just Rhinos, but Rhinos and Living End were kind of dominating the standings for the most part of the tournament. Of course, it was Mario Luz Garcia eventually winning it all with Ragda Scam, but for the most part, these Cascade decks were super. We're putting on a really good show in Barcelona, so it's going to be interesting seeing if that happens again, or if the players are going to be a little bit more ready against the Cascade mechanic this weekend.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see. Barcelona was right after Ben's, so it was really curious to see what players were bringing. Now they had more time to test the format after the Ben's, more time to see also the tournament in Barcelona to see what people are playing. How do you feel about this particular matchup, Merc-type versus the Rhinos deck?
I think it can go both ways. It just depends on how prepared both players are. How many cards like Chalice of the Void Ben has in his sideboard. But I wouldn't be surprised if most players in the event had at least 2 or 3 copies of Chalice coming into the tournament because of how well the Cascade decks did the last big modern event.
Yeah, and one card I want to talk to you about that has been appearing in some of the Rhinos deck, it's the Tishana's Tidebinder. This card has been playing in a lot of modern decks, and it's fairly new from the Lost Caverns of Ixalan set. How do you feel about this card?
Yeah, it's just a very it's a utility type of card. If you have ever played with Stifle, maybe in the old standard or in Legacy, that you can use that sort of as a stone rain to stifle a fetch land activation. Like, sure, you can sacrifice your Misty Rainforest, but I'm not going to let you search anything, so your land is in the graveyard. You can stifle something like Crashing Footfalls coming off of Suspend with the last counter, for example. So there's a lot of cool things you can do with it. Of course, you can use it against Planeswalkers, for example, as well. And yeah, it's slowly been finding its way into the main decks of a lot of blue decks in the format.
Yeah, and looking here at our board state, we see that Ben already played the Dragon's Rage Channeler turn 1, which is a great way to start here. We are going to start surveilling, attacking here Martin for 1. And we see some cards in the end. I see Expressive Iteration, Murktides as well, some removal.
The cool thing about the Murktide deck is that thanks to the cards like Dragon's Rage Channeler, you play a lot of spells, you keep triggering the Channeler, you keep seeing more and more cards, and cards like Expressive Iteration that also help you dig deeper into your deck. You can see 30, 40 cards every game, and for that reason, it is very valuable to play even one-offs, even in the sideboard. Every 1 copy of a card, you have a much better chance of finding it than you normally would in a deck without any card selection because of all these, Dragon's Rage Channeler triggers and Expressive Iterations and, other cantrips. So at least for game 2 and 3, if Ben does have these chalices in the sideboard, I think he's going to be in a pretty good position to find them thanks to all of this. And yeah, starting on Dragon's Rage Channeler on turn 1, that's exactly what he wants to do. He needs to put pressure on the opponent, but he's also looking for something like a Force of Negation to deal with an upcoming crashing footfalls off of a cascade card.
Yeah, and we see here Martin playing Leyline Binding. He went and got a Triumph so that the Leyline Binding would cost less and taking care of one Chandler, but another one eats the board. So Martin dealt with one, but still another one on Ben's side now.
Yeah, and looking at Ben's hand, I think there is a Ledger Shredder. So Ben playing the Channeler here, if I saw his hand correctly, probably signals something like a Spell Pierce. You know, the opponent is going to have 3 mana next turn. That means they're going to be able to play a Violent Outburst or a Shardless Agent. So if Ben does indeed have a 2-drop in his hand, then I'm assuming he is holding something like a Spell Pierce, perhaps a Flusterstorm, to make sure the Cascade card does not resolve.
And one big difference between the Last Chance and the Regional Championship is that the Last Chance is closed deck list. So these players have to play around everything. Like this Spell Pierce, you really don't know how much your opponent is running.
Yeah, and that can be a big deal if you are playing a, off-meta deck. But these two decks, as soon as you reveal, your Cascade card, or as soon as you go blue-red land into Dragon's Blade Ray Chandler, I think both players are going to know exactly what the other player is on. So here, Martin, I think, is choosing to play his Violent Outburst, I believe, in Ben's upkeep, to which Ben says, okay, the Cascade does resolve. That means Martin spins into a Crashing Footfalls, and now that goes on the stack, and we'll see if Ben does indeed have anything to say. He does not, so the 4/4s hit the battlefield, and that is not good news for Ben.
Yeah, and Ben does not have Delirium yet.
Yeah, no, not even close. He only has that. He only has that Misty Rainforest in the graveyard because that other Channeler got exiled. But with the Channeler in play and Expressive in hand, I think he's gonna be able to start, getting some triggers in, put some cards in the graveyard.
Yeah.
And yeah, start working on getting that Delirium for the Unholy Heat in his hand. I think he also picked up a Otawara to possibly deal with the other Rhino. But it's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of time, which he might not have.
And here we see the decision from the Surveil first, and goes to the graveyard. And now we get the iteration. And we see a land and Holy Heat.
Yeah, Ben at 17, this might look like he has 2 turns of the Rhinos attacking for 16, but we know that Rhinos typically play cards like Fire and Ice, so you're never safe if you're at 1 or 2 life. So I think Ben is going to try to find a way to possibly deal with at least one of the Rhinos this turn. Maybe if he can find something like a Mishra's Bubble, put it in the graveyard, trigger the Channeler again, then play the Unholy Heat with a land and a sorcery in the graveyard already. I think he would be able to possibly get Delirium, but without the bubble, I think that's going to be really hard.
Yeah, and here we see Ben just pointing the life down from the fetch from Martin. And it's 2 Rhinos versus 1 Channeler. 2 mana. And we are going to take care of that Channeler.
All right, so there's the Fire and Ice, yeah.
Yeah.
Still on the stack. So is Ben going to be able to somehow get Delirium in response? I think his graveyard only has 2 lands and a sorcery. I think there's a Steam Vents, there is a Misty, and there is the Iteration. So is there a way for him to possibly get Delirium? He starts with Unholy Heat, trigger on the stack. Look at the top card.
And this is an important one.
That's another sorcery, so that doesn't help. That's still only 2 card types. Channeler dies, Ben takes 1, and that's exactly the 1 point of damage that takes 1 turn off of the clock. So these 2 Rhinos are going to be able to take Ben down to 8. Yeah, Martin certainly doesn't have to be afraid of anything. I mean, Ben can maybe dash a Ragavan as a haste creature, but with Martin being on 13 life and Ben being on 8, I don't think he is in a position to have to worry about any of that. I think Ben picked up a counterspell, but that is a little too late. It's a subtlety.
There's the Otawara.
This is not looking good. At least now Ben does have Delirium. There is a land, there is a sorcery, there's a creature, and there's an instant. So now if he does have another Unholy Heat, I see a red card in his hand, he would be able to kill one of the rhinos. He does actually play the Otawara, so...
Yeah, no 4th mana there.
Okay.
There it is, an All Eat. Now able to take care of one of those rhinos, but let's see if Martin lets it resolve. One rhino down.
One rhino down, and also a 4th instant / sorcery in the graveyard for a potential Murktide. There it is. So delving 5 cards away, including 4 instants and sorcery. So this is going to be a big Murktide that can block the Rhino. Yeah, that was a good turn for Ben. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't get to keep double blue up for the counterspell, but he was able to deal with the Rhino. He was able to put in a big blocker.
Ooh, but we have Binding on the other side. Can Ben do anything? No.
Leyline Binding is so good. It kind of feels like we're playing Legacy, where you're using cards like Swords to Plowshares to effectively deal with pretty much any creature. But Leyline Binding is even better. A lot of the time, doesn't give the opponent life. You can deal with most permanents.
Definitely being a key card here for Martin, being able to first take the Channeler that was putting a lot of pressure against Martin, and then taking care of that Murktide.
Well, Ben down to 4 life. He's going to be in an awkward position again on his turn, needing to find a way to deal with the Rhino.
And here we are getting an island.
So Martin land cycling the Lorien revealed. That is an interesting situation because he already has 4 lands in play, right? And typically, when you are ahead and you are holding a card draw spell that you can play next turn if you draw a land, typically you want to maybe hold that card in your hand because you're going to have the time to, you know, draw more cards if you draw that land. But Martin cycling here does signal that he potentially has more expensive cards in his hand, prioritizing getting that land right away and having that 5th potential land drop for next turn.
Ooh, we see Violent Outburst here.
Yeah, and I think Martin kind of knows that this is going to resolve, given that the Leyline Binding resolved earlier, although playing it on his own turn means that now Ben would be able to use a Force of Negation because we are in Martin's turn.
Yeah, it does resolve. We have the rhinos there. Land, go.
Yeah, Martin plays his 5th land and has only 1 card in hand. I would not be shocked to see another Lorien revealed in there based on how he sequenced that turn. But Ben just draws and scoops, doesn't find anything to deal with the rhinos.
And we are going to have a game 2 here with Martin 1 game ahead. How do you think the Ben here is going to approach the sideboard?
Yeah, Ben wants to bring in the cards like Chalice of the Void, you know, perhaps something like a Blood Moon, something that would help him either make sure that the opponent doesn't resolve the Cascade cards. So also cards like, you know, Spell Pierce, Flusterstorm, whatever kind of counter spells you may have in the sideboard, maybe like a 4th counter spell. Sometimes we see the Murktide players play only 3, or a way to try to attack his mana base, given that Martin is playing a 4-color deck. He is playing Leyline Binding in addition to the typical teamer base of the deck. He might also be playing something like a Teferi, Time Raveler. So trying to attack his mana base with a card like Blood Moon also makes sense to me. If you're playing against Living End, that's a little bit harder to do. because of all the land cyclers. Here, Martin also has DeLorean revealed, to at least make sure he has red and blue lands, but for both Cascade cards, he does need green. So that Blood Moon can pay off, especially on the play. So that would be something that I would be expecting Ben to do in the matchup. On the other side, Martin kind of is sort of already, I don't want to say pre-sideboard, but his main deck is very well set up for pretty much everything. He might want to bring in, a couple counter spells of his own, maybe something like a Mystical Dispute. He might want to try to, fight over Ben's graveyard with something like Endurance to try to get him off of Delirium and perhaps, play like a surprise Endurance in response to a Unholy Heat or something along those lines. So that this is pretty much what I would be expecting Martin to do.
And look at these cool playmats that these players have here just for this tournament with the Ghent.
Yeah, that's very cool.
They look really nice. And just being here is already so good, especially those that qualified already for the weekend. And these players wanted more than nobody to also join the party and qualify, because this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, it's the regional championship, which not only gives the 24 top players an invitation to the Pro Tour, first and second place get an invite to the biggest event of the year, the World Championship. One of these two players can end up Sunday as a World Championship competitor.
Yeah, that's very very cool. And these events really do feel like a smaller sort of European Pro Tour. You have roughly 500 to 1,000 players. It's not easy to even make day two, not to mention top eight. And if you do make the finals and lock up that slot at the World Championships, that is super exciting. I think last year the World Championship was a $1 million tournament, I believe, 500,000 or $1 million dollar tournament, which. That's a pretty big deal, A lot of people play Magic for fun, just casually. It's a great game. Sometimes you qualify for these big tournaments, and if you happen to do well, there's a lot of money to potentially make if you do make it to the top tables or the top eight.
Yeah, for sure, it's a great opportunity and a start for a career as a Magic competitive player, and to get your foot into the Pro Tour. Today, these players have 9 rounds and then a cut to top 8. And if they do qualify, which top 16 does qualify for the weekend, then they have to play Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I can imagine how exhaustive that is.
Yeah. A friend of mine was asking me, when do we typically end day one so we can have dinner later? And I'm like, well, it depends on the top 8. Typically, the top 8 splits because after having played 9 rounds, starting at 9 a.m., the Swiss usually ends around 7 or 8, and then if the players make it to the top 8, that means they're qualified for the main event. At which point, if you stay here for 2 or 3 more hours to play out the top 8, that's a very long day. So typically, the players end up splitting the top 8 and going home to get some sleep. So that is also something that can quite likely happen today.
Yeah, and our players are ready. We see some sideboard cards here from Ben, in Ben's end.
All right, Ben with the old bordered preordained men of culture. I like that. He has an engineered explosives, which is one of the most played cards in the format. Actually, when I was last looking at the numbers, I think Chalice was the actual most played card in Modern, which is kind of funny if you think about it because it's a sideboard card. Pretty much nobody plays Chalice in the main deck. Maybe some like Azorius controls here and there because they don't have a lot of ones. But it is typically only a sideboard card, and that tells you a lot about the format. If Chalice is the most played card, then yeah, a lot of players are really gunning for the Cascade decks. And what was also surprising to me was that Explosives, I believe, was the 3rd most played card. Also a sideboard card. You typically find it in most players' sideboards. But it's just a very versatile card. In this matchup, you can just play it for 0 and deal with all the rhinos on the other side of the battlefield. So something Ben is gonna keep in his hand for now as a surprise card. Should Martin resolve one of his Cascade cards and put some rhinos in play.
Yeah, and we saw Ben play the Mishra's Bubble, look at Martin's top card, draw card, drawing a land, and now has access to... First, we are going to do Expressive Iteration. And this card is such a great card for Murktide players.
Yeah, I remember when Expressive came out and we were doing all these like set reviews and looking at the new cards, and nobody really thought too much of this card. And then we started playing it in decks like Is It Phoenix and pretty much any blue-red deck that either has a lot of cheap cards or some kind of like combo. I remember playing it in the Is It Turns deck. It just kind of helps you make land drops and it digs deeper into your deck and finds more action. So yeah, I think it's even banned in Legacy right now or something like that.
It is banned for sure in Pioneer, but do you know that it can be played in Pioneer only if you play the exactly 75 cards of the precon?
The precon?
The Pioneer precon that includes 2 expressive iterations, then you can play it.
Yeah, the precons. I still remember, I think it was GP Dallas a long time ago when there was Stoneforge Mystic was banned in Standard, except for the precon. If you play the precon, you could still play your Stoneforge Mystics. And there was 1 or 2 players that made day 2 in like 1,000+ person Grand Prix, where you had to go 7-2 or better to make day 2. And I think 1 or 2 people with the precon actually ended up making day 2, which really tells you how powerful Stoneforge Mystic was back then.
A lot of those cards kind of lost its power these days.
Yeah, I think Stoneforge Mystic is still great, but yeah, the cards like Tarmogoyf, Snapcaster, Liliana, they have been a little outdated thanks to Modern Horizons. But back to the game, Martin using a very timely Fire and Ice at the end of Ben's turn to tab him out, tapping his only land, or his only untapped land, rather, to untap, drop his 3rd land of his own, and play this Shardless Agent. So great heads-up play by Martin, trying to resolve a Crashing Footfalls, tapping Ben's land to make sure he plays around cards like Spell Pierce or Flusterstorm or anything along those lines. So it looks like the Footfalls resolve. So Martin now with 10 power worth of creatures on the battlefield out of nowhere.
Yeah, that as you said, was a great play there by Martin. And now Ben has to deal with 2 rhinos and the Shardless Agent. It's not going to be easy. We do see that Ben does have quite a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah, we know that Ben has that engineered explosive, so he is at least going to be able to deal with the tokens, and he sequences his cards in a way to get an extra trigger out of the channeler, plays the explosives for 0. I believe that also helps him get Delirium. That's a land, artifact, and a sorcery. So he's one card type off of Delirium right now. Yeah, with the explosives, in play, waiting for my opponent's turn, that could be dangerous now that Tidebinder is a card. Because, when Martin's tapped out, he's typically not going to be able to really be able to do anything about you cracking an artifact, trying to kill the tokens. But now that Martin's untapped, with Tidebinder being a popular card, that's a card he could possibly have to stifle the explosives ability.
And we see here the explosives being sacrificed, and those tokens are out of the way. Martin still managed to deal 2 damage and still has 3 mana open. 2 basics, which is interesting.
Yeah, that's the power of Blood Moon, and that's just the thought process in general of a lot of players. Even if you don't know the other players' deck list, you're thinking, well, this is Modern. It is a red deck that, or a red-blue deck that can easily play with a couple basics in play. So I am expecting my opponent to very likely have access to Blood Moon after sideboard. So I am just gonna go ahead and start on, fetching a couple of basics just to be sure, just so I don't get completely wrecked by the card. So yeah, heads up play by Martin there as well. Looks like the only basic he doesn't have in case of a Blood Moon is an island, which he might be able to get with Lorian's reveal. Wow, and I think we saw an attack with the Charlotte's agent.
Yep.
And did Ben? No, Ben didn't block because Ben doesn't have Delirium. I thought that there might have been a block with a 3/3 channeler, and after damage or before damage, Martin would be able to play the Endurance to deal with Ben's graveyard. But I think that channeler was a 1/1, so the 2 damage looks like that got through. But Martin preemptively deals with Ben's graveyard. No Delirium for you right now. But with that channeler in play, the blue-red deck can typically get things going very quickly again. But there's a dead gone, so Martin deals with the channeler now.
Let's see if Ben has any answer. Okay, there it is. And we have the trigger from the channeler. So Dead Gone does not resolve, and channeler is still there, but there's an endurance on Martin's side. 2 mana, and we might see another iteration. There it is, expressive iteration, trigger from the channeler. We're going to surveil. We're going to look at the top 3 cards. We see the little monkey there.
The cool thing about the Murktide deck is that you get to do a lot of things. You get to see a lot of cards. You get to play a lot of spells. So it's a very playful deck. I really enjoyed these types of decks. It's also very aggressive, linear, proactive. So you don't really necessarily need an extensive knowledge of the format because your plan is the same against pretty much every opponent. Although the sideboard games do get a lot more interesting and a lot harder because you have a lot of one-offs typically in your sideboard, and you need to know exactly how to sideboard and approach the matchups.
And you need to have good memory for all these triggers.
Yeah, that's another thing. If you mostly practice on Modo or Arena, then the client does everything for you, and it's very easy to just fall into the habit of letting the game do everything for me. But then when you actually play a paper Magic tournament after all these online games, it is not that easy to remember all the channeler triggers, ledger shredder triggers, especially because it also counts your opponent's spells on their turn. So yeah, being 100% efficient with these decks is typically not the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, but Ben doing it beautifully so far, and we see Martin attacking there with both creatures. Ooh, we have an outburst here.
So Martin attacks, Ben says no blocks, and something we don't see too often, Martin playing Violent Outburst just to get some extra damage through. Looks like Ben does not have an answer. I do see another explosives in Ben's hand though. So he quickly nods his head. The Rhinos resolve. There's a +1 power to both of the creatures. Oh, never mind. So Ben was just letting the Cascade resolve. Now that Rhinos is on the stack, Ben is using a counterspell to deal with it. So Outburst will resolve. So that's 3 and 4 damage coming through, putting Ben down to 11 potentially.
And any reason not to just counter the Outburst there?
Yeah, that doesn't really help you because Cascade is a trigger. So that just happens when you play the card. Cascade goes on the stack. So if you counter the card with Cascade, that's still not gonna help you, deal with the actual card you cascade into.
Yeah, so even though you have the explosives, then it's still better than to just get the +1 damage there.
Yeah, I think Ben says, you know, I'll take the extra 2 here, deal with the rhinos with my counterspell, and still keep my explosives for a future, you know, for another future crashing footfalls. Because countering the essentially a shog here just doesn't seem like a good use of his resources.
Yeah, and here Ben down to 10 life. Martin at 13. Martin has, I think, three cards in hand.
Does Ben have Delirium now? There is a sorcery instant land. Think he might still be one off. And he does have a pretty good hand. I see an Unholy Heat, the aforementioned explosives. I think there is a
Murktide iteration.
iteration Murktide. Wow, so Ben's hand is stacked. And Martin has already used double footfalls.
And this Murktide deck, it just feels like you can do so much in one turn because all your spells are very cheap, easy to cast, and
Yeah. And Ben finds that Mishra's Bubble, so that is for sure a 4th card type that can make its way into Ben's graveyard, activating that Unholy Heat and also the Channeler. The thing is, now you have to think, being Ben, do you have to, or do you want to use the bubble right now before combat, which would mean that my Channeler now has to attack. I'm looking at 5 points of damage, possibly, you know, potentially coming through from Martin. So perhaps I want to do that in my second main phase to make sure I don't want to have to attack right now and maybe keep a 3/3 blocker for the Shardless Agent. But given that Ben has the Unholy Heat to deal with Endurance, maybe he just wants to get a little more aggressive.
yeah, and here the deck just starts doing its thing, looking at the cards, getting things in the graveyard, being able to manage draws pretty well, cheap removal. And now Ben is taking the driver's seat here. Attacking for 3.
I think there's another Flusterstorm in Ben's hand, I believe. Yeah, I definitely like being aggressive in this spot. Now that the Unholy Heat resolve, I know that there is only 2 points of damage coming through next turn, and my 3/3, you know, that's going to be a faster clock for me. Plus, Ben also has access to the Murktide now, so I definitely like trying to turn the tables here, or turn the corner rather, and you know, start pressuring Martin before he finds something like a Lorien revealed next turn, or you know, a Wake to get back into the game.
And can we still keep the Delirium after Murktide? I think that's what Ben is trying to figure out. Really important here, the decision of the cards that we do want to exile.
Okay, so Ben keeps an artifact, a land. I think there was a creature as well. Either way, the Murktide is an 8/8. So Martin's gonna need. He's gonna have to find a Leyline Binding and also a Cascade card to put some more power into play. But we know that Ben is ready for that with the explosives.
Yeah, and we saw a good Leyline Binding was for Martin the previous game.
Yeah. Martin can also have his own Murktide. That's a card that sometimes Rhinos play. At some point, it used to be a 2-off in the main deck, but that's typically in the teamer version. Given that Martin is also playing white, I would expect that Murktide would be one of those cards to be replaced by either Leyline Binding or Teferi Time Raveler. And if you think about it, I think Teferi makes a lot of sense, given how the last big Modern tournament go. With all the Cascade cards, you know, all the Cascade decks in the top 16 that were doing so well in the tournament, I think adding Teferi into your deck to have, you know, this big advantage card in the mirror, that certainly makes sense to me. Plus, Leyline Binding also an extremely useful card.
Yeah, but looks like Martin does not have access to Leyline Binding here. I cannot quite see, but only 3 cards left. One is a Triumph.
He could have a Teferi. That would also be good.
3 mana. No.
Oh, wow, that's that. Okay, Dead Gone, bounce your Murktide.
Gaining some time.
Yeah, that's also something you should keep in mind if you're Ben. Like, you see the white on the other side of the battlefield, right? So you know that the fairy could be a card. You know Dead Gone's a card. You know Leyline Binding is a card. So that might sort of make you think, like, yeah, sure, maybe I should just go for a smaller Murktide. Sure, I need to make it at least a 5/5 to make sure it can block a Rhino. But maybe I want to leave some cards from my graveyard in case I need to replay the Murktide next turn after a potential Dead Gone or the Fairy Time Raveler. Ben preemptively plays the explosives here, which certainly makes sense because Martin can end of turn Violent Outburst, although we know that Ben does have some counter magic left in his hand.
And Martin down to 6 life. That's 2 attacks with the Chandler. We do have the Murktide there, and let's see how many cards we're going to exile.
Yeah, now Ben doesn't have to be all that worried about Delirium. Because that Murktide, I think, is going to be able to just finish the game on its own next turn if there is enough instants and sorceries. He can also crack the explosives to add an artifact there. So let's see what he's able to do here. It's a preordain. I think that's a bunch of lands actually.
We are cracking here the fetch, getting a land. Martin for sure does have a Triumph.
I have no idea what that land is. It kind of looks like a Tarmogoyf to me. But it could be anything. It looks like a stomp. Is this Stomping Ground? I have no idea. This is a Triumph. I know this looks like a Triumph.
Yeah, this is for sure a Triumph.
All right, time for Martin to find something good. Because, yeah.
I think the other card is DeLorean
Okay.
reveal, so...
But that doesn't help Martin in this situation.
And
Ben with the explosives in play also saying, yeah, I'll be able to deal with any rhinos you put into play. I have 2 big flyers, so... Ben makes it 1-1.
the good news is that we are going to have a game number 3. And now the Murktide deck here able to take the advantage. Martin on the play for game 3, though.
Yeah, that certainly changes things. Like in this game, for example, we saw that Ben was able to just use his 2 mana on turn 3 to play Expressive Iteration, find his 3rd land, then play the land past the turn while sitting on a Flusterstorm or perhaps a Spell Pierce. Of course, we also know that Martin was able to use a very timely Fire and Ice to tap the land and then resolve his Cascade spell next turn. But this is something that doesn't work for Ben on the draw. Now, if Ben wants to play Expressive Iteration on turn 2 to maybe try to find his 3rd land, he can't really do that because if he does that, he's going to tap out, and that's going to make it very easy for Martin to resolve a Shardless Agent or Violent Outburst looking for that Crashing Footfall. So the dynamic certainly changes if Martin is on the play, threatening to resolve either a Cascade card or perhaps that the Fairy Time Raveler that he might have in his deck, considering he is playing white.
Yeah, and why do you think Murktide here regained some popularity recently? We see that the deck has been fairly played in the latest tournaments. Okay, we see here Ben looking at the end, deciding if it's a keep or not. I don't see many lands. I think I only see 1 or 2. 1 land.
I mean, the Murktide deck is certainly a deck that can keep 1-landers, thanks to the cards like Preordain and Dragon's Rage Channeler, allowing you to, work that top of your library. 1-landers are certainly fine if you have one card selection spell. I think there's a Flusterstorm If Ben has a preordain, I think he is most likely keeping. If it is a bunch of expensive blue cards, I see a Murktide, see an Explosives. I think there's a Flusterstorm. Yeah, I mean that certainly looks like a hand that has all the answers. You have a Flusterstorm to counter the footfalls. Maybe if one slips through, you have an Explosives to deal with it. I think he also has a Chalice. That's either a Chalice or a Flooded Strand right there in the middle. So if
Yeah,
that's a Chalice, then
it's
yeah,
a chalice.
then I'm definitely keeping that one lander. Then I'm very happy about drawing all my sideboard cards. Of course, I would rather see a second land in my hand.
But there it is.
Yeah, okay.
We just got it, so
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to get me off a hand that has both Chalice and Explosives and a Flusterstorm against Rhino's opponent. Of course, knowing Martin plays white, that means the potential Leyline Binding, which can deal with the Chalice. So Chalice not being as good here as it is against the Teamer version of this deck, but still one of the best cards you can have for the matchup.
yeah. And I see here Ben also not having the Chandler, or at least I'm not seeing no way to keep up some pressure. But there's the Murktide.
Wow, and Martin playing a Boseiju here. That also signals that he is very likely low on lands, because otherwise that is a land you typically would rather channel to destroy the Chalice. So Martin potentially not having a third land here. He does cycle a Lorien Reveal though. Okay, so there is his third land.
Yeah, that plays into exactly what you were saying. It makes sense now getting access to that other land. And there we go. I think that's a breeding pool.
Is Dominaria remastered, or is it Dominaria? Is Ravnica remastered officially out? Can players play
they can.
the new cards? Okay, okay.
I mean, the remaster is only reprints, and I think, and it was the pre-release last weekend.
Right. Yeah, I'm always not sure when exactly can you start buying the cards, or when you can, start getting the product. But if the pre-release was last weekend, then yeah, we are gonna be seeing probably some of the new duels with the old border. I'm kind of looking forward to that.
You're a fan of these art for the Ravnica remastered?
I am just a very big fan of the old borders, because that's when I grew up playing Magic, and like the old bordered cards just kind of look the best to me. So I am definitely gonna get some for myself. Both players just kind of playing draw and go here, which certainly makes sense. I mean, with the Chalice in play, Martin first needs to find an answer to it before he starts playing his Cascade cards. That's a second Boseiju.
Oh, okay. So we can get rid of that Chalice of the Void now.
And this is something that Ben doesn't really get to counter, because this is an activated ability of the land. So even if you have a counter spell, Flusterstorm, spell pierce, whatever, you're not going to be able to stop the Boseiju destroying your Chalice here. And this is really showcasing the power of these channel lands, or well, rather Boseiju. I think the other channel lands are very, neatly balanced, just perfectly reasonable cards, where if you take Sokenzan, if you take Otawara, then you're paying 4 mana for a very reasonable effect of bounce your card or put 2 haste tokens into play. That just seems like a very reasonable thing to do. But Boseiju kind of allows you to play answers for your opponent's sideboard cards in your mana base. So it doesn't cost you any slot in your deck or in your sideboard, and you're sort of preemptively pre-sideboarded against your opponent's anti-sideboard cards. So Boseiju being able to deal with Chalices, Blood Moons, the fact that Tron now gets to play an answer to Blood Moon that they can search with an Expedition map or Sylvan Scrying that just kind of feels like cheating to me, because that's not supposed to happen. Like your Blood Moon or your Chalice, like those are supposed to be really powerful sideboard cards that can stop the opponent. But them using a card from their mana base to deal with it, that just doesn't feel right to me.
Yeah, and we see endurance here from Martin. I'm also a big fan of the channel lands. I mean, they're really powerful.
Yeah. And just playing Boseiju in general, in these green decks that also gives you game one answers to hammer decks or hardened scales, and just having this kind of naturalized effect comes in handy a lot of the time. Also destroying leyline bindings and whatnot. So yeah, Boseiju, one of the top 20 influential cards in Modern, I would say.
And we have Shardless Agent, another influential card in Modern right now. And we are going to get our Crushing Footfalls and try to make 2 4/4 tokens.
Yeah, considering that Ben kept a one-lander, he's been kind of flooding out, not finding any action. He has a lot of answers, but let's see if he is going to be able to deal with all of this, because now there are 2-3 mana creatures and 2 rhinos potentially resolving. But what's happening? It's Crashing Footfalls on the stack gets countered by Flusterstorm, so storm count is 3.
And now we get double,
Wow.
double unholy eat there on the endurance. And here Ben just 2 for 1 with that. But also because there's no Chandler. Chandler is such a key card for the Murktide deck to start surveilling, getting that Delirium on, starting to see what cards you can get in the top of a library, and kind of controlling that aspect of the game. But without that, Ben, as you said, kind of struggling to start playing threats and closing the game.
Yeah, Ben does need to find some action. Like, he would ideally like to see an expressive iteration here. That's a card that is probably on the top of my list of cards to draw if I'm the Murktide player. But even something like the Channeler, or Ragavan, to potentially, dash it next turn and get something off the top of my opponent's deck and start making some treasures, get ahead on mana. I'm sure Ben would be happy with that as well. In the meantime, Martin flooding out a little bit himself as well. 6 lands in play already, getting Ben to 11.
I think in the end, yeah, is Outburst and also a Dead Gone. So let's try to get that Outburst. Ben already answered.
Okay, so this is the second time in the matchup where Martin actually uses Outburst as I'm gonna do an extra point of damage with the instant card. But it looks like Ben is using a counter spell on the Crashing Footfall, so prioritizing keeping the explosives in hand for the time being. There's a Murktide. Oh no, that was an outburst in the upkeep. Never mind. I think Ben was waiting for, rather Martin was waiting for Ben's upkeep to cast the outburst there.
Yeah, it makes more sense now with the mana that Ben tapped and 4 counters on that Murktide. And Ben's still keeping 1 mana up. And we know that that last card on Martin ends is Dead Gone.
Well, that's pretty good here, bouncing the Murktide to reset it. Although with Ben on 6 lands, he's just going to be able to hardcast it pretty easily anyway. I think Martin picked up another non-land. What is it, though? Attack, go to 9. I think that's another 3 mana card. I think that was a Shardless Agent. I think it was a multicolored card. the fact that Martin's cracking his fetch land on his own turn certainly does signal having a 3-mana card. So let's see what it is.
It can be another Shardless Agent.
Oh wow,
Yep.
it is another Charlotte Fairy. Wow, so that resolves, and Ben ready with that explosives that he has been holding on for so long. Martin has to be feeling super good right now.
Here we go again.
4 threats in play, 2 different casting costs. So despite Ben having the explosives, he's still gonna have two 2/2/2s in play. That, I mean, that's a 3-turn clock, possibly a 2-turn clock if Martin picks up a Fire Eyes or Bank Prex a fetch land. Doesn't get to replay his Murktide just yet, and Ben only has access to 2 colors of mana. So he's not going to be able to play explosives for 3 to deal with the agents.
Yeah, Ben did struggle this game to get cards in the graveyard. Again, we have the All Eat. Deals 2 damage. You can deal with one of the agents. Another card in the grave as well for the Murktide. And it looks like we're having a small Murktide, but...
Yeah, with Ben being at 5 life, I think the life total is not updated. He certainly wants to start protecting his life total and stop that agent from attacking.
And I'm really sure Martin is now praying to all the top deck lords to give a good card there to be able to deal with this Murktide. Maybe a Binding.
Was that all 4 Crashing Footfalls that have been played already? I think 2 of them have been stopped by a counterspell.
We see another
Oh no,
one there.
that's the 4th one. Okay. But this kind of gives Ben perfect information, right? This gives Ben the information that this is the last Crashing Footfalls. I dealt with one with the explosives. I dealt with another one with a counterspell, and I think I dealt with the third one with the Flusterstorm. So knowing that this 4th Crashing Footfalls is now suspended should also give Ben some sense of security that at least Martin cannot end of turn violent outburst and put 2 4/4s into play.
Oh, is that a Dismember? We see there the Ragavan able to create a treasure token for Ben, and Ben has access to the top card, using it there to take care of their Shardless Agent.
Wow, does that? No, I think Ben uses the treasure, right? Ben uses a treasure and a land to put himself on 3. I was just gonna say, casting that Dismember using 4 life would be very dangerous against the potential, Fire and Ice top deck. So, Ben is very well aware of that and prioritizes his life total. So, sacks the treasure to keep himself on 3 life.
And Martin not able to do anything, or choosing not to yet. 2 mana. We're dashing again. And Martin's life total is pretty low.
Wow, that's a Fire Ice. So if Ben actually kept that treasure and instead used his life total, he would have been dead to the Fire Ice. So good heads up play by him as well. Martin gets Ben to 2 and survives on 5 life, I believe. So he also has 1 or 2 more turns to draw another Fire Ice.
Yep.
What a game.
It has been quite a game. Like, all first and second game were pretty much almost one-sided. This one has been really intensive.
I think Ben has a Spell Pierce, which is not very effective against an opponent or on 7 or 8 lands. He has a land he doesn't want to crack because he's already at 2 life. And he has an engineered explosives that is also not very useful at the moment. Oh my god, are you kidding me, Martin, with the Fire Ice off the top?
Oh, that's 2 damage. Is there any answer?
What a crazy game. Oh my god.
That was the exact draw that Martin needed there to close the game. And we have a win here for our Rhinos players.
Wow.
I did not expect that.
Wow, congratulations to Martin, moving on to 1-0.
And it,
Commiserations to Ben. Yeah,
yeah,
that's two fire ices off the top. I mean, Martin was kind of flooding out. I mean,
yeah.
they were both flooding out, but the two fire ices off the top. That's a brutal way to end the game.
Yeah, but it was a great game, and this is only round one. We have 9 rounds today. This is the last chance qualifier. Top 16 will make it to our regional championship this weekend here in Ghent. And what a great way to start. We have over 380 players here battling in
Yeah.
this last chance qualifier.
And you know what always happens? Every time we pick Azorius Control as a backup feature match, we never get to see it. This happened in Barcelona. I think every single time we picked Blue White Control, we never get to see it because the first game just somehow always goes long, even if it's a normal matchup. So maybe one of the rounds for you control lovers, I'm not sure how many of you are there, let us know in the chat. We're going to be able to maybe put a Blue White Control deck in a feature match as the main table rather than the backup one.
Yeah, and this has been an awesome start of our day here. We are going to be here 3 days. Today for the last chance, Saturday and Sunday for the regional championship. We are going to be one of your casting duo for today. The other casting duo that will start with round 2 will be Lily, Caffeine Lily, and Skura, also known as Islands in Front. So we are really excited. Let us know where we are watching from and what decks do you want to see showcase here. Maybe your favorite deck will appear soon and you will get to see it in this last chance. That's it for us. We will see you soon in round 2.
Hi everybody, welcome back. Are you ready for this tournament?
Yes, I am very much.
We are here in Ghent and we are ready to see the second round of today. Today we are going to see 9 rounds plus top 8 for the last chance qualifier for tomorrow. And can we have a quick look to the prizes for today? Here we are. So top 16 will qualify for tomorrow, and then, as you can see, we will have a lot of prizes for them. And I think that they have to do 6 wins or more or better to qualify for tomorrow.
It is possible. It is possible. I have not counted it properly. It's possible that it's 6 or 7 wins
Or 7.
today. And as they mentioned last round, they will probably just play it out. They know who's in the top 8. They won't actually play the top 8. Just split the prizes and just play tomorrow very well rested rather than fight it out today. But who knows? Who knows? We will see.
Yes, also because today are 9 rounds for sure. And then if you want to do the top 8 and you have to do full day tomorrow and hopefully full day on Sunday, it could be very difficult.
Very tiring, yeah.
So if we are ready with the tables, I'm not sure about it, but yes, we are always ready. What are we going to see in this first table?
We are going to watch Merfolk versus Hardened Scales.
I'm very happy about this matchup. I think it will be very funny.
Yeah.
Very enjoyable.
Yeah, exactly. And I see the players already drawing their opening hands, getting ready to battle it out. At table 4 right now.
And you know what? Yesterday with Frank Karsten, we asked him, what do you think is a good choice to bring in this situation? And he said Hardened Scales.
He did?
Yes.
Oh, he did. Nice. So let's look at that turn 1 Pendelhaven into Haywire Might. Haywire Might should not be that good in this matchup because it exiles a non-creature artifact or enchantment. However, there might be Ether Vial that just walks right into it.
What is the plan for them? Do you think there is one of them is better against the other, or?
That's a good question because we don't see both decks that often. Scales maybe a bit more right now, Merfolk not so much. So I don't think either player has played this matchup particularly many times. But I would imagine that. Well, it's really difficult to say. I'm looking through the deck list right now, and Scales has kind of a classic package, has got protection spells like Welding Jar, which they typically do, but it doesn't really work in the face of the interaction that Merfolk typically has. I'm looking through Merfolk's list, and I won't tell you if it has many removal spells. I think that is to be seen, and we see an invocation, some type of special art, Hungerback Walker, I think that is. Or Walking Ballista. I mean, 50-50 chance. Let's say Hungerback Walker. And we see Ether Vial ticked up to 1. Oh, another Ether Vial. Okay, so we're not really afraid of Haywire Might. Masterpieces. Yes, Masterpiece, I think that was, yes. Okay,
Yes,
we're changing the dice. Yeah, now
it's clearer.
Yeah.
And it's easier for us to see what's happening.
Okay, Hardened Scales, another alternative art. So it seems like a properly picked out deck. It seems to be fully foil as well. Ooh, Force of Negation, main deck. And we will see what the pitch is. But Force of Negation. Yeah, catching Vjosek off guard. Yeah, Force of Negation. 3 mana negate, but it can indeed be played for free if you exile a blue card from your hand and it's not played on your own turn. And all these conditions are being met right now.
And yes, exile 1 and countered.
Yeah,
the Hardened Scales.
So the question is how these players order their graveyard and exile, but Scales should be exiled and Fawn should be in the graveyard. But we will fix that soon enough. Okay, we go attack for 2, so that's not that much damage. Down to 17 for Dario. So the pace of the game is pretty slow. Dare I say glacial. We've got 2 creature decks, but not much is happening. And Pithing Needle, also naming Ether Vial, pretty problematic. Now, interestingly, what you could do still is trigger Ether Vial, take it up if you want to. You can't activate it, but maybe in the future, if you destroy or otherwise remove Pithing Needle, they would be online on appropriate counters. Right now, Svelun enters the battlefield.
Let's see.
Here we pass the turn. So 2 power on the battlefield, 3 power on the other side. So it does indeed look like a limited game so far.
Yeah.
But if they both brought knives to a gunfight, then it's pretty fair. Ancient Stirrings on the stack. Look at the top 5. Choose a colorless card from among them.
Let's see what he decides to pick. Yes, it's a very slow hand first case, but
Yeah, and actually, hadn't it been for that needle, Dario's hand would be much more explosive, but it's not, and it also seems very slow. So it's like a slow mirror right now. Mutavault waiting there on Dario's side to also get in the red zone. Vjosex thinking through his options. Ancient Stirrings looking at top 5. Back in the day, it was dubbed the best cantrip and very close to the best card in the entire format. But these times have long gone.
checking everything and just play.
Yes. We
Directly.
deploy the Ozolith. So
Yes.
now, from this point on, whenever a creature Vjosek controls leaves the battlefield, if it had counters on it, and it's very likely that it did, those counters are put on the Ozolith. So basically, counters can be keep getting put between zones, between creatures. So creature dies, put counters on the Ozolith. The
And then-
Ozolith puts counters on the creature. If it dies later, back on the Ozolith. So you kind of cannot ever get rid of the counters until you've removed the Ozolith.
And with 2 lands for the 3 lands for Dario and 2 for Jace. He's pretty stuck with lands.
Actually, we saw what I had talked about earlier, which is ticking up the vials, even though there is a needle in play, because you can indeed do that. And yes, it was taken advantage of.
1 mana was for the Ozolith. And 1 for the Stirrings. Yes.
2 mana being tapped.
Let's see.
Okay, Vodalian Hexcatcher enters the battlefield right now. So it pumps the Merfolks. Svelun. We also see Rishadan Dockhand. So that's a very interesting addition to the Merfolk deck. I remember it being hailed as one of the best additions to Merfolk when it was spoiled. Then it kind of was adapted, but not really. And I can see that the current consensus clearly is that Rishadan Dockhand is the 1-drop of choice. So I think that's Arcbound Ravager. I think I've seen this
Could
card
be.
plenty enough, yeah. So currently we've got Pithing Needle at the very top. They've got Ravager and Zabaz into Haywire Might lower, Hungerback Walker, I think, and Diozolith. That's the current situation. So now we enter this state of you have to have a PhD in arithmetics to figure this one out. But we see some sackage happening. Sacrifice Haywire Might, put a
Putting
counter, on the
on the
Ozolith.
Ozolith, and then let's see what's happened. Decide to put the counter back.
I'm putting counter back. Yeah. Okay, so 4 for Armand Ravager. So now it can block Svelun. Now Svelun has indestructible if there are 2 other merfolk, and there are.
Mm-hmm. And
Okay, moving counters again. Hungerback Walker is a 10-10. So that would be a 2-turn clock. However, Dario can block with, because got 4 creatures available to keep jumping and then attacking back. And Svelun draws a card when it attacks. So
you can find a solution with drawing, but
yeah,
you have to be quick,
you have to be really quick.
because otherwise you will have no option, because sooner or later you cannot block. You cannot jump block every time if you don't find something.
And we do have a chump block. I see some
First
people
one.
speculating whether it's maybe a ballista, but I really don't know. So actually, let me just check this, because okay, I can see a counter being probably, yeah, it does seem like a ballista, yeah. So Wrzosek is taking it really slow. He's passing the turn. No, Tenton ballista. I mean, it's-
No, it's just in Spanish.
okay, I can see some links being sent. Thank you very much. Chat is very cooperative today. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Yes, it is walking ballista, which yeah, apparently it is.
Yeah, it was a walking ballista.
Oh, it's a secret lair. Okay, because I thought I knew the
The other artwork.
yeah from Kaladesh, but this is secret lair, so that's why I didn't recognize that.
Meanwhile, Dario attacking. And let's see what happens. If it's passing turn or not. Yep. Seems like. Thinking about it.
Yep, 3 cards in hand. I think Lord of Atlantis is there. Master of Pearls. No, Master of Pearls is a different card. I meant Lord of Atlantis. No, Lord of Atlantis and Master of the Pearl Trident. That's what I meant. Okay. Master of Pearls is a white to drop that morphs. It's very good in limited. So you got 4 cards actually. I think there
Still-
might be.
Yes, there is 4. Still 3 mana open for him, so you can have options. But still, you need to keep up something for jump blocking the ballista.
Yeah, and you never know when Wrzosek actually decides to start pinging the
Mhm.
opposing board down, just leaving Dario without any possible blockers.
So I think that now he wants to declare attackers, and Dario's thinking about something before the declaration of attackers.
Oh, he says, okay,
Yep.
attack.
Attack, and then 2 mana.
Ooh la la. So now, that's a very cool play. We see Minamo School at Water's Edge ability, untap Svelun, and then animate Mutavault, so that there are 2 merfolk other than Svelun, and it has indestructible. Now, it's a very clever play.
Yep.
The issue is that now Wrzosek can ping down those creatures with Ballista in response, or before the damage. Now, there is ward that has to be paid, but there is mana. So there is plenty of happening, even though it might not seem like it.
Yeah, okay, you can do that. So 1 mana and ping.
Yep.
Exactly as you was saying. And now the situation is like that. So jump block, the creature is going down because there is no more merfolk on the battlefield. And right now the ballista is a 7/7.
So I think, okay, so there might be some communication. Okay, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
we've got this cleared up. So 2 lands for Dario. Oh, and we add also a Hangerback now. Woof, that's a proper battlefield for Scales.
Yes, now it's
And
very
yeah,
difficult.
Screw them
Yeah.
up.
And we go to game 2. First one was won by Jace. Now we can talk a little bit about the sideboard, because even if it's a closer deck list, what do you think they could be? They could take inside from the sideboard. Like, do you think that they need something specific?
Yeah, so typically, actually both decks, I think, have access to Dismember. So I'm not even looking at the deck list. I know, like,
Yeah, exactly.
typically they have access to cards like Dismember. So actually they both could have that and become much more interactive. Merfolk usually have Subtlety, which they might or might not decide to side in. Wrzosek, for example, could side out Haywire Might, or Piffy Needle, because they tag only Ether Vial, or keep them in because they tag Ether Vial specifically. Because of the popularity of Yawgmoth, Curse Totem has seen play, which is incidentally really good against Scales as well. So, yeah, there are some options. There are indeed some options. So, but overall, I would expect some number of dismembers, subtleties on the Merfolk side, maybe like Tamiyo safekeeping on Scale side. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. I do expect sideboard games typically, in most matchups, to become more interactive.
Mhm.
We'll see if that is true here. Now, Dario is going to be on the play, which should give him a bit of an edge.
But it should be a balanced game even after sideboard.
Yeah, exactly. But I think they're going through their options, because one thing is siding in, let's say, for these members because you have them. The other thing is to side something out because you need to fit those dismembers in.
Also, as you were saying before, these are not a typical matchup. So they probably didn't test a lot against
Yeah.
each other, against the same archetype. So
Exactly.
maybe you have to think about what could he bring in from the sideboard? What could I expect?
Which would be much easier tomorrow because it's actually open deck list. You can
Exactly.
actually ask for every single card to be shown, oracle texted, etc. But here, playing in the dark, yeah, and I don't think Wrzosek is up to date with Merfolk technology, and Dario is up to date with Scales technology. So, which actually makes it much more exciting, because like there are some games. For example, if I play Murktide against Rhinos, we could probably almost recite
Yeah.
each other's 70 cards from the deck, and we'll probably be right.
Yeah, exactly. But in this situation, it's pretty different, and I think probably it could be very funny,
Yeah,
very
indeed.
enjoyable. I don't know. When you play something like competitive, do you prefer to play something unexpected or something that you think it will be strong either way?
Yeah, so my personal metric is not the surprise factor, but rather my play style. So I am a blue player, which could, but doesn't have to mean counter magic. But for example, I've been playing a lot of Druid Murktide, but also Jeskai Breach. One is a combo deck with a fair plan, the other one is a fair tempo deck. And so they are pretty different, even though a couple of cards overlap. And I just choose them depending on the meta game, whether one is better or the other, like hopefully significantly better. But I wouldn't, for example, bring Neoform
Yeah.
to catch people off guard, or I wouldn't just now pick up Yawgmoth because I think it's the best deck or something.
You prefer your comfort zone,
Exactly.
something like
Yeah, I do. I think, especially in Modern, if you play your own deck as well as possible, that rewards you much better than a 5 percentage point better choice of a deck.
Yeah, I agree. Totally agree.
Unless that choice is between a tier 4
Yeah.
deck and let's say Amulet Titan. But then again, if you're going to play Amulet bad, I'd rather you actually played Neoform good.
Yeah,
So,
you're going to do less mistake with a confident deck for you. So
Exactly.
it's probably the better option.
exactly. And you do want to make as few mistakes
Yeah,
as
exactly.
possible.
Let's see. They are trying to decide. I think that Jace is keeping and Dario probably the first mulligan.
Okay, yes. Yeah, so we're mulliganing
We're waiting
here.
for the mull.
Scales player, happy with the opening 7.
Yep.
This is also why I really like covering Modern tournaments, because you never know what people are going to bring. And like you can talk endlessly
Yeah.
about like modern tier lists, you know, the top 5, top 6 decks. Everyone will say, you know, Amulet, Yawgmoth, Rhinos, and something. But then you just actually go to the games, and your first 3 rounds are Merfolk, you know, Mill, Belcher. You upward out of your comfort zone immediately, which I actually quite enjoy about Modern. I used to be frustrated by it, but I've learned to embrace it and love it. Hardened scales off of a pathway turned onto green. Turn
Yeah.
1, it does resolve.
Resolves. Second land.
Okay, so now we
And
see
let's go.
Master of the Pearl Trident off of Otawara N Island. Inkmoth Nexus is added to the battlefield on the left. And I think that is again Ballista 2-2. We could just trade, but we pass back.
Let's see. I think right now this could be a little bit faster. But we will see. Attacking with the master. 18 to 20. Prefer not to block, and still 2 mana opens, so pass.
Pass back, so we're missing a land drop. A hand is 4. So whenever your opponent misses a land drop and passes back, you know there's
Yes,
just
something.
gas.
Yeah.
Just gas, just spells. And they just want to unload them all. It scales that's usually, you know, thought of as a pretty clunky deck because it has a very high density of 2 drops. So if it misses, for example, its 4th land drop, it has a pretty big issue double spelling.
Mhm.
But here Jacek shows us that, well, 1 drop into 2 drop probably coming. And we're actually curving out pretty well. 1 into 2 into 1+2.
Checking the exact text of the card. And let's see. Yeah, it resolves.
And
so
with that scales on the battlefield, I've heard this statement, and I'm curious if chat thinks the same, but I've heard the statement that scales is a too good of a deck with scales in play. And too weak of a deck without one. And so on average it kind of just it averages out to being okay, but and playable and competitive. But yeah, too good with and a bit too weak without.
yes, it's always good to counter or just to remove the scales, but when it came down on round 1, it could be difficult.
Yeah, exactly. You have to have a very specific answer. Maybe like prismatic ending, talking in abstract, of course not in this matchup. Blue is not known for having answers to enchantments, but now we see Dismember, as we've talked about, pay 4 life, target your Zabaz.
And bring the, let's see.
Ooh
No,
la
another one.
la, ooh la
That's
la.
nice.
Okay, so what's happening here? Okay, that's actually a very cool thing. Okay, so we've got Ballista on the stack, right?
Yeah.
And so before Ballista comes down, we kill off everything else. Nothing from Modular is put anywhere from the Baz. And yeah, we're kind of okay. Now Svelon is a 3-4 against a 2-2 Ballista. Now, much to Darius' disappointment, Jacek actually has more cards in hand and a draw step. So that makes it a bit more tougher. But Hangerback Walker now, kindly showing the text of the card
Yes,
when it's
because
played.
altered art, sometimes it could be tricky.
And then Ravager, I think that is. So you've got Ravager, Hangerback, Ballista. So what you could do is Ravager enters as a 2-2. It eats Hangerback plus 2 tokens it makes. So that's 3, but because of scales, it's 6. So that's 8 on Ravager. Then you can move the 8 onto the Ballista, making it a 10. Kill off Svelun, making it a 6. Attack
And
for
then
6,
attack.
and then shoot for 6, and that's Xaxis.
Ah,
Is that literally Xaxis?
let's see.
I was counting out loud. I may have missed something, but if I'm not mistaken, it is
And there is,
Xaxis, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, do this.
And without any mana left for Dario, it could be impossible.
So we move the counters. Then we shoot the, yeah,
We have 11 there.
shoot it down for 4.
So it's a
Oh,
7.
it's actually even more than lethal. Okay, it's
Yeah.
okay, it's not exact, but it is indeed
It is
lethal.
lethal.
Attack you for 7. You go down to 5. Shoot
And then-
you down. An extension of
last
the
one.
hand.
Oh, nice.
Jacek Wyrzosek takes it down with Scales. Scales moving up to 2-0. Impressive game and shows the power of
Case
Walking
is very,
Ballista.
very strong here.
Yeah, Walking Ballista against a creature deck.
We can switch to second feature match. And we have Domain Zoo against Temur Prowess. As we can see, we have, removal on the monastery. Let's see, they will update everything. Is this the correct situation? 10 to 17, yeah, it is.
Okay, so we see. Okay, so that's another thing that I've noticed. Whenever you come to a modern paper tournament, the ratio of foil to non-foil decks is wild compared to other formats. Like you
Yeah.
keep walking by a full foil deck.
That's crazy.
Okay, so let's actually analyze what's going on here because we see triple fetch in the graveyard and a dead Ragavan.
Yeah.
For Quentin and double Shockland. A third one is being searched out probably. We also see Leyland binding on Monastery Swift Spear, a single land for Prowess with DRC on the field. For a moment, I thought it was a mountain searched out with Windswept Heath, but no, it
No,
is
it's
a
a plain.
plains. Yeah. And Timo seems to be missing his land drops after, I think, double bobble. So hopefully he gets there soon enough. Gigantha on the right side.
Hmm.
I think there is a Gigantha on the green deck box for Quentin. Neshoba Brawler deployed. A Lightning Bolt. And pass the turn. Oh, we don't see a land. Oh, that's a full grip. 6 cards. I think it's Breach, double iteration, double removal, Swift Spear.
Yeah. What can he do without a second land now?
Well, he can bolt Neshoba Brawler and just pass the turn.
And hope for another. Yeah.
Exactly that, yeah.
Yeah, but now he really needs the second one. Because otherwise, his opponent will find something. I think he has also 2 lands in hand, Quentin. One is down and taking the companion on hand. Oh,
Whenever my
Finally.
opponent takes companion, I'm typically pretty happy because it means they have nothing else to
Yeah.
do. But
Monastery
yeah,
Swift Spear. And 1 damage. Down to 8.
Monastery Swift Spear, a bit too good for Pauper, I've heard.
Yeah. Very sadly.
But it's certainly of appropriate power here in Modern.
Yes. Especially in Prowess situation.
Okay, so now we see End Step Savai Triumph surged out tapped, as it has to be. 4 mana available for Quentin. If there is another land, untapped land preferably, then Gigantha will come down, 5/5. Now, there is a instant artifact creature, an enchantment, so we do have access to Delirium. So Gigantha will just eat an Holy Heat, 5 mana for 1 mana exchange. Very profitable for Timo.
Let's see.
Oh, and also losing
Well
1
then.
life in the process, down to 6.
Ooh.
I think this could be just that's it, because Quentin just plays Gigantha. Timo responds by Unholy Heating it. I mean, resolves and Unholy Heats it, untaps, plays Underworld Breach, 1 prowess. Okay, double bubble isn't lethal yet.
But it's still
It's very close.
place
Very
him in a
close.
very good spot.
Yeah, if there is a land, then maybe we can go land, breach, bolt, bobble, and get appropriate number of triggers. It's very close. Very close.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah. We can also play kind of like a bit more slowly and just untap and then a holy hit on our turn to get the prowess trigger, but that doesn't give us the out of just actually winning the game there. Stomping Ground, beautiful retro frame foil.
It's always funny, full foil deck, and now we can clearly see everything, so it's pretty good. Let's see, on only hit. Untap everything, and
Counting, yeah.
Yeah.
The types. Take the draw. Is it a land? It's not a land, it's a preordain. When Ravnica Remastered released, I immediately snatched up some retro Shocklands. So now they fit my Druid Murktide perfectly.
you're a big
fetch-
fan of retro framing.
Yeah. Old fetches, old Shocklands now, old basics, better basics, of course. Yeah, we cooking. Preordain,
Let's see.
trigger. I see. Oh, no land again?
No land.
Okay. And yeah. Double bottom, trying to find that land. That's not a land either. Again, I don't think that's a big problem. You attack for 2, you
Attack for
deploy
2.
Solskar.
Down to 4. And let's see what else. Another land for Quentin in hand. Now it can be difficult. Also, how many cards in hand for him? 3 cards. So we need to find solution to survive.
Oh, that is a solution. Hidetsugu. And it does consume all, as we see.
And the first attack on the saga. And now he can wait a little bit.
Okay, that's a bad scenario for Klein. I don't think he expected that. Because, yeah, now mutagenic. So now he will iterate. He will try to draw out of this situation. There is a land.
So at
Just
least.
one land. Oh, land and preordain, right? So he can't even play the preordain now.
Okay, the land is on the battlefield and
Yeah, playing it slow.
still for a life point for Quentin.
Now,
But it could be difficult.
if I'm not mistaken, I think I saw double tribal flames in Quentin's hand. So if he draws into a third, we might see the game. And we have seen round 1, a spectacular win of double fire ice. We might see triple tribal flames here. Or a single attack from Kavo into double flames. I think we'll flame now just to make sure we can cast appropriate number of spells on the next turn, or keep it all as a surprise. We do.
Yep. Pass another draw.
Oh, another mutagenic. Oh, they were just late, just like a turn, 2 turns late to the party.
Yeah. Let's see what he decides to do. Another iteration. And let's see.
We see no land again.
No.
That's insane. How many lands does Timo play? Well, a normal number, so it's not like 13. Wow, this is painful.
Usually you don't want to play like 13 land in this kind of situation, but sometimes happens.
Okay, play the creature, pass back.
And now
Can you imagine if he didn't play those iterations? Like, he would
Yeah.
never find these lands. But thankfully, he does. He does play iteration.
checking the text. So it's always good when you are in depth to double check everything. And let's see.
Hidetsugu consumes all flipped. We go to attack. Just with Kavu, because Hidetsugu just entered play, has summoning sickness. With the trigger, we decide to exile iteration.
The only card left.
Yeah.
And it's still good.
And we
And-
will go flame you, flame you,
And
GG.
it's a GG.
Extension of the hand. That Hidetsugu consumes all. Yeah, and I can see the
Now they
gesture.
show us. Yeah.
I went through the deck, I went through the deck, I went through the deck.
Didn't
will-
find anything good. And now it's still 20 minutes on the clock, but the clock that we have is for the specific matchup, so it's not the tournament clock. But we have a refill, and we will go to Rakdos Grief against Jun Sagvan.
Yeah, exactly. We've got two players of pretty difficult names to pronounce. But if I may try.
Jean-Francois, I think it's correct.
Yeah, Jean-Francois and Andreas Alfonson. And they are
Yep.
battling it out. Fable making tokens of some variety.
Yeah, I think we should have the proper tokens for the table.
So okay, let's digest what's happening. On the right, nothing. On the left, we see Fable, Orcish Bowmasters, I assume an army token, and I assume a Goblin Shaman.
Yes, it seems like that. But we are changing that pretty fast. I'm not sure this one is the first round. I don't think so. Let's see.
Yes.
What do you think about this Rakdos deck? Even after the bans, we saw in Barcelona went pretty good.
Yeah, he did. He did very much. Yeah, winning the whole tournament. I think Heroin put it on the map, like back on the map, very fast actually, very fast back on the map because it wasn't gone for too long. And I think it's still very firmly like the top 3, top 4, top 5 deck, very firmly. So if you own this deck, just play it again. It's really good, and it's still pretty oppressive because it has the tools like the Grief Undying thing, Orcish Bowmasters, Blood Moon effects potentially. And yeah, we see Liliana of the Veil on the right side. A card I have not seen in quite a while.
That is why Modern is fun, because as you were saying before, you can see something unexpected every time.
Yeah, and sometimes it's decks. I mean, like John Sagavan. And sometimes it's single cards that make a comeback. So I chat like 10 minutes ago was talking about Jace the Mind Sculptor not seeing play. Well, now we see Liliana of the Veil, the other part of the duo.
And we have the correct tokens.
Yeah, now we've got
Thank you.
proper dice as well. Now we see 3 mana untapped for Jean-Francois. I see Blood Crypt in hand and a mystery card. Can't really make out what that is. So
Attacking
attacks.
with everything. Okay. And another one.
Oh,
So the army is a 2/2 right now. And there is the trigger from the Bowmaster enter. And the treasure token. They are trying to find one. Perfect. Very kind from Andreas to just give him the correct tokens for everything.
and now we see 2 mana. Dotty Voidwalk, a card you typically see on the other side of the battlefield. Now, minus of Liliana. Sacrifice army token. Okay. Give it back.
Yeah.
Tarmogoyf. Okay.
Let's see if we can flip this situation.
Well, I think Andreas is still in this.
Yeah.
The biggest issue is that he doesn't have any proper draw or card selection. And Liliana, it has become a bit lackluster because Jean will just play anything he draws over the very top.
Meanwhile, the Kiki-Jiki is flipping. So now we have the creature and
Attack. Yeah.
everything.
Oh, that's a cheeky attack, isn't it? That's a cheeky attack. Because there is a Tarmogoyf that can block anything. And if you had something like Terminate, Dreadball, or Molten Collapse, you would have cast it before combat, I presume. So that's a pretty cheeky attack.
Yep. But he still has plenty of mana open. I don't know how many cards, 1 or 2 maybe.
Okay, so
And
we do block.
blocking the Goblin from the Saga. And another Bowmaster.
Okay, another Orcish Bowmasters. Put an army into play, ping for 1. I think that was just like an attack that we call, it was like a chump attack. So you know it dies, that's okay, because you attack with the other creatures and you get the damage through. So it was...
Yeah, and now Andreas is down to 2, so probably in the next turn he can try to find something. Jean-Francois can try to find something to do the 2 last damages. Meanwhile, Liliana -2 and
They sacrifice the
yes,
token again.
the token.
Yep.
And let's think about this situation now. What can happen?
Yeah, so there are 2 blockers. Actually, there's 1 blocker because Dotty Voidwalker can't block here. Tarmogoyf can block a single creature. Keiki-Jiki can create a
attack.
copy of a card or attack even, yeah.
Right now, even without, and it's a GG. So it was a win for Jean-Francois. And they are saying to us that we don't have any other matches left because 9 minutes left, but probably the round is over for the venue. So it was fun. And
Yeah, it very much was. It
yeah.
very much was, yeah.
Guys, see you on the next round.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. We are here in Ghent for the last chance qualifier. It's already round 3 out of 9 rounds today, plus a cut to top 8. The top 16 here in this tournament qualify for the regional championship here Saturday and Sunday. The format is modern, and I'm here with Martin Yuza. What do you have to say about this matchup?
So we have a pretty cool matchup for you, actually, for the main feature match. We have MTG Malone playing Mono Red Burn, his actually very first tournament. He's a YouTuber, a content creator, but he's never actually played a real, big tournament until today. So he is playing Burn, which he said was the easiest deck to find because Modern, the entry barrier can be pretty big. So he got himself a Burn deck. He's 1-1, and he's playing against Mono Blue Tron, played by Alessandro Melis, who is playing a very cool deck. Last time I remember playing Mono Blue Tron was in the good old like Condescend days, Talisman of whatever that was. The One Ring wasn't a thing back then, so you had to cast cards like Karn and Wormcoil Engine. These days, you typically replace the 7-mana Karn Liberated, with Karn the Great Creator. So it's gonna be interesting seeing how how this matchup plays out, especially if the Mono Blue player also has cards like Chalice of the Void, for example. Yeah, so we'll find out.
Definitely an interesting matchup, but before, let's take a look here at our next events for this season. So right now, as I said, we are in the last chance qualifier for the Legacy European Championship in Ghent. But you can still join for the fun in the next round if you want to qualify for Naples, which is our Legacy European Championship with the format standard. You have several ways to do so. You can play your regional championship qualifiers at your local game store, or you can join us here in the LMS. We have LMS Prague next 2 months from now in the end of March. The format is modern. You also have the classic qualifier, which is standard. We also have in April LMS Bologna, which again, the main event is modern and the classic qualifier in standard. And it all culminates in Legacy European Championship Naples, which is going to be in the end of May, and it's going to be standard. So this is the end of the modern season here in Ghent.
Yeah, and yeah, good looking cities as well. I think Prague had the record for the most players, roughly over 1,000. I think Bologna had a very good attendance as well, and Naples is a nice city to visit if you also like to do some sightseeing. So yeah, some cool tournaments coming up. And here we have both of the players, Mono Blue Tron against Burn. Remember, this is a closed deck list tournament, so we're not going to be able to show you the deck lists just yet. But if you go to mtgmelee.com, this should be one of the featured tournaments there. So if you bookmark the tournament website, as soon as the top 8 starts, as soon as the Swiss rounds are over, which should be roughly 6-7 hours from now, we're going to be able to reveal all the deck lists. So if you're looking for some cool new modern tech, we will have that for you later today. And obviously, the main event this weekend is Open Deck List Tournament, so we're going to be able to show you that as well.
I'm really curious here to see, because Malone plays mostly on Arena, and playing in paper is a bit different. Starting here, though, well, with Goblin Guide.
Oh my god, look at that! You don't want to see that. So Alessandro wins the die roll, which is crucial playing against a deck like Mono Red Burn that's aiming to win in the first 3 or 4 turns. But not only that, he also gets to draw a Chalice of the Void for turn 2. So he starts on I believe that's an Urza's Mine and an Expedition map. And if he drops any land here that produces mana, which he does, and that's an Urza's Tower, I believe, he's going to be able to either play Chalice for 1, which typically locks the mono red Burn player from playing most of their cards, because they have cards like Goblin Guide, Lightning Bolt, Monastery, Swift Spear, just a lot of 1-mana cards. The other option Alessandro has, which he actually went with, is crack the Expedition map instead, get Tron, and perhaps cast something bigger next turn, like a Wormcoil Engine.
And here we are dealing more damage. We have the trigger from the Goblin, looking at the top card.
That is a repeal, I believe. Alessandro with a very cool looking foiled out alternate art Tron deck here. Decides to shuffle the repeal and get his third Tron land. So Alessandro has his Tron. He's going to have access to 7 mana on turn 3. No big deal. Just your typical Tron stuff.
Just Tron math. And Skewer the Critics there also dealt some damage. Alexandro down to 11.
Yeah, the mono red burn deck is trying to punish all these players that have all these greedy mana bases. You know, a lot of the decks in this format start with turn 1, fetch land, get an untapped shock land, shock myself for 2, you know, thoughts use you, I'm at 15, or play a preordain, you know, something along those lines. So the mono red burn deck is kind of trying to play a fair game and maybe try to take advantage of these slower decks with greedy mana bases. Let's see what Alessandro has here. So he doesn't have a Wormcoil Engine. Starts with a Karn. What do we typically have in sideboards? I mean, Chalice would be one of those cards to get against a deck like Burn, but since you already are facing a bunch of creatures on the battlefield, I think you will want to find something to deal with that. He could have an Engineered Explosives, but he doesn't have colored mana.
The One Ring is an option.
The One Ring, yeah. Ensnaring Bridge is a card that you typically play in Karn's sideboards, but Alessandro has a lot of cards in hand still. Looks like that's an Elixir of Immortality. I think that's a card from M15, I believe. I think Ivan Flog had it in his PT winning deck from the Pro Tour back then.
Yep, here it is. You can pay 2, tap it, and gain 5 life, and shuffle it in and your graveyard into their owner's library.
All right, Alessandra plays the Elixir first, of course, then drops the Chalice for 1 after that. So no more Lightning Bolts for MTG Malone. No more Goblin Guides, no more Swift Spears, no more Shard Volleys. What else do we have? I guess it's not that many cards. It's almost like half a deck, but a lot of the cards you're casting for 1 mana, but they actually have a different casting cost. So cards like Skewer the Critics or Light Up the Stage or Rift Bolt, those are cards that he's still gonna be able to play. Lava Spike is another card that comes to mind that is currently locked out of the game.
Yeah, and I hear Malone made some question to the judge. Maybe something about Chalice there.
Now Malone has an interesting spot here. Do you want to finish off the Karn, or do you want to keep attacking the player? If you have enough burn, that going phase makes more sense. If you can finish the opponent, you know, with a bunch of Skewer the Critics right away. But if you let the Karn stay on the battlefield, there's a pretty good chance that your opponents are going to be able to find something good next turn when they have access to 7 or more mana. So next turn, we can be pretty certain that Alessandro, you know, pulls something like a Wormcoil out of his sideboard.
Yeah.
Maybe a Walking Ballista, you know, something along those lines that's going to help him stabilize. Malone does have a
Roiling
Vortex, though, so no life is going to be able to be gained for Alessandro.
Yeah, that's exactly the card that Malone needed in this situation.
Remembers his trigger. Look at that. Arena player, but still remembers all the triggers in real life. Not easy to do. I can tell you that from experience. I played the Is It Phoenix deck at the last RC last year after purely doing testing online, and it's not easy to remember all the ledger shredders and all the triggers in these decks when you mostly just test online.
Malone does need to always keep mana up for your opponents can't gain life this turn because it does cost 1 mana to activate.
So Alessandro going through his sideboard, looking at Engineered Explosives, I believe. But that doesn't seem all that relevant at the moment. Typically a card you want to get out of your sideboard against the Cascade Rhinos deck to deal with the tokens. Maybe against tokens from Urza Saga. But in this situation, without colored mana, doesn't look all that relevant. I think he's also looking at Walking Ballista.
Yeah, we see him hovering over the ballista there. A lot of
Ooh,
options.
there is also an Oblivion Stone. Oblivion Stone would be pretty good here. Dealing with both Goblin Guides, with the Vortex, but also clearing Alessandra's side of the battlefield, which means that he wouldn't be able to gain the 5 life from the Elixir, but that is kind of being stopped by the Vortex anyway. So that might be his only option. He sure is taking his time.
It's also a lot of pressure to be here in the feature match area. Both players are 1-1 in the tournament.
Is he looking at the black prototype card? This the 7/5 Flashmonger something?
Flash Gorger?
Flash Gorger. Yeah, Chet, help me out here. What's the card that I'm looking at? The first card on the top of the pile, is that the Flash Gorger kind of card? No. The 7/5 from, like, I think it's from Brothers War. You can play it as a prototype 3/3.
Yeah, that's
It
the,
has
the Flash.
lifelink.
That's the Flash Gorger.
Or is it an alternate Wormcoil Engine art? Okay, that makes a lot of sense too. Yeah, I mean, not a good position for Alessandro. That Roiling Vortex is a card that, not all the mono red decks play in the main deck, but it's looking very good at the moment. Alessandro really taking his time here.
I mean, he's in the feature match area, wants to make sure no mistakes are made. Okay, looks like a decision was made there. Playing land for the turn, now having access to blue as well. Is there a Wormcoil engine?
Okay, so that is apparently a Wormcoil Engine.
The deck for sure is very stylish. All the alternative full art there.
All right, so one thing Malone has to do is keep up that 1 red mana to make sure there's no life gain. No life gain from the Elixir, no life gain from the Wormcoil Engine. Does he have a way to win right away? You can activate the Vortex and attack with the Goblin Guides. Get 2 damage through, no life gain from the Wormcoil. That would put Alessandro to 4. If there is no response to the Vortex activation, then you know that the Elixir can't be activated afterwards either. So you would be able to finish the game with double skewer the critics, something along those. I think there's a Skull Crack in his hand.
And Benny here taking a decision where to attack. Okay, both cards attacking. Revealing a land there. Not bad.
Attack, draw 2 cards, no big deal. Ben activates his Vortex, no life gain, okay.
Good. Remember there the activation. In response,
Okay.
activating that the Elixir to gain life, but in response, Malone also activates again the Vortex, I think.
No, that's a skull crack, which has the same. It basically does the same thing. So it also says the opposing player can gain life this turn. So Alessandro taking 3 from the vortex goes to 3. One of the goblin guys is gonna die. The other one takes Alessandro to 1. And now there is an upkeep trigger from vortex and a mana available. And yeah, I don't think Alessandro has a way to get out of this.
And Vortex here, MVP.
Yeah, for sure.
Nicely played by MTG Malone.
Yeah, he's saying, I'm passing the turn, pointing to his vortex, like, you're going to take 1. What do you have?
Yep.
Yeah, that's it.
That's a scoop. And honestly, in the beginning of the game, I think things were not looking good for Ben when we saw that Chalice of the Void. Things looked pretty rough, but that Skull Crack, the Roiling Vortex, really making things look up here for our Burn player. Sideboard-wise, what do you think Alexandro can do? A lot of the cards are slots for Karn.
Yeah, these card decks typically have, 10, 12, sometimes even the whole 15 one-off artifacts in the sideboard, so you don't typically sideboard all that much. If Alessandro has multiple copies of cards like Chalice of the Void or some kind of life gain, I think he would want to bring those in. Especially Chalice on the play is typically very good against the mono red deck. But other than that, I don't think he is gonna be changing his deck all that much. He kind of just wants to be on the play. If the burn deck is the one who's starting, then I think they have a pretty big advantage because the Tron deck takes a really long time to set up, especially on the draw, and the blue version doesn't have access to cards like Thragtusk or anything like that. So they're kind of like relying only on the Wormcoil engine or Chalice to really, do something in the early game. Perhaps have sometimes they have a dismember, but still, killing a Goblin Guide while taking 4, that's still not exactly the type of card you want to have.
That's the thing. The thing I like the most about Modern is that you never know what you're going to expect from your opponent. Like, you can be prepared for the meta to play against your Rakdos decks, against the Rhinos, Leaving End, Murktide, but then you might go against Monoblutron or Burn.
Yeah, and if you're the Burn player, you typically want to bring in some anti-artifact card. So something like a Smash to Smithereens, which is a 2-mana destroy an artifact, and they take 3. That can deal with Chalice. That can also destroy a Wormcoil engine to make sure they don't get life. Sometimes when you're on the play, you can catch your opponent with an expedition map on the battlefield that they can sacrifice. So that would be coming in from me most of the time, and I think you want to board out the cards like Searing Blaze or Searing Blood if you have those in the main deck, because you typically don't expect your opponent to have too many creatures that you would be able to kill with that. So I think Malone is most likely going to be making that switch. Perhaps he's going to have something that can attack Alessandro's mana base. Maybe a card like Blood Moon, maybe a card like Alpine Moon. Something like that could be coming in as well.
Okay, and players are shuffling in, getting ready for the second game here. Now with Alexandro on the play. It's very interesting to see both these players here demonstrating their favorite decks. And as you know, very fun story by Ben that decided to bring this deck just because it was the most affordable one. First time playing here, Paper Magic, at least a big event. It's quite challenging for a player to transition from playing just Arena to play Paper Magic, especially at like these high stakes.
Yeah.
And let us know, chat, which is your favorite deck? What decks do you want to see featured here? We sometimes take a look at the comments and try to choose the most popular ones that people really want to see. I see a lot of people saying Amulet, but there's a lot of cool decks, and we have 9 rounds today, so I am sure by the end of the day we will have a lot of different deck types showcased here in this tournament.
You can let us know in the chat what you would have brought to the tournament. You know,
that's a good one.
if you are playing an LCQ, would you have brought a different deck for an LCQ than, you know, for the RC? Let's say you're qualified for both. Maybe you want to play the LCQ as a way to get ready for the weekend. You know, do you think there's going to be a different meta game? Do you think people are going to bring something different for the main event? Maybe that's a question for us. You know, what are we expecting? I think as far as my opinion goes on this, I think Ragdos is going to be very popular. Ragdos Grief, Ragdos Scam, whatever you want to call it. I think the Cascade decks are also going to be very, very popular. Both Living and Rhinos, I think, are very well positioned. I think we're going to see more 4-color Rhinos than we saw before, because I think some of the players are going to want to have an extra, you know, edge for the mirrors or for the Cascade mirrors. So that's something I'm also kind of, you know, looking forward to seeing how many of those players are going to show up with the Teferis and Leyline bindings. Other than that, decks like Tron and Yavmot kind of haven't really impressed me all that much. Everybody thought that after the bans, those would maybe be the 2 decks to start putting up the best results. I mean, they're good, but I don't know. For me, like if I'm playing, I'm still on Ragdos. I think Ragdos just has access to the best cards in the format. You get to play Thoughtseize. You get to play the scam pieces, Grief, and the scam cards. You have access to some really powerful sideboard cards like Blood Moon, obviously Chalice of the Void, and Explosives. You know, that's colorless, that goes into any deck, but it's even better in combination with the cards like Thoughtseize and with the Hand Disruption, because that means your opponent has a much harder chance to you know, destroyed with their binding or something. So I think I would be looking at Ragdos personally, but it still seems like it's a pretty diverse metagame right now, and you know, anything can happen. We can have a Merfolk deck in the top 8. We can have a Tribal Zoo deck. We can have
Mono Black Coffers.
Mono Black
Sophia.
Coffers. Yeah.
It's very good to see all these different archetypes. I play some Merfolk, and recently I discovered there's a old Discord just dedicated to Merfolk, which is very interesting. A lot of people that love playing with fishes, which is great. And I'm loving learning the deck. Zoo is also such a fun deck, and they are not maybe considered tier 1 decks, but they still can win very consistently. So it's always good to see that Modern showcases so many different strategies.
There is a Tidebinder in Alessandra's hand, which it's not really an you know, a card that would be too good against Mono Red Burn, but it's just a cheap card that Alessandro can play, maybe as a blocker. Maybe, you know, counter something like a Rift Bolt coming off of suspension. So yeah, it has its uses. It's not the best card against Mono Red Burn, but hey, it trades for a Goblin Guide and stops a Rift Bolt, so why not?
Yeah, and it is great against other matchups. I think it's one of the cards that we are going to see do a lot of things during the weekend.
So
Rift Bolt here from Malone's side.
turn 1 Rift Bolt is not ideal. If you're playing Mono Red Burn, you really want to start on creatures. You want the creatures to be doing all the damage, at least in the first couple of turns. You really want that Goblin Guide. You really want that Monastery Swift Spear. If you're keeping a hand without a 1-mana creature, I'm hoping you have a, you know, Eidolon of the Great Revel, or perhaps that Roiling Vortex on turn 2. But even then, I think I would be very inclined to maybe taking an aggressive mulligan, hoping to find one of my cheap creatures. Looks like Malone kept on the back of having a Smash the Smithereens, which is very good here, trying to destroy the Chalice for 1, but Alessandro plays a spell burst. What year is it? Is it 2005 again, or
It's a throwback.
that's a card from, I think, Time Spiral, if I remember correctly. So 2006 would
Yeah.
be the year.
Sometimes you gotta time travel a bit. And we have another Rift Bolt there from Ben.
And this is actually the first time that Alessandro revealed that he's playing blue. He only had colorless mana in the first two games. So
He did reveal a land in the last game, an island, but that was it. One ring. Do you think this card lived up to the hype when the One Ring released? Everyone was talking how
yeah,
it was so good. Do you still think it's such a powerful card?
I think
in
it's
this
very good. Yeah,
format?
I think it's very good. It's a top card. It's a top 5 card in Modern. It's kind of crazy that there is a Modern set that comes out and instantly 2 of the cards just go into the top 5 of the whole format. Both Bowmasters and the One Ring just kind of really changed the format. Like, both cards are extremely powerful.
Yeah, both cards are very strong. We have been seeing that with the Horizons and Modern focused sets. A lot of cards that are always changing the meta. And this summer, I think we're having a new one, Modern Horizons 3. So
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what that does to Modern as well.
Wow, Force of Negation. So
Ooh.
Alessandro using counter spells here. Yeah, no, I mean, you can't really blame Malone. He could have played that Smash to Smithereens on his own second turn when Alessandro was tapped out. But given that Alessandro was colorless in the first game, I also wouldn't have expected him to be on blue with counter spells in hand. So I would have also waited for the end of his turn to play my Smash. Unfortunately for Malone, he was able to counter that with the spell burst. So now he's also activating the One Ring a few times, going down to 11, feeling pretty safe behind the Chalice.
One thing that the Tidebinder can do is counter the ability of the ring.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Alessandro's going to need to find either a replacement ring or some other way to deal with it, because otherwise he's going to be taking a lot of damage from it, and he could very easily die to the damage from the ring. And he's going to repeal it back into his hand, reset the counters to 0 effectively, get another protection trigger to sort of grant himself a time walk.
And Malone did draw a lot of lands. That's not exactly what you want to do when you are Burn. You want to have like 3 lands and just a bunch of spells in hand and just keep playing them. But it looks like that was not the case here for Ben. Alessandro down to 9 and taking damage from their ring. Another one.
Yeah, Burn is a deck that does not mulligan particularly well because you're sort of this like 7 lightning bolts deck. You want to find 3 lands and 7 lightning bolts by turn 3. That's typically how it goes. But then again, if you start with a Goblin Guide or a Swift Spear, that's going to deal, 4 or 6 damage over the next couple turns. So it kind of works as 2 lightning bolts sometimes. So that's why I still like to mulligan aggressively, but it is not a deck that you want to mulligan to 5 with. Because then, well, you are still going to need all these lightning bolts to finish off the opponent, especially if they have a way to deal with the creatures. So not a deck that mulligans particularly well.
And we have Karn. Minus the Karn.
Yeah, I
And-
think Alessandro now wants a card that gains him life. He needs to find a Worm Coil, or at least something that can attack, start pressuring Malone, maybe walking Ballista. Maybe another Chalice. Play Chalice for 2. He goes for Mindslaver. Wow, what is this? This is really Magic from 2005 or something. That's crazy. So he's gonna Mindslaver him. Does he have enough mana? He does. So Mindslaver and activated. Target Malone, who sacks another Ramina Prince at the end of turn. Alessandro goes to 7. What does he have? That's a mountain. That's a lava spike that is gonna get countered, and a goblin guy that's also gonna get countered. So 2 cards that are gonna go to the graveyard without doing anything, and 2 lands. So now Alessandro knows he's safe. He doesn't have to worry about any more, you know, smash to smithereens or anything like that. He can grab his Wormcoil Engine next turn.
Yeah, and he doesn't need to activate a ring. So can just leave the ring there, not dealing damage.
Yeah, I think Alessandro is so far ahead that at this point you just want to... Wait, isn't that a 1-mana card? Wait, repeal gets played for 1, targeting the chalice. Did that really just happen? Am I missing something?
Yeah, return.
I mean,
Yeah.
chalice has a converted mana cost of 0.
So we did pay 2 mana. Doing that again with the turns.
All right, well, we'll find out what's happening. Either way, Malone is very far behind. Alessandro is very far ahead. All he needs to do is just get a worm coil from his Karn.
Yeah, and we have someone there checking what happened to see if that was or not a legal play.
All right, we're gonna figure out exactly what's happening.
Yeah, they are going back there. I think there's a judge now just to check what the correct play.
But either way, this shouldn't matter. Even if even if we have to go back, the repeal gets countered. I think repeal says return target non-land permanent that has mana value X. The chalice is on the battlefield. On the battlefield, it has the mana value of 0. If you blow up explosives for 0, it's gonna destroy all the chalices, no matter how many counters they have. So you have to play repeal for 1 mana because X is 0. There's a chalice. There's a chalice on the battlefield for 1. So that should, if I understand this, the interaction correctly, that should counter the repeal. I think that's probably what the judges are asking. What exactly happened. You can't overpay or overtap because the cost is mana value X, not X or less.
Yeah, and players are like, this is a decision for the judge. We're just going to snack a bit here until the decision is made.
Okay, yeah, I think we can switch for the second table in the meantime before they figure it out. So we have Jin Liu on. That is a Murktide deck, I believe. Playing, yeah, is it Murktide playing against Tobias Fjellender on 5-color creativity? Tobias, a former Magic judge, turned into an organizer now, playing 5-color creativity, which is a deck that it was very popular last year at some point. I remember when we covered Barcelona, for example, a year ago. It was probably the most played deck in the field, I think, and it kind of dropped off a little bit after that, but I think the deck is still very powerful. Perhaps there is just too much interaction now, with cards like Leyline Binding, trying to play creativity, targeting your dwarf token is not the easiest thing in the world, but it is still a very powerful deck.
And looks like we have an expressive iteration. Let's look at the top 3 cards. Oh, this mark type does run Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, I think most of the lists have been running Ledger Shredder. We had Andrea Piemonte in the top 8 of LMS Barcelona, and he is a person that puts a lot of work into this archetype, plays it a lot, makes a lot of content with it. I think he was the one running for Shredders. I think a lot of people just kind of adopted that list moving forward. So Tobias here with the Teferi. I really like the Teferi for this weekend against all the Cascade decks. So the Teferi stops your opponent's counter spells, stops them from resolving Cascade cards. So no Rift Bolt, no crashing footfalls, no living end. None of that funny business.
Yeah, you said that before in the previous round, how you thought that the Fairy is indeed like a great card here, a great choice for this tournament, and let's see if it does survive. Leisure Shredder on Jean's side. An Only Eat trigger from Shredder. So we're going to connive. So we connive. Draw this card. If it's a non-land, we can put a +1/+1 on the Shredder, but it's a land. And the Teferi is gone. 2 mana remaining for Jean. That on Tobias' side, I think I see Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And how exactly does this creativity deck wins?
Yeah, creativity. So it's sort of a one-card combo because thanks to all these fetch lands, you can fetch Dwarven Mine from your own deck and get yourself a free token. And when that happens, you can use Indomitable Creativity for Axis 1, target the token, and get the Archon of Cruelty from your deck, which is a card that in a format where most players play removal like Lightning Bolt. That is typically going to dominate the battlefield, and sometimes you can get multiple tokens. You can use you can use creativity for 2, maybe get yourself a double Archon, and the deck is trying to win that way. But it's also kind of a nice value mid-range deck with Planeswalkers, Renin 6, Teferi, Fable of the Mirror Breaker. You have good removal. You have Leyline Binding and Lightning Bolt, so you can protect yourself pretty well. And looks like Tobias has all the necessary pieces to set up, but he is currently lacking creativity. Sometimes the deck can just hardcast the Archons. That's also a thing. With Fable, Fable tokens, attacking, it's actually pretty easy to get some treasures, play some lands, and actually play the Archon yourself from your hand.
I see Fable of the Mirror Breaker ran in Tobias' hand. For 3 mana, we are going to Tobias considering here what to do. And I think I see creativity in end. Okay, just switching there the token. Yeah, I believe both players are 2-0 currently.
Yeah, the judges are still figuring out, the situation in the match on the second table, or the first table rather. Possibly backing up to the repeal. But either way, like, I think, maybe they have to back up, but Alessandro should be able to take the second game pretty easily.
And then get a third game. Land on Jean's side.
Yeah, Jin is definitely looking for some action. He needs a expressive iteration, maybe something like a preordain, try to chain a couple spells in a row to be able to draw some cards from the Ledger Shredders. Not sure if I love playing the sixth land here. Like, 5 lands is already good enough for a deck like Murktide. Maybe you want to play around cards like Spell Pierce, though. In that situation, playing extra lands makes sense. But I think I would be expecting to start using the Ledger Shredder triggers in the next couple turns and hopefully looting my lands away. But I think since Jin is flooding out so much, he still has some more lands in hand. So he just needs to draw some action. Meanwhile, Tobias is using a prismatic ending to deal with one of the shredders, which is going to allow him to start attacking with the goblin token. So he gets himself a treasure, and now he's up to 5 lands and a treasure. So he's almost in the Archon territory. And unfortunately for Jin, I think he draws another land.
Jean here not having access.
Oh wow, that's
Ooh.
an explosives. So in this situation, explosives is extremely powerful. Not only does it deal with the goblin token, it also deals with the dwarf token, and it also kills the treasure. But to my understanding, Kiki Jiki Reflection, if it is flipped, I believe the card has mana value 3. Despite it looking kind of like a token without a casting cost in the top right, I believe the mana value of that card on the battlefield is 3. So if Jin blows up that explosives, he can deal with most of the cards on Tobias' side of the battlefield, but not with the Kiki token. Not with the Kiki, not token, reflection.
Tobias right now has access to 2 treasures, a bunch of tokens. When is the right moment to play your creativity?
Well, ideally when you have Jace on the battlefield, when your opponent cannot use counter magic or something like an Unholy Heat in response, then there is also the time when you have a lot of creatures in play. So you can play creativity for, let's say, 3 and target 3 different creatures. And sure, if you have 2 lightning bolts, it's still going to resolve for at least 1, as long as one of the targets is still legal when the card resolves. That would give you still give you a at least 1 Archon. So you kind of want to wait for the moment where you are sure that it's going to either resolve because the opponent is tapped out or can't do anything with the fairy, or when you have enough targets to choose with creativity that even if they have a removal spell or 2, it is still going to resolve for at least 1.
And here Jean just says go. We are copying the token with the reflection. So looks like we have 3 tutus, shamans, and 1 reflection. I see creativity on Tobias' side as well as a Ren. We are sacrificing the tokens, getting Ren. Does it resolve? We see that Jean does have a counterspell.
Yeah, a counterspell is surely good here to deal with, like, the Planeswalker or a possible Archon. But you're also kind of just dying to the tokens in play, and you're going to have to blow up the explosives at some point. Yeah, Ren N6 also super powerful here. I do have Ren in my top 5 of the most powerful cards in the format. Ren plus Bowmasters plus cards like Fire Ice. That pretty much means that running cards like Noble Hierarch, Birds of Paradise, Llanowar Elves is just not really a viable strategy in Modern right now. Also, Ren is just a super powerful value card, getting you pretty much a free land drop every turn as long as you have a fetch land. And also, it has a good ultimate later in the game if you just pair that with a Lightning Bolt. Then
Yeah.
it also gives you a win condition. So
And it's 2 mana.
for a 2-mana Planeswalker, that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
So Jin uses the explosives, deals with the tokens, but there's another Fable for Tobias in the meantime.
Bubble.
All right, Bubble for Jin. He really needs to have a second spell here.
Attacking the Ren.
If you're going to play the Bubble, I think you should also... Well, I guess he can just be digging deeper into his deck to try a card from it. But Jin really needs to double spell to trigger that Shredder, start drawing some extra cards, discarding the excessive lands from his hand. We do have an update for you from the burn deck, from the burn deck versus Tron matchup. The judges backed up to the point where the repeal got played. I think our Tron player got a warning, but they're going to be continuing the game. But since we're so invested into this, and since we knew exactly the position where the Tron player was so far ahead, I think it would make more sense to stick to the ending of this game and then just go back to game 3. So we're gonna give you an update if anything changes, but we should be back for game 3 of the Burn Tron matchup.
And we have end tapping here.
I can pretty much tell you what's happening without really looking at the game. Alessandro activates his card and gets a Wormcoil Engine, passes the turn. Malone looks at his 2 lands, plays one of them, passes back. Wormcoil attacks, and Mono Blue Tron wins in the next 3 turns.
And it looks like the game 3 on the burn will also start soon.
All right, let's go to game 3. All right, Malone with a turn 1 Lava Spike. So again, not the best draw. You would still much rather have a creature because that is going to deal more damage over the course of the game typically. Let's see if he has a creature for turn 2, something like an Eidolon. Maybe Swift Spear plus another spell. Wow, looks like he just passes the turn, no land for him.
And we see land from Alessandro.
Yeah,
An
now
island?
you have to be feeling very good about this if you're Alessandro. Being on the draw, I'm feeling like, yeah, maybe 20% to win this game. If my opponent misses the line drop, then that number goes up very quickly. Also, the second turn Chalice earns a Lightning Bolt in response. Puts Alessandro to 14, but yeah, now the advantage bar
Yeah.
is swinging very far to the left for me.
No land again for Ben. We do see, okay, we did see a land. Access to 2 lands now. Let's see if Malone is smash. Okay, we do see it. Oh,
Wow, Alessandro ready again with the counterspell. I think is that a Condescend? Can't see the card through the glare. It sounds like a Condescend to me. Either way, it is a counterspell of some sort, meaning that the smash is not going to resolve. Yeah, that's a Condescend. He's crying too now.
yeah.
So a very timely spell for Alessandro, keeping that Chalice on the battlefield and follows that up with the One Ring.
Well, I had games that I was playing against Tron that I was very much not able to do anything, breach on the table, everything on the other side, and my opponent died for one ring, so that's
Yeah,
always an option.
that can happen. It looks like Malone has a second smash here, so this is gonna free up all the 1-drops from his hand. Also deals 3 to Alessandro in the process. So Alessandro is down to 11. That's something. Follows that up with light up the stage. Okay. 2 lands at the top. Already made his land drop, so he's only going to be able to use one of those cards next turn. But as we know, Burn doesn't really need that many lands. So up to 4 lands next turn with 3 card in hand. And Alessandro uses the ring at the end of turn. Takes 1 in his upkeep, and now he's down to 10.
Yeah, no damage should be dealt because of the protection from the One Ring. From the smash to smitherness.
I don't think it targets a player, right? It says destroy target artifact. Smash deals 3 damage to that artifact's controller. It's not targeting. It's not like a lightning bolt where you target a player. The target, there's one target on the card, and that's the artifact.
But the protection...
The artifact is a very valid target. I guess it depends on how exactly the protection works. If it says you have protection from everything, I don't know if it means you can't take damage. I guess that's a good question for the judge.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, either way, I guess it is a trigger that can be missed. So you have to, acknowledge that you have the protection. We'll figure out exactly what happened, but for now, Alessandro is down to 7 after a lava spike. Takes 2 more from the One Ring. Draws again. That's a 3rd counter. So we might just see Alessandro die to his own One Ring. Ugin, I think, only deals with colored permanents on the battlefield, so that's not a good answer to your own ring. Alessandro really needs to reset his ring, so maybe have another one here. Maybe have Karn to pull another one out of his sideboard. It's a Warping Whale. Okay, so he has a replacement ring there.
Yeah. So I went to confirm, and I think because of the trigger, he can miss the trigger.
Yeah, it's a thing that you have to acknowledge. So
We do have force there.
okay, so 4-star getting the Skullcrack. Alessandro still on 5 with a new ring. It looks like he might have some mana floating.
And we have the chalice there.
All right, Skullcrack gets exiled because of Force of Negation. Not super relevant, but it should still be exiled. There could be cards like Grim Lavamancer, for example. So definitely correct to fix that. So there is a Ramunap Ruins on the battlefield. That also doesn't target. It also can't really be countered by spells. It can be countered by Tishana's
Tidebinder.
Tidebinder, though. And also this Ugin is now at 11 counters. Which, if I remember that correctly, doesn't it gain you like 7 life? -10 is
Draw 7
draw 7,
cards.
gain 7, and put 7 permanents on the battlefield. That's a way for Alessandro to get back in the game.
Elixir there is going to be able to gain 5 life.
Yeah, Ugin isn't too relevant until it's relevant. Like the first couple turns, it doesn't do all that much. Now with 11 counters, that's gonna be a game-changing activation.
And how can Ben Malone get out of this situation?
Yeah, I mean, not all that much. With Chalice and 2, he can activate the Ruins at the end of turn, put Alessandro to 10. He has 2 cards in hand, untap, maybe play, triple Lightning Bolt, hope the opponent doesn't have a counter spell. I mean, what else is the burn deck going to do, right? They only have Lightning Bolt, so he's got to have some burn in his hand. I think that's a Goblin Guide, Lightning Bolt, and a Smash. So currently, Smash is locked out of the game thanks to the Chalice for 2. Yeah, you can. Do you want to read that? Do you want to read that again? Yeah, it does say +7.
And let's see here if Alexandro can close the game. The Goblin dealing damage, revealing a land.
Yeah, so Malone attacks. I think he was pointing at the Ugin there. So the trigger results first. Alessandro gets a free land. Then he uses Otawara to bounce the Goblin back to Malone's hand. Keeps that Ugin on 11. And now Malone is going to have to fire off a Lightning Bolt. Most likely to stop the ultimate from happening next turn.
And this Ugin was actually the promo from the last regional championship, right?
Yeah.
Ugin was the promo for Lille regional championship.
All right, looks like Alessandro lets that happen. So Ugin goes to 8. But as long as my opponent's using their burn to target my planeswalker that goes up for free every turn, I'm pretty happy with that. Because eventually I'll be able to just gain a bunch of life with it anyway and pretty much just win the game. So Alessandro is in an incredibly good spot at the moment. Even if he draws, even if Malone draws, his Vortex or anything like that, there is a Chalice for 2, so that wouldn't do anything. There's also a Wormcoil Engine for good measure.
Another creature with lifelink, another way to gain life. Steel, as you said, with the Force in hand. Yeah.
Yep.
This
Malone
is
draws
game.
and scoops it up. Alessandro moves to 2 and 1. I thought that was a pretty cool deck. I thought Mono Blue Tron, that's not the version you typically see. I think we're mostly used to seeing Mono Green Tron with the cards like Sylvan Scrying and Ancient Stirrings. But blue gives you access to counters, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and Chalice there as well, MVP. We see here back to our is it Murktide versus 5-color creativity.
I think both players are packing up though. I think Tobias picks up the second game just as we switch over to the match. So congratulations to Tobias for going, I think 3-0 now with his creativity deck. Yeah, it was a bit of a messy round.
Yeah, a lot of things happening.
A lot of things happen. I thought the Mono Blue Tron deck was cool. I really enjoy and encourage and appreciate, creativity, bringing your own deck, your own builds, something, and off-meta decks. I think that's really cool. But yeah, I mean, if when we're thinking tomorrow, the main event, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of Rakdos, a lot of Murktide, a lot of Cascade decks. So we want to show you something else for the time being. But yeah, we'll see how the day goes, which decks we're going to be seeing at the top tables. But for now, I think we want to just show you a lot of different decks. So
let us know what do you want to see, because that's also going to inspire us. If we see any fun decks that are doing well, we'll showcase it. As Martin said, it's less likely that we will see her throughout the regional championship, where people usually go for the tier 1
For the
decks.
the save decks. Like, yeah, okay, my friends are telling me just play Ragdos, it's the best deck. Yeah, that I mean, I'm like that as well. If I'm playing a a local tournament or something, mostly for fun, where my pro points are not on the line or anything like that, then I'm also much more likely to play a fun deck. If I'm playing, the main event, the regional championships, or a pro tour, I'm just gonna go for the deck that I think has the best win rate in the format. So, yeah, it's gonna be interesting seeing what else we see today. Like you mentioned, the mono black coffers deck is cool. Merfolk, Zoo, Yavmod. There's a lot of different archetypes. I think we're also working on a metagame breakdown. Actually, yeah, that sounds. Yeah, we can actually. We just got the word that the metagame breakdown's ready. So if you guys want to see that, let's put that on the screen. I'm actually curious what the breakdown looks like.
Me too. And I know that a lot of people were curious as well, because I see a lot of comments asking if we were able to give the meta breakdown. So we have been working on that behind the scenes, and we are ready to show you the meta breakdown here. Rhinos,
Wow. So
number 1.
Rhinos again, the most played deck in the field. Roughly every 8th player registered Rhinos. There is also, this is Team of Rhinos. There's also 4-color Rhinos somewhere there, because we saw at least, yeah, there's 4-color Rhinos. 3 more players with Rhinos, so roughly 14% Rhinos. So every 7th player, Ragdos Grief or Ragdos Scam, whatever you want to call it, 10%. Yeah, number 2 most played deck. So yeah, looks like Ragdos Scam is not dead after all. With Fury being banned, the deck is still very functional and very good. Golgari Yavmod, number 3, Murktide 4. Where is Living End, though? Living End is all the way down in like 9th or 10th place. Only 10 players, 2.5%. That's surprising to me. Given how well the deck did in Barcelona, that is very surprising to me. I also saw a lot of people posting, on Twitter that they were doing very well with it online. So yeah, that's a surprise for me that Living End is so low. Other than that, Amulet top 5, that's interesting. But we're seeing a lot of like 5%, 4%, 3%. So a very diverse field. 13% most played deck. I think that's a sign of a very healthy format.
And that's what we have been seeing in the past months for Modern. All this Modern season, we have seen a lot of different decks. It's one of the strengths of the format. Any deck can be viable. We saw Mono Black Coffers win in Sofia just 3 months ago. So we definitely can see any of these decks rise to the top.
Yeah, and we have Gruul mid-range, 2 copies of Gruul mid-range. I'm kind of curious to see what that is. We're gonna figure out, between the rounds, the actual metagame. We're gonna correct the deck list. We have Frank Karsten working with us here. He's in attendance. He's not really playing. He's just kind of doing work, gathering information for his metagame mentor column on the WotC website. So he's gonna be helping us, put the metagame together, the metagame numbers, the metagame shares, correct all the mislabeled archetypes in Melee. And yeah, we're gonna have some more numbers and things we can share in the upcoming rounds.
Yeah, and this was round 3 out of 9 rounds here at the Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Filippo, this is Martin Yuza, and the other casting duo that's going to cast the next round is Caffeine Lily and also Skura, also known as Islands in Front. I hope you're all having an amazing day. And I hope you are enjoying the stream. Let us know what are your plans, and if you are planning to play any tournament this weekend, and if you were here, what deck would you bring? I think that's going to be it for round 3, and you'll see us back for round 5.
Wow, what a round.
2, 1.
Hi everybody, welcome back. We are here in Ghent, me and Skura. We are super ready for this this fourth round of today.
Yes, we are.
And I think that we will switch like immediately to the table because
Let's.
players had already started to play.
Let's do.
And what are we going to see?
We are going to see Tron, mono green Tron, a very popular deck, a very popular one ring deck, versus my personal favorite, Jeskai Station Breach combo.
Ooh.
And I will be very happy to explain to you exactly how the combo works step by step. It's pretty convoluted, but I love that. So yeah, let's go to the table.
And let's see. So this would be your choice for this kind of tournament.
It will
Or
be one
not.
of the two choices,
One of the
Druid
two.
Murktide or this. And I love this deck very dearly, played it for like a year and a half straight. Unfortunately, this is not a good matchup for the deck. It's pretty problematic, mainly because of Khan the Great Creator, but also a lot of incidental hate, like Relic of Progenitors, Pithing Needle, Tormod's Crypt, and a million other things that Tron can do. It is winnable, though. And so Tobias is a very, very well-known combo player, also combo innovator. He had excellent Eternal Weekend period where he like insane results playing Doomsday Piles. So again, combo deck. And in Modern, he's been rocking Jeskai Breach for quite some time, even submitted it for PT Barcelona, played it before that as well.
So he's very confident with this kind of deck.
He does seem to be, yeah. I will happily catch him after the match and ask him about some choices and why he decided to bring it yet again, because a lot of people have dubbed this deck dead because of the metagame. No, it's not very good against Titan, kind of struggles against Scam, but
So
yeah.
He's not in a good position right now as a tier. Probably. And what do you think could be his strategy for this matchup?
Yeah, this matchup, you want to combo as fast as possible, as the actual fair plan won't really work. And whenever Karn comes down, you need to unholy hit it or whatever, lightning bolt it dead. The issue is that the Karn will probably immediately grab some hate piece. If that hate piece is, let's say, Pithing Needle or Tormod's Crypt, Relic of Progenitors, then it is an uphill battle. But I see Teferi, so we might see some action like, deploy Teferi, Karn resolves, picks up a hate piece, plays the hate piece, Teferi bounces the hate piece, and then we try to go off. But right now, we see Springleaf Drum pass, Carlos doing nothing, except for having, I assume, turn 3. Or does he? Oh, I don't think he does. What? Oh, he doesn't. Okay, so he kept a non-Tron, non-Egg, non-Search hand and just passes back. And I don't think he even has the 4th land in hand. So that's huge for Mark.
Yeah, that is a strange hand to keep.
That's huge for Mark. Now he can deploy Teferi, plus it, potentially. Pass back. Okay.
Let's see. What is the side?
Yeah, another thing about the deck is that it's typically the one-ring deck, I mean Jeskai Breach, and the opposing Khan shuts it off. So that's not something you want to see. So yeah, I'm curious how this ends up going. I see Breach in hand already. I can see Oracle in hand, double Teferi and Holy Hit, yeah.
Down to 15.
Yeah, find an island. Yeah, so
Nice shuffle.
yeah, I will explain the combo the moment it's relevant, but it's not yet relevant. I hope it will be, but
Teferi.
yeah, Teferi minus on a nothing just to get a redraw pass back.
Draw an expressive iteration. And 4th land. Find it. Yes.
Okay, so that's a very good draw for Carlos. Now he goes Khan, like I mentioned. If we minus, unfortunately, Unholy Heat does not kill it off. And let's see if we see some 0 mana hate, like Tormod's Crypt. But yeah, Khan is the issue, not like Wormcoil Engine. We wouldn't care about Wormcoil Engine. We wouldn't care about Khan Liberated even. But we do very much care about this one.
And let's see what happens. Okay.
Yeah, Tormod's Crypt. So this is why I would have preferred on the previous turn to maybe not minus Teferi.
Mm-hmm.
But Mark, oh, and he even draws the station which he cannot yet use because of Khan. So he would have had the combo, but he doesn't
Wow.
because of both Khan and
+1 on that ferry. Let's see.
Yeah, thinking through his options, he might play.
Expressive iteration.
Yeah.
Now he can try to make a little bit of cut advantage. And
Okay, there is an Emery. There is an Emery. We're cooking, but because of Khan, you can't, because you could go, for example,
land one in hand.
Emery, have mana, maybe mill into Unholy Heat Delirium.
Mhm.
But you can't because of Khan shutting off the Springleaf Drum.
Yep.
So this was one of the things I really disliked about Breach. Like, it didn't really have a good matchup against some random decks like, Mill, Tron, these types of strategies. It is winnable, but you need that turn one, Ragavan going. And who knows?
Mm.
If it was open decklist, maybe Mark would have mulliganed this head, and I bet he would have. But in the dark, unknown opponent.
Yeah, you cannot know what he's bringing to the table, so you have to decide
Yeah.
blind.
Yeah, and you keep you kept Unholy Heat, Preordained, Teferi. That's
Yeah.
very reasonable.
It was a good hand.
Yeah, trigger. Mill 4, which includes Mox Amber, the One Ring Spell Pierce. Oh, that Spell Pierce would also have been excellent.
Mm-mm.
Spell Piercing a hard cast, Khan on turn 4, that would be backbreaking.
And let's see if he decided to do anything else or just pass down. Meanwhile, I've checked before with the judges about the score that you need for hit top 16.
Yep.
And you need to do at least 7-2 for going
At least 7 and 2. That's really difficult.
Yeah.
It's really difficult. So good luck to everyone battling it out. 5 mana again, no Tron. Oh, Mind Stone and Stone. That is so. Here we just see mono green Tron as like a proper mid-range deck. 4, that's nothing. 4 mana
Then-
Khan, 5 mana Mind Stone, 6 mana something. Just okay, maybe not mid-range deck, but like a god honest,
Yeah, it's
play the big spells. And it's problematic. It's really problematic.
but it's just game 1, so you can try to battle as best as you can, and then, of course, checking the text. And let's see.
Yeah, Teferi Time Ravel is really, really good, but more in those like Murktide, Rhino, Living in matchups where it can shut the opposing down completely and prevent them from interacting with you. Here, because the interaction is permanent based and spread across multiple permanents, is really difficult because if it was, let's say, just Relic of Progenitors, again, Teferi comes down, minus on Relic, we're good. But we have to somehow get rid of the Khan, get rid of the Crypt, but don't discount the deck just yet. It can win from very weird positions.
Especially with a good pilot.
Especially with a good pilot, and there's arguably no better pilot than Mark Tobias. And I do mean that. Like there might just not be a better Breach player than Mark.
An only hit on the Karna. Let's see. Another land, of course. And he has another Teferi on hand. I'm very curious about this game, because it's pretty strange for me. Meanwhile, we'll remember to you that top 16 have access to the tournament tomorrow. And tomorrow and Sunday they will play the classic qualifier and the regional championship.
Okay. So now we see some mana tapping. Now we have assembled Tron. So, yeah,
Another Khan.
card comes down.
Weed. Okay. Thinking about what?
Yeah, what to take?
Mm-mm.
It's already pretty tough for Mark. Again, that minus Teferi can get rid of one hate piece, but
Mhm.
if Carlos now adds another hate piece and still has card in play, I mean that's
Yes, but you don't want to make any mistakes in this kind of tournament,
Yeah.
so you have to choose wisely.
okay. Ballista to shoot down Teferi so it can minus,
Mhm.
potentially kill a Dash Dragavan. Another line I see is like Unholy hit the Khan, opponent pops off Crypt in response, and then you respond to that with Unholy Heat. With another Unholy Heat or something.
Ping down on the Teferi. Meanwhile, And-
Mishra's Bubble, that's not a good draw. Yeah, Karn the Great Creator, the Gathering basically right now.
what do you think should be the top draw for Mark?
The top draw, it probably is Unholy Hit actually. I think.
If it's something that, if there is something that he can like search and say, oh, I would really like that card on the top of my deck.
Oh, now we see Breach, which basically is destroy target Tormod Crypt. And Carlos, Mark might just be playing to his out of opponent, maybe
Mm-hmm.
allowing it to resolve when they shouldn't, and they don't. So, yeah.
Okay.
So that gets exiled. Breach resolves. Now we fetch.
Down to 12.
Yeah, so normally in this position, again, if there was no Khan, you could actually probably just win.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the deck can win through multiple different pieces of interaction.
The problem is that you have to deal with Khan and everything on the other side.
Yeah, and so another Teferi is nice, but it cannot bounce Khan.
-3 bounce.
Okay,
Breach.
that's okay, that's class player. I love that. So basically, we play Underworld Breach, which threatens to maybe win, maybe just create a very powerful combination of cards. And because the graveyard was shut down completely, we played a Teferi, bounce Breach back because it's a permanent, not a sorcery, and we can reuse it later. So that was pretty good. Now, again, we have to get rid of Khan somehow.
Let's see.
Another Tron piece.
Getting all together. Tapping kind of everything.
Oh,
Now it's pretty difficult, I
Yeah.
guess.
yeah, now Ulamog comes down. Now, normally, if somebody wants to destroy or otherwise remove Grinding Station, you just sacrifice it and mill yourself.
Mhm.
But here you can't activate it because there is Khan in play. Now, again, Ulamog itself is not an issue, is the Khan.
Attacking on the Teferi onto the graveyard.
Yeah, I think Carlos is thinking about a potential play of having animated Mindstone, Weakstone, and just attacking in.
Pass the turn. The situation could be very difficult now for Mark, but
Yeah.
never say never.
There is prismatic ending, but it can affect the Khan. Yeah, it's just Khan the holy heat of Khan the Gathering.
And we go to game 2. What do you think about this specific matchup after sideboard?
Yeah, so I think Breach gets much better than Tron, because Tron still has access to these cards because of Khan. which is one of the cited reasons it was banned in Pioneer. So game 1, it had access like here, for example, to TurboScript. So it won't really get better unless the Tron player cites some of these things in. Now, Mark, I can see already trimming on the combo, trimming on the ring. That's a classic procedure in this matchup. And hopefully sides in more cards like Spell Pierce, maybe Alpine Moon if he has them, Wear Tear. These would be the cards you want to see, but there's a Force of Negation as well. But what I saw was Saheeli Sublime Artificer. And yes, Mark, I mean, clearly placed them in the main deck, and I say them because I saw multiple copies of Saheeli Artificer. That's very interesting.
Also, now he's on the play and he knows what he's playing against, so he can decide to keep a better hand, probably
Yeah.
specific for this situation and this matchup.
Yep, that's fair. Yeah, so now they're siding in again. It's a pretty difficult matchup. I've seen people assume an approach where they lead on Ragavan turn 1 and then hope it rides them to victory. And while, of course, turn 1 Ragavan is always great, it might be an argument to mulligan pretty low, for example, down to 6, down to 5, purely in the search for Ragavan, because it's so game-changing. Now, the treasures of... I think I saw Unholy Heat sided out, which is very interesting, knowing that Khan is your biggest enemy. So I'm curious how Mark boarded. And that's a thing we talked about previously. You come to a modern tournament, you are ready for Rhinos, Amulets, Scam, Yawgmoth, and then you walk into, you know, Mill, Tron, Merfolk, and you are like, well,
You can't be prepared for every archetype you could
can't.
encounter.
Yeah, exactly. You can't.
You have to make choice.
Yeah. And to be fair, that was a game that Mark, maybe out of all possible games, that was a game that Mark may have won pretty well, pretty easily, because Carlos just played Khan on turn 4, and that was the first play, and then just, you know, had a very slow hand there. But Mark had a more Teferi disruptive type of hand, which would be better against different decks, not Tron.
Well, let's see. They are, right now, the score, I think they are 3-0, if I'm correct.
They are 2-1.
2-1. Okay, sorry.
So even if they lose, they are still playing for the
yeah.
16.
They are still in the game.
Okay, so let's see what we get out of this. Again, a Ragavan opener would be perfect. And I see
Thinking about it.
a triple land, Breach, Prismatic Ending, Iteration. Oh, I would be really tempted to mulligan this one. It's 4 lands. Oh, we keep this. Oh la
both of
la.
them.
Oh la la. So I assume the idea is to Prismatic Ending whatever is played on turn 1, like this. Play a tap land. Then on turn 3, Iteration. But that's pretty slow. Doesn't have all the pieces, doesn't have Ragavan, doesn't have Emery, so no way to snowball out of control.
That's strange, but again, he's a good pilot for this deck, so probably he has his reasons.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, sometimes I wish we had the technology to listen to their thoughts.
to their brains.
No.
Not yet.
Okay.
Bubble.
Yeah, bubble myself. Bubble trick is being done now. Fetchland deployed. I assume we're going to be fetching that card away, whatever that card was. And yes, we are. Basic Island is defined, rather than, for example, maybe Steam Vents tapped.
And let's see.
Okay, so pass, draw, that's an Emery, I think. So we might see just turn 3 Emery for 3 mana, which is pretty slow, but well, I think... let's see what kind of hand Marlos kept, because, yeah, it's yet another no Tron hand, and he doesn't have, again, any way to find Tron.
Yeah, but maybe he's a little bit more confident, because he knows his deck is in a good spot against his opponent, so... But, yet again.
Yeah, and we see now Emery come down. Emery gets Warping Wailed. That's a semi-common card to be played. But what you've milled, and that's relevant because there is a Breach in hand and Station in the graveyard. Sylvan's Crying, I think, was the pickup.
And that could be difficult. Maybe, do you think that Mark is started too slow for this matchup, or?
Yeah, I think that is pretty slow, very interactive, and I'm not sure whether you want to be interactive. Another station, Sahili.
Let's see.
Yeah, let's see how he works from this position. But the real question is what Carlos plays when he untaps, whether it's Khan the Great Creator or something actually meaningful. But now we'll just play Station, Pass, and that threatens a kill on the following turn.
Gosh.
Which I will happily explain.
Let's see if we can see the combo on working or not. Meanwhile, one land. And let's see what he decides to keep from this situation. Yes, if there is no card. But sometimes in this kind of situation, you also have to make choice and just try to have your better option, and it's a probability game. Portland. Ooh.
So
removal.
I think you just let it happen. Yeah, you just let it happen. You get a land because that's a wash. So this is the thing. This is the strength of the deck. Grinding Station is kind of like a bait. You don't really care if it dies or not, because now it died, but you're going to replay it. But now you're not threatening a kill because you do not have a legend. You do not have a legend, and you can't come off without one. There is no 0 either, so we are a bit short. We don't have the requisite mana, unless Mark can string something together. No, this is not a win. If that Emery was in the graveyard, we could have a conversation, but it's not. But it is indeed one of the biggest strengths of the deck, that you can win from a lot of positions just by playing Underworld Breach. It's a huge strength of the deck, which I did enjoy.
Let's see what he's deciding to do.
Yeah, Preordain.
And another expressive iteration.
I can see a line proposed: breach PlayStation's bobble and use that Mogs Emery Ragavan. Yes, that is true. I'm not sure if the mana works out though. You go. I think you might be locked. You play 2/2. You loop this. Maybe you're okay. I have to count it properly.
Let's see, down to 13 right now. But it's not a big deal in this situation.
Yeah, very slow game, very patient. 3 mana now. Sahili comes down. Sublime Artificer, a card that you may not have seen for quite some time. Probably you've seen it in the Phoenix sideboard, but sometimes not even that happens. Sahili Sublime Artificer is basically like a young pyromancer type of effect. Here you've got this on the screen. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, any non-creature spell, artifact, enchantment counts, create a 1/1 colorless servo. So you basically flood the battlefield, allows you to stay alive, go wide, but also target artifact you control becomes a copy of another target artifact or creature. So maybe you can turn Grinding Station into a Karn construct or Urza Sega construct. Or maybe you can turn Moxamba into Grinding Station that's on the battlefield. You've got a bit of options there. And yeah, rereading Sahili.
just to see what he decides to do. Take the card on hand. And now he has 3 mana. Still to have the land 4 mana. Yep, he can play it.
Yeah, and the window is... Oh, no, 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 don't play the ring. Don't play the ring. Yeah.
He decided to play the card.
One of the biggest strengths of Breach was playing against all the one ring decks because the combo wins through the protection. Also, you really want the opponents to just tap out.
Mm,
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
I think probably in this kind of situation, Carlos knows that, so it could be a better choice or a worse choice. It depends if he has like played a lot against Breach or not, and now we see a Breach.
Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Again, because Mark has prismatic ending, so he could have just gone prismatic ending the crypt, but he goes no, Breach.
Everything exiled because of the sacrifice,
Really?
and Breach to the graveyard.
Huh. That's curious. That's curious if you ask me. Because now you've... Oh, there is another Breach in hand. Okay. Okay.
And another Sahili.
That does explain it pretty well. He does have another one. So let's see what Khan does. But again, this is the story of the matchup, and it really is. Khan, the Great Creator, is so problematic. Can Prismatic Ending hit Khan? Or does it stop at 3 colors? That's a very good question from Jaco. So this deck typically, yes, plays just 3 colors, Island, Mountain as the basic lands, and some combination of Jeskai Shocklands. But if you have Ragavan, you can have proper treasures, and that would create the 4th color. The catch? You can't make mana from treasures if there is Khan. So you essentially cannot. That's a very convoluted way of saying no. The One Ring on the stack.
And thinking about tapping the ring, first stack on it and draw a card. And down to 1. He's still thinking about it. I think it could be... No, he decided to take a +1 on the card.
This is something. Grinding Station is the pickup, which again would be lethal, but we've got Khan. Okay, make another token, attack Khan for 1. One could think that Tobias just doesn't play any sagas. We have not seen any, I think.
Not till now.
So yeah, Khan is pretty problematic. You could, if you're really desperate, you could play another Sahili, trigger the first Sahili, kill one of them, and get another trigger. You can also turn Station into a token to have a bigger attack.
Yeah. And now let's see. 23 minutes on the clock left. Down to 1 with card.
Oh, yeah, this is so good.
Vial in hand.
Yeah, very tough matchup for Breach, which could be played around maybe with more aggressive keeps, with more creatures in the deck overall. If you had like a version with 4 spell pierces maybe, and like maybe 1-2 Alpine Moons, you could have a better, better fight. But otherwise, yeah, pretty difficult.
Land drop, and let's see now. How can Carlos end this game? Like, what is his plan right now?
Yeah, so the moment he feels the control, he can sweep the board with Oblivion Stone. He can start animating maybe the One Ring and attacking. Now because he hit Tron, he can pop Oblivion Stone, which would kill his Khan as well.
Yeah, Yes, but getting rid of everything, the
And
whiteboard.
depending what he plays, oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, he just gave him an opening because he's got 6 mana right now. He's got Breach in hand. This actually gave Mark an opening to just win.
Can this
And-
be a spot?
Oh, and there is Mishra's Bubble in hand. So you could play from this position. You could play Underworld Breach, use the 3 cards in the graveyard, play Grinding Station, Bubble. Then you can keep looping the Bubble. That costs you 6 mana. You've got 2 mana left. At some point, you find an Emery.
And then you
Pla-
can, yeah.
Play the Emery, unfortunately exiling the Bubble. And then you have to hit another 0 of the Emery. But yeah, mathematically, Mark can win. What?
Let's see, breach and
Oh my goodness. Not exciting, isn't it?
well,
Yep, that's
Yep.
exactly the line.
first bubble.
In response to the self-untap. Mill 3, Emery is already there. Now he keeps milling, and he'll keep milling the entire deck until he heals Thassa's Oracle,
Oh yeah, he has to.
trying to just hardcast the Oracle. Oh,
So now
my
we are seeing the
goodness.
combo.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So to walk you step by step, what's happening here is that you've got Underworld Breach, which allows you to escape or play any card from your graveyard if you pay its cost and exile 3 cards. If a card costs 0, like Mishra's Bubble or Mox Amber, you don't have any cost to pay because it costs 0 and you exile 3 cards. Grinding Station conveniently sacrifices an artifact and mills you for 3. So basically, you can keep playing the zeros from the graveyard, pay 3 with the cards, and then again mill 3, and keep doing that. And then at some point, you'll play Thassa's Oracle in a milled deck and win. Okay, so that was an early Oracle, yeah. We can. So what we can do now is we can. But now we don't have the station. Yeah, that early. Oh, we just. We are 1 card short. Maybe if we had maybe like fetched earlier or something.
Exile the 3.
That's difficult. That's difficult. Maybe if we had Emreed with the first iteration of the loop, had Emreed, because then we would mill 4, having paid 3. Talking about cards in the graveyard. But then you're risking not hitting a 0. But that's a risk you would need to take potentially.
The breach down. Oh, nice. Well, not nice.
So close, but yeah, Carlos gave Mark an opening, and the opening
We have to see
hasn't
if.
been taken advantage of.
Well, let's see for the next round if this will change something or not. Or if Carlos can close it again a little bit more.
Yeah, right now, I don't like Mark's position because he doesn't have Underworld Breach either. Now, yeah, Ulamog, trigger. Now, it's not dead yet because
Yeah.
Mark does this and he can draw into Breach and still potentially win from this position. Now, the question is what Carlos does. 'Cause
Yeah,
if
now he's.
if Carlos still doesn't have any interaction, like Boseiju, like Might, then again, Mark is given another opening.
And let's see. How many cards left for Mark? He's checking.
Well, there is also a world in which Mark has a way to block Ulamog, exiles enough cards. Okay, that should lock it up. Oh, no, because there's an ending. But there is no breach.
And it's a GG,
Yeah.
no.
That
Well.
is G. No, that was tough. That was tough. There were some openings, there were some opportunities to be had and to be taken advantage of. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. And we see Tron taking it down with a very, very hateful suite of interaction. Mark Tobias moving into 2-2 can still battle it out to 7-2 and top 16 this tournament.
Do we have a backup? I'm checking because we really don't know when we have 16 minutes left. And yes, we have a backup. So we are now seeing Azores control against Gruul mid-range.
Yes, yes we do. Yes we do. Alex Stog versus Tommy Johansson. Gruul mid-range, double endurance. We see delighted Huffling Khan on the battlefield. So we keep seeing Khan versus the One Ring on the battlefield, which does nothing except keep pinging Alex, who's at 8. Clearly. Now we deploy Utopia Sprawl, it seems.
Yes.
Beautiful red token
Yeah,
or counter, maybe, indicator label.
very clear for us.
Yeah.
The halfling and
Oh, that's a doozy. That's a doozy. Storm Breath. Yes. Yes, it is.
let's see.
Oh no. Counter. Counter spell your Storm Breath Dragon. It's not an interaction you see every day unless you play Cube. Solitude, alternative cost on endurance. Oh la la. Oh la la.
Let's see.
Counter through Huffling. That's a question. Now, Storm Breath Dragon isn't legendary. So, yeah, counter through Huffling, absolutely. Is a legal play. Now, what do we do with Khan here?
Think about +1. Okay, untap draw. And he's down at 4 right now. It's a very, very bad spot for him. Could he try to find a way to survive long enough to find a solution?
Isn't Dragon protected from white? It is. But that wasn't relevant in this case because it was countered with a counter spell. And yeah, full stop. Now set comes down, minus, look at top 4, we impulsing for a non-creature spell. You know, in the top 4, we see another now set. Finding, I think, Preordain or some kind of cantrip. The cards are shiny.
Full foil, everything is altered art.
Yeah.
That's nice. Both top. Draw 1. Yeah, it's very difficult for camera to understand the planes, the oil slick planes, because everything looks black on camera.
Yeah, it does, yeah. Okay, so Alex is at 4. This is lethal as is because 3 comes at Alex down to 1 and then the One Ring pings him for 1
Yeah.
again.
Let's see, buddy. He has an option, of course.
And another alternative hard cast. That's a really big problem because oh, he must have found it with Preordain, I guess, because what you really want is to hardcast it, exile, attack back, gain 3 life. And in this spot, you're running out of cards and you're losing life. You've got 3
Yes.
turns because of the ring.
The clock is pretty low for him. There is a ring also for Tommy.
Yeah.
And let's see. Right now, no, this is not Pioneer. But it's pretty funny. Yeah, I agree. So now we have the judge checking everything. But the clock doesn't stop, so it's common thing because usually they stop the clock when they have to do an investigation or when they have to give them extra time.
Yeah.
So we can just wait for them and let's see what happens. And let's see.
Okay. Days undoing. That's one way to do it. Now, when you're at 2 against Gruul
Yeah.
mid-range, I don't know the content of the deck. Actually, I do, but I can't say. So, they could be redrawing Lightning Bolt, Stomp with Bone Crusher Giant, Burst Lightning for all I know. So we'll see how that goes. Batman sleeves shuffled up, presented. Questing beast, yeah. Oh, there is. Oh, yeah, Narset is
Yeah.
still on the battlefield. All right, you're right. But they will draw one. So they will draw one now, and one from the draw step. Won't Khan animate the ring? It will. He will. So Alex wants to draw like quad solitude 3 white cards or something. Which might not even be enough, actually. Because you go down to 1 with the ring, and then you don't have a turn to attack, to gain life. Storm Breath Dragon. Okay, that has to be counted. Again, not a sentence I thought I'd say. Subtlety, it I assume go on the top. And now animate the ring, probably. Yep. Boop. I can see double Solitude, but now you have to play Solitude pitching Solitude. It doesn't get you anywhere.
Huh. Meanwhile, for those who's asking, both players are 1-1-1. 1 win, 1 loss, 1 draw. And again, for being on top 16 today, so qualify for tomorrow, you have to be on top 16. So you need to do at least 7-2. But it ended. And we are back here. So what do you think about this round?
Yeah, that was the Tron game against Grinding Station was just wild. Was wild, was very exciting. There were multiple moments in which the game could have been turned back around and won, but it wasn't, which we didn't know until that happened. A very exciting turn with Breach, where we could see kind of weighing probabilities, trying to mill, but not hit something else, and then if you do, exert something different to perform all the necessary actions. So,
Yeah.
pretty exciting. I'm curious to see which decks actually surface to the very top of the meta game. Whether it's like Ragnar's Grief, Murktide, and Amulet Titan, or maybe it scales Merfolk, Breach. Who knows? So yeah,
If you have to bet and choose one archetype for top 16 and say for tomorrow, the top deck will be?
Rhinos, but
Oh,
but that's not maybe even. But maybe that's not even because I think it's so good. But the sheer number of people playing Rhinos is so huge that I just assume some people will make top 16
Yeah.
because there's so many of them.
numbers.
And the deck is good, right? So numbers, as you said.
Well, that is a good option. Why not? Probably tomorrow we will have a different meta breakdown, or do you think it will be the same? Because tomorrow will be open deck list.
Yeah.
So that will change a little bit because there is no surprise option.
That's true. That's true. I think the metagame will largely be similar because I think the top 5 is Rhinos, Yawgmoth, Murktide,
The same.
Titan, um, yeah, and that's and Ragdar's Evoke,
Mhm.
Ragdar's Grief. These are the top 5, and they could be in different combinations. You know, this is the first one, this is the fifth
Yeah,
one,
but the top are there.
but the top is the same, and I would expect exactly that. Maybe like Living End will squeak in at fifth or something, but that should be the top 5. And we see that today, and I can very very confidently assume we see that tomorrow as well.
Yeah. I don't know how many time we have left, but I have another question for you. Did you already saw something about the next set that is going out? Do you
Yes.
think that some card could be useful in modern or not?
Well, none of the cards that I've seen really stand out, like a must include. I'm mostly interested in those boring consistency type of cards, like the new Surveillance, because maybe you can put them into some decks like me. Ad nauseum will play the Surveillance. Maybe Murktide will play a one-off blue-red one for those turns where you just pass back and end step 5 Surveillance. So this is what I am personally looking at, but there must be some, weird uncommons that Aspiring Spike is now brewing a modern deck with. But yeah, Surveillance are my personal choice for the most. We will see what happens. Modern
of
deck,
course.
yeah.
And now soon enough we will see what happens, because maybe sometimes we'll change a little bit, but usually it's like few cards that going on a format that is so solid like modern. You can change archetypes, depends on the meta and everything, but new cards in the meta are few, depends about of course with Lord of the Rings we have plenty of them, but it can be very different. And are we ready? Yeah. So
Welcome back to round 5 of the Legacy European Championship. Today we are playing here the last chance qualifier for the regional championship that is going to happen this weekend. So the players are here on a last chance to make it. And only the top 16 is able to do it. Over 380 players here. So a lot of people trying to get in these regional championship that qualifies not only for the Pro Tour, but as well for the World Championship. For round 5, what are we expecting here?
We had a bit of a situation here where the pairings got changed. We already had the feature matches picked, then there was a little bit of confusion. So we do have I think there is a Domain Zoo player playing against
Rhinos?
and the second matchup is a 4-color Omnath player playing against somebody we don't really know yet because the pairings changed and they needed to get someone last minute to sort of fill in for the feature match. So we're gonna get that as a surprise. But for now, I'm a big fan of Domain Zoo. I already liked the deck when back then when Tarmogoyf and Gaia Smite were a thing. These days the creatures are typically a little bit better, and so are the spells. You are still using cards like Tribal Flame. But the removal spells are better. You have Leyline Binding, for example. Cards like Stubborn Denial are also very good these days. On the other side of the battlefield, we have Thierry Ramboa on Team Rhino. So that's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, definitely very interesting. Both these decks run Tidebinder, which has been a card that has been played by several decks here, a fairly new card from the Lost Caverns of Ixalan. So I'm excited to see what that card can do here in this matchup. And as you said, Zoo has evolved over the years, and right now it's a very fun deck. And obviously, Matthew here 4-0. There's also one more Zoo player 4-0.
Nice.
So doing pretty well here at the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, and you're right. We can't really reveal, the full deck list just yet because it is a closed deck list tournament. But I can confirm what you're saying. Both players are indeed playing the Shana's Tidebinder. So a very, very tricky card, something that can, do something very cool in these types of matchups. Counter a Leyline Binding, for example, or a fetch land activation. So that's gonna be fun seeing what both players can do with it. You can also counter a card coming off of suspend. Like there's a lot of different things you can do with Tidebinder. So it's gonna be interesting seeing if it comes up in the matchup.
Yeah, I think one of the funniest things that can happen is countering the ability of Kavu, and just since it loses all the abilities, destroying the card.
Yeah, Territorial Kavu being an XX, basically a 0/0. If there is no text on the card, just dies instantly. Cascade is a trigger when you play the card with Cascade, like Violent Outburst. You can counter that. So a lot of things you can do with the Tidebinder. I remember when the card came out, a lot of people were looking at the card saying, "Yeah, this is very overhyped, not that great. I don't think it's gonna be a card that will make an impact in Modern." But I think the opposite is true, and we have been seeing it in pretty much all the blue decks running 2 or 3 somewhere in their 75.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that card showcased here, see if it's worth the hype, and players here drawing their opening ends. A thing about Domain Zoo is that sometimes the land situation can be really tricky. You do need to manage your lands pretty well to make sure that you can cast the Kavu turn 2, or that you have Leyline Binding access for just 1 mana. And we have mulligans here. Looks
Wow.
like Matthew mulligan to 5.
I think both players are putting 2 cards to the bottom.
Yep.
So looks like both players on a mull to 5. But now we know that the mulligan these days is not as punishing as it used to be.
We were talking about that yesterday with Frank Karsten about the original mulligan rules.
Yeah, now like these days you can just keep 3 lands, a Fire Ice, and then a Cascade card, and you have a perfectly functioning draw. On the other side of the battlefield, Domain Zoo keeping land Ragavan, land Kavu, and like a Tribal Flames is also a very good draw. So, despite the fact that both players multi-5, they are going to be able to keep the 5 best cards from the 7-card hand. So they should both be able to put up a fight. And Mathieu starts with a Ragavan on turn 1, so the perfect start for him. But I believe that Thierry has a Fire Ice in his hand. What he doesn't have, though, is red mana. Yeah, that Gemstone Cavern, not all that great on the play, and also not all that great when you're on a multi-5. So currently a waste on the battlefield, just giving Thierry colored mana. Or colorless mana, rather. But hey, still, Fire Ice works as a way to slow the opponent down. If you can kill the Ragavan, you can still tap it, draw yourself a card, which might even be better in this situation for Thierry, looking for that 3rd land drop.
And here we have fetch. Let's see, what land does Matthew choose to go for? Very important decision. We already have Steam Vents, which is Island and Mountain. So now maybe we want the Triumph with the other colors. So the Absent Triumph. Okay. Looks like it's a Temple Garden here.
Yeah, black in the deck is pretty much just for the domain, so that your Tribal Flames deal 5, your Scion is cheaper. It's mostly just these 4 colors that these Domain Zoo decks are typically using. Red for Ragavan, Lightning Bolt, Tribal Flames. White for Pumping Nakatl, Leyline Binding. Red and green for Kavu, Nakatl. Blue for the Stubborn Denial. And yeah, I haven't actually seen most of these decks use any black cards. I guess you have Tear Asunder in the sideboard. That's a good sideboard card that uses black mana, but that's the only card that I can come up with off the top of my deck. Off the top of my head. Off the top of my deck. Yep.
Tell me you play too much Magic without telling me you play too much Magic.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, we're just going back there. Don't worry, the judge is on duty there, fixing the situation. So it looks like Stomping Grounds is not an island, so it cannot be cycled there. Fixing the situation now. Looks like Thierry grabbed Steam Vents instead. Okay, and tapping here, Matthew is going to draw.
All right, so Thierry in an awkward spot still without green mana, which is the color he needs for both of his Cascade cards, but he does have access to the red burn spells, so he's going to be able to play Dead Gone, and I think he still has 1 more Fire and Ice in his hand. So at least he's not going to be hit by the Ragavan.
Yeah, and Matthew actually already lost 6 life. That's the thing about these Zoo deck. You lose a lot of life for your own deck.
Suicide Zoo. Correct, fetch, take 2.
And here going even lower. Let's see what Matthew decides to grab. Okay, so Sacred Foundry here, 2 more damage. Has access to 3 mana here, still doesn't have LEC, in the land. So that does mean that the science still costs 4. Tribal of Flames only deals 4. So we have Kavu there, which is 4/4.
That's the territorial Kavu. Yeah, like you mentioned, Tishana's Tideminder can do some very fun stuff. I think, did Thierry just draw the Tideminder? It's either a Force of Negation or it's the Tideminder. I'm not exactly sure which one it is, but if it is the Tideminder and Mathieu attacks, putting the Kavu's trigger on the stack, then that could end very, very badly for him.
Yeah, and I think there's a Tidebinder there. There
Oh
it
my
is.
god, are you kidding me? Wow, what a draw.
Does it resolve though? So Kavu
That is
just goes
wow,
away.
that's
It's a-
absolutely brutal.
It's a 0/0.
So yeah, basically all the text from the Kavu gets deleted, and it's an XX creature with no text, so it's a 0/0 and it dies. Now the Tidebinder can also trade with the Nakadal, and that was pretty much a plague wind for Matthias' side of the board. Wow.
Showcasing how this card can be very good in this matchup.
Wow, that was I think Thierry was otherwise not looking very good in this game with just a Force of Negation and Fire Ice in his hand, staring down a 3/3 and a 4/4. But that Tidebinder just completely wrecked Mattia. So that was a sick draw, and a good play by Thierry, or a good card to put into his deck. Looks like he's using Fire Ice now to tap the Ragavan instead of firing it. So values the extra card, wants to find the green source and also the Cascade cards. I don't think he does have either.
Let's see here what Thierry managed to draw. There's a forest there, so we have access to green now. 3 mana.
And there's a Shardless Agent.
Let's see if we can go.
That's that's also a Tishana's Tidebinder. So now Mattia is saying, okay, well, we're gonna put the Cascade trigger on the stack, and now I'm gonna do my own Tidebinder, and I'm gonna counter your Cascade. So no 4/4s for Thierry here.
And just bolting the 2/2 that was left. Matthew now dealing 8 damage.
Well, look at these two unbelievable swings that were caused by the Tidebinder. One of them cleared the other side of the battlefield. The other one essentially countered a crashing footfall. So both players using the card very effectively. Now Mathieu attacks and reveals an outburst on the top of Thierry's deck that Thierry would have loved to draw on.
And let's see what we can get from there.
Quentin actually casting it. Wow, and gets a Tribal Flames.
And for exactly 4 damage, by the way. So, which is the life that Thierry has
Wow.
left. That was game. I mean, both times, as he said, Tidebinder being the MVP. We are going now for the game 2. Our players are sideboarding. A lot of options for both these players. But I'm certainly sure that Tidebinder is not going away in this sideboard.
Yeah, I mean, it was very, very good in the first game for both players. You definitely want to keep it in against the Cascade deck. And from the Rhino side, I mean, if it essentially counters Kavu, and if it counters a card like Leyline Binding, then I definitely want to keep that in as well. Some cards that these decks typically want to sideboard, if you're on the zoo side, you just want to bring in maybe some extra counter magic. Maybe if you have, if you don't have 4 Stubborn Denials in the main deck, maybe you want to bring some extras out of your sideboard, or whatever else kind of counter magic you can find. If you have a card like Reprieve, Remand, something like that to deal with the Cascade cards, that would be nice to bring in. Other than that, perhaps a Chalice of the Void, Engineered Explosives to deal with the 0 cost tokens. If you're on the Rhino side, then I think you just want to have a little bit of extra removal. Maybe a card like Flame of Anor that not only deals with a creature, it can also deal with the Chalice that would otherwise stop you from resolving the Crashing Footfalls. Mystical Dispute. Do you have enough blue targets? Not really. The creatures are not blue, and the creatures are the cards that you really want to deal with in the early game. So Mystical Dispute doesn't look that great to me. Maybe a sweeper of some sort. You know, if you have a red sweeper like Anger of the Gods, maybe you're gonna bring that in from the sideboard.
Definitely a difficult job now with for Matthew on the draw, because Thierry is going to try to get the cascade going as soon as possible. Try to get those rhinos, and Matthew has to try to react to that.
Yeah, now with Mattia being on the play, you know, that's going to make his one drops a lot more effective because it's going to be harder for Thierry to effectively use Fire and Ice to deal with them. So you really want to get that trigger on Ragavan, maybe a Wild Nakatl. Obviously, Thierry still has cards like Dead Gone, but I mean, you do need to put some pressure on the opponent.
And let's hope players this time don't have to both mulligan to 5.
Oh, yeah. I even forgot that was a multi-5 for both players.
Yeah.
It certainly hurt Thierry more than it hurt Mattia, because Mattia just had a good draw with a good curve. You know, the just easily working on 2 or 3 lands the whole game. On the other hand, Rhinos, sure, they can also work on 3 lands, but you need to have both blue and green, so it took Thierry a little bit of time to find the right colors. And when he did, it was a little too late because Mattia was ready with the Tidebinder and then the Tribal Flames for the win.
Someone asking how many rounds will be played today. We have 9 rounds today. This is round number 5, and then a cut to top 8. Top 16 is the goal for most of these players, since that's what you need to get the qualification for the RC this weekend. The RC will also be modern, and the top 16 players, the top 24 players of the RC will qualify for the Pro Tour. Not only that, the first and second places of the regional championship this weekend will get an invite for the World Championship.
Yeah, that's a really cool thing to play for. Not just prize money and everything that comes along with it, but being able to play Worlds is you know, a very cool accomplishment, and it doesn't really get better than that. Like there is no bigger tournament than the World Championship. That's what we're hoping for as well. Yeah, top 8 typically at the last chance qualifier, the top 8 typically is allowed to split as long as everybody, you know, does everything according to the rules. Then the judges are fine with that, especially because, you know, everybody's also going to be waking up at 8 or 7:30 the next day. You know, today is going to be quite long, 9 rounds. So if the players were to play the extra top 8 rounds, then we would probably be here till like 11 p.m. And you know, if the player still wants to get some, if the players still want to get some food, you know, maybe have dinner with their friends, then typically they tend to just split the top 8.
Yeah, that has happened for sure in the last chance qualifiers that we've been casting. But we never know. And we have both players here looking at their opening end, see if it is a keep or a mull.
As soon as they're done with the last chance qualifier, they also have like a little bit of extra time to submit the deck for tomorrow. So they might also just want to use that time to, you know, think about their deck, maybe something they want to change based on what they saw today. Maybe talk to their friends a little bit about their experience from the last chance qualifier. So if I was in the top 8, I would definitely be looking to split and go home, and try to use that time to eat and think about my deck for the main event.
Yeah, it's a smart strategy. Rest is really important, especially if you end up playing until Sunday, because then it's 3 full days of Magic. And we have here both players not doing much, just playing land go. We did have the reveal there for Thierry to grab an island. Okay, let's crack this fetch.
Yeah, let's crack this fetch before a Tishana's Sidebinder becomes a card that Thierry could play.
And let's see what is the land choice of Mathieu. Is that a plane? Yeah, it's a plains. I think the basics from Kamigawa. Flooded strands. And that can grab something like a steam vents.
This looks like a blue-white mirror where both players are just fetching lands and sitting on counters. I think Matia really wants to find a creature here or play something like a territorial Kavu. If both players are just passing back and forth, then that's a game that Thierry wants to play.
Oh, is this
That's a Lavinia.
Lavinia? Yeah. That makes sense now why the plane choice there, because with the plane you could not cast the Kavu. So it makes sense. It's Lavinia, Azorius, Regenerator.
Yeah, 2 mana 2/2 that says that the opponent cannot cast non-creature spells that have converted mana cost bigger than the number of lands they control. And the more important part is that when they cast a spell that has no that use no mana to be cast, then the spell gets countered. So it just essentially counters all these crashing footfalls that Mattia is trying to that Thierry is trying to play. You cannot Timebinder Lavinia because it doesn't have a triggered or activated ability.
Yep.
All the abilities on the card are, I believe, called static abilities. They just do something as long as the card is in play. All right, so Thierry doesn't. Oh, that was a Bone Crusher Giant. Never mind. So yeah, Mattia fetches his third land. Looks like an overgrown tomb to me, untapped, which is interesting. Does that mean he's casting a 2 mana card holding up potentially some blue counter magic? Yeah, that's a Scion of Draco. So that's a 4/4 creature discounted thanks to all the basic land types, and keeping up that Steam Vents, that definitely signals a Spell Pierce, a Flusterstorm, or a Stubborn Denial, which is the card that these decks typically play as a 4 of.
That Draco would be great there with Lavinia, because then Lavinia would have X-Proof.
All right, Thierry responds with subtlety, exiling Tidebinder. And Quentin puts it straight on the bottom. So if Quentin had a Stubborn Denial, then this was certainly a very appealing moment to possibly use it. Since Thierry was tapped out thanks to the Bone Crusher earlier, but knowing how these Cascade decks work, it also kind of makes you want to keep that in your hand against the possible outburst or shardless agent that could, mean a crashing full footfalls on Thierry's third turn.
And we see here Thierry looking at the deck. And there it is, a forest. And the Bone Crunch Giant just returned from the adventure.
Oh wait, that was a subtlety. I thought it was a force of negation. Never mind. Of course, you can't use a stubborn denial on a subtlety. I thought there was a force of negation being played. I am a little confused. Never mind. I'm back. Still, Bone Crusher Giant is in play. It just the art on the Tidebinder. It just reminds me of force of negation because there's a force of negation that has a similar art like that, and I always get confused. In my head, this always looks like a force of negation, so that always confuses me.
That's true. It is really confusing. I also, when I saw the Tidebinder in End, was confused if it was a force of negation.
Can you put it on the screen just so people don't think I'm actually just completely out of it? The force of negation, I think it's the Modern Horizons like alternate art. It actually it looks so similar.
Let's see if I find it.
There is a Nishoba Brawler in the meantime and a Turtle Kabu. So that's a 5/5 and a 5/3 trample. So a pretty good turn for Mattia here, who rebuilds.
It is very similar.
It is similar, right? It's
Yeah.
My brain always gets confused.
We are dismembering the Kavu. And there's 2 outbursts in Thierry's End.
Wow, now it's Thierry getting aggressive with the Bone Crusher Giant. So he uses a Dismember to deal with the Kavu. Super clean answer. Loses a bunch of life in the meantime. Doesn't matter. Still attacks with the Bone Crusher Giant. And Mattia takes it. Perhaps signaling that, yeah, I really want to have a high-powered creature in play to, get something out of my Stubborn Denial potentially.
And it looks like at least 2 fetches in Mathieu End. A lot of lands. Not exactly what our Zoo player wants to be doing. 2 mana, maybe dashing. That's Dash Ragavan.
Okay, so that is a nice sort of piece of punishment for attacking with that Bone Crusher. Let's see what Thierry has to say. I think there is a Fire Ice in hand though. Oh yeah, I would like to attack. Okay, well, hang on a little bit. That certainly signals a Fire Ice.
Yep, and we can see it there.
Interesting spot for Thierry here. Drawing an extra card from the ice seems very appealing, to be able to find a Cascade card, but also just dealing with the Ragavan sounds nice.
And does Mathieu decide to attack here? Yes, we are attacking. Down to 7 life. Mathieu and Thierry goes down to 10. So we need to have some defense there or a way to deal with Bone Crush Giant.
All right, there's a Wild Acotl. That's a 3/3.
That can trade with the Bone Crush Giant.
Is that triple Flame
Yeah.
of Anor?
Uh,
That certainly looks like it.
I thought it was Outburst, but maybe, yeah. It is triple flame of armor.
Wow, the Bone Crusher attacks and Mattia decides to trade. Doesn't want to go down to 3. All right, so Nishoba attacks again. I think we're going to see Thierry fire of a quick flame here, dealing 5 to it.
Yeah.
Stays on 10. And is Mattia able to find another creature here?
There it is.
All right, there it is.
But there's still 2 Flame of Aner in Thierry's hand. Here, Matthew considering what to do next. Shocking a Sacred Foundry. Going down to 4 life.
Yeah, fetching an untapped land is interesting. Like, what does he have for 3 mana that he wants to play right away? Something like the Fairy would be cool. That would certainly stop the possible Cascade cards. Oh, looks like he's just getting Gigantha. So that was a
Oh.
Gigantha on the deck box that's sort of out of the screen. So just puts Gigantha in his hand. Goes down to 4 life. Thierry there on his own turn using another flame to deal with the Nishoba, which I think makes sense if you let the opponent untap, you know that you're running the risk of them potentially drawing a Stubborn Denial, Spell Pierce, or some other kind of counter magic. So I like the play there by Thierry, but there's the Gigantha.
But we know that Thierry does have another flame.
Luckily for him, there is a 3rd flame.
Yeah, and now also Otawara in hand, which can be very useful.
Oh my god, but Thierry's cracking the Flooded Strand in response. Did he draw? Did he draw that Stubborn Denial?
Let's see. And
Wow. I mean, you can,
going
just,
down to 1.
you can just show the card, right? You don't have to actually fetch and everything. Oh wait, no, Thierry's a 10. Okay, so there's still 2 attacks. Never mind. All right, goes down to 1. Stubborn Denials. Land pass. So that's gonna put Thierry to 5. Is he gonna be able to find a Tribal Flames?
I don't think that's the card. I think that's a cat. And there's the Multivolt in a Thierry side, so...
Yeah, I mean the Mutavault can possibly buy him 1 more turn, just as a blocker for the Gigantha next turn.
I can just kill Matthew as well.
Oh wow, he did not draw a creature. I thought he did draw a creature, but
I thought it was a cat
yeah,
as well.
looks like that's probably another land. So Gigantha has to stay home on blocking duty for the Mutavault. That's actually crazy. Wow.
But there's another flame, right?
I think he already used all 3 flames. He does have
Okay.
a Lorien Revealed. He cycles 1, gets another island. Now he can tap 5 to draw 3. I can't quite tell what the other card is.
Three mana.
That's a Shardless Agent. Okay, so Crashing Footfall straight from the top. 2 4/4s. And now it's Mathieu who has to find something on the top of his deck. And assuming the top card of his...
Oh, it's actually binding.
Yeah, that's still not going to be good enough, though, because there's 3 lethal attackers for Thierry next turn. So what does Mattia need to draw? Is Tidebinder good enough? If he Tidebinder the
Looks like
mutable
no.
activation? All right, well, 1/1.
1/1.
That Mutavault for Thierry.
That was quite a game. We saw here that I think if Matthew in this game was on the plate, the story would have been very different. But good game, and we are going to have a game number 3 now with Matthew on the play, the domain zone player. Can we see something different here with him being on the play?
Well, what we mentioned before, like Fire Ice is not going to be as effective, for example. Flame of Honor is also going to be, a little expensive. Dealing with your 2-drop 5/5 or your 2-drop 5/3 with my 3-mana card against your deck full of Stubborn Denials and Fluster Storms or Spell Pierces. That's not gonna be ideal for Thierry. So on the play, definitely a big advantage for Mattia here.
And what did you think of this Lavinia that came in from sideboard on Matthew's side?
Yeah, that was a good, we call it hate bears. So that was a good, nice, sort of Gaddock type of card that's gonna stop you from resolving the footfalls. But given that Thierry's deck is full of Dead Gauns, Fire Ices, all these flames and everything, then it's not as effective as just a straight up counter spell in this matchup.
Yes.
As long as it has 2 toughness, that's kind of the magical number. If it has more, then sure, we can talk about that card being super effective. If it has 2 toughness or less, then Thierry probably has probably has like 8 or more cards in his deck that cleanly deal with that for 1 or 2 mana. Yeah, if you remember, I think Wild Nakatl was banned in Modern at some point. We went a pretty long way from there when a 1-mana 3/3 was deemed to be too powerful for the format. Yeah, good times.
Things have changed.
A little bit.
We've talked about that quite a bit as how these modern specific sets have shaped modern to change much faster and more often. Every year feels like modern is changing with the Modern Horizons, Lord of the Rings. It's still nice to see that there are players bringing Burn. We saw a player as well with Mono Blue Tron. So some players keep playing the same decks just with some upgrades. But Murktide is a fairly recent card. Domain Zoo plays with a lot of the new cards. And let us know, chat, if you were here today playing this last chance qualifier, what would be your deck of choice? What would you play if you had the chance to do so? Were you surprised with the meta breakdown that we saw earlier today, or was it like something that you were already expecting for this tournament? If the meta breakdown surprised you at all here?
No, not really. I think this is just a typical modern tournament and a typical modern metagame. Just a little bit of everything. The most played decks is 13%. That seems pretty reasonable to me. I still remember, and I probably will forever remember these tournaments we played, with when Throne of Eldraine came out, these Omnath decks, Omnath Adventures, 70% of the field playing the same deck. Or the Oko metagame.
Oh, the Ogak Summer.
Or Hogak. So yeah, when like everybody played Oko, and it was 70% blue-green decks playing literally the same cards. So if I see this modern metagame and it's a 13%, 10%, 7, 6, 5, 4, 4, then that seems like a great metagame to have and a pretty healthy format in my opinion.
As a reminder, this is round 5 of the last chance qualifier. Matthew is 4-0 and Thierry is 3-0-1 with 3 wins and 1 draw. And we have 9 rounds plus a cut to top 8. But what you really want is that top 16 to qualify for this weekend's regional championship. There were some Hammer players doing pretty well in the top tables.
Okay. Yeah, Hammer is a deck that, like a year ago, was one of the best decks in the format. You know, always doing well, always putting a bunch of people in the top 8, and then at some point it kind of changed, right? Like I remember still like Barcelona last December, 2022. It was like a bunch of 4 and 5 color creativities. It was a bunch of Hammer decks. I think Amulet Titan was in the top 8. Uh, yeah, these days it's more of like Ragda Scam and Cascade decks doing well, and there's also like so many good answers. Not just Lightning Bolt, but also Leyline Binding, Dismember, Dead Gone, Fire Ice. All these anti-creature cards, plus all these cheap answers like Force of Negation that you can play for free. That it's pretty hard to try to win with like a combo deck, or sort of like a aggro combo deck like Hammer Time, when everybody has so much removal.
And we see our players here shuffling in. Looks like Matthew already chose the opening end, but Thierry did need to mulligan.
I like the banning of Fury, just the reasoning behind it. Like, let's try to open up the field a little bit more to creature decks. But still, with Ren and 6, Bowmasters, Fire Ice, and all these cards, I think it's still almost impossible to play small creature decks unless they're, all your creatures are 2/2s, like in Merfolk, for example. But playing Llanowar Elves, Noble Hierarch, Birds of Paradise, that just doesn't seem possible at the moment. And I think it's kind of a shame. I kind of wish uh, it would be possible. I think Bowmasters is perhaps a little too good, or maybe it just doesn't really do a good service for the metagame, because these decks are basically just bullied out of the format.
The One Ring is also a great tool for more control
Yeah.
decks that allows them to survive longer in the game and get that time that they need. We see here turn 1 Ragavan.
Wow, and Thierry on a multi-6 into a subtlety on the Ragavan. So Thierry has 4 cards in hand
Yeah.
before he even plays his first land.
Pitching subtlety with subtlety. So we're going to. There's a Bone Crush Giant, at least 2 lands, a Dismember, and I cannot see the last card.
Okay, so that's a pretty good draw for Thierry. 2 removal spells, some land drops. I think he has a Lorien revealed, so he's gonna have access to 3 lands, and all he needs to draw now is a Violent Outburst or the
Agent.
Shardless Agent. Yeah. I really miss the days of these like Birds of Paradise decks and Noble Hierarch decks. Birthing Pod. Maybe Pod was too good, but these types of decks, I always thought, Melira. I always thought these decks were fun to play, and I kind of miss them in the field. Yeah, with Bowmasters, being a top 5 card in the format, it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to register X1 creatures.
That's true. That card just shaped meta so much. It's a very strong card in different formats.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you have Yavmod, but I think Yavmod, like even in Yavmod, you're just running like Young Wolf and not really running the mana creatures. I mean, there's sometimes you have Ignoble Hierarch, but mostly it's just like a Wall of Roots, and you're not just ramping with 1 mana creatures anymore.
And looks like we have Dismember there. So Thierry does have answers to at least slow a bit the game, see if he's able to draw something relevant. Down to 16 life. Matthew at 14. This deck just takes so much damage from the lands.
So Thierry fetches on his own turn. Good thing is that you don't really have to be afraid of a Blood Moon if you're Thierry, because your opponent's playing a 5-color mana base. But Thierry could possibly have a Blood Moon of his own. And fetching basics here is also interesting.
Okay.
Okay, so Thierry fetches and passes because he doesn't want to run his fetch land activation into a possible Tishana's Tidebinder. So kind of just has to fetch on his own turn to not straight up lose against a Tidebinder that would sort of act as a Stone Rain against a fetch land. So heads up play there by Thierry. And yeah, pretty funny how that card changes the format and the play patterns.
And we see as well that Matthew ends up fetching Steam Vents down to 11. How can we have Tidebinder with Gigant as a companion? It only has 1 blue devotion. It's 2 colorless, 1 blue.
All right, so same play as in the game before. Mattia cracks his 3rd fetch land, gets himself a shock land, shocks himself for 2, goes down to 11 and plays the Scion, keeping up 1 blue mana and a bunch of cards in hand. So signaling that he might potentially be ready with a Stubborn Denial. This would be a good turn for Thierry to possibly use a Fire Ice to tap the Steam Vents.
But looks like we have a Stomp Face, 2 damage.
Wow.
I mean, leaving Matthew at 9.
That's fine, but as far as, you know, all the plays you could possibly make, then that's not the most exciting.
Yeah, and we are playing that Bonecrush Giant, a 4/3, reading the Dragon maybe to see if he does have the Draco, to see if it has flying. Which he does. Maybe also seeing the abilities that it gives to the other creatures. So looks like maybe they're checking lives, making sure that everything to get it's correct. Maybe they had different life totals there.
So Thierry cracked a Misty for a basic, so that's 1. Dismembers 4, and he takes another 4. Yeah, he goes down to 11. Mattia follows up with a Wild Nakatl, the wildest of Nakatls.
He does have trample because of the Draco.
Yeah, that Bone Crusher not super effective against the Scion here. And Thierry without a green source. I think he has another mountain? No, it's a Steam Vents.
And there is a Murktide in hand, I think.
Wow, Thierry gets aggressive.
Oh, a binding on the other side. Taking care of that Bonecrush Giant.
I think that's another Lorien revealed. I think he has a land, Lorien revealed. And I'm not sure what the 3rd card is, but that doesn't look good for Thierry.
I think the other card is Murktide.
Okay. Well, that's something. Is it enough to play it this turn, though?
Yeah, and there it
Alright.
is, Murktide with 2 counters.
So thanks to the Lorien reveal, Thierry gets exactly enough cards to the graveyard to delve out a 5/5 Murktide, which is conveniently exactly the right number to block the Scion.
But there's a binding on the other
Wow.
side. We bind the Murktide, and now this is going to be A lot
Yeah.
of damage here.
Yeah, given how quickly Mattia was ready to play the first binding on the attacking Bone Crusher without really thinking too much about it, I think that kind of gives away that, yeah, he's potentially holding another removal spell. But there was nothing, Thierry could have really done because he didn't really have any other plays available. So Mattia takes the match 2-1. Congratulations to him. Moves to 5-0 with his Domain Zoo deck.
Yeah, doing really, really good. And looks like we have maybe a backup matchup, which is a Rhinos versus 4 colors control. And this is quite the board here. There's Ren, Omnar, the Rhinos on the other side. And we have an outburst here from our 4-color control player, which is, it switched from our Temur Rhinos player.
All right, so 4-color control is Omnath.
Yes.
Let me take a look if there are actually any like control-ish elements. But that's mostly just a 4-color Omnath deck, full of all the usual suspects like Solitude, Leyline Binding, the One Ring, Fire Eyes, those types of cards. But this list looks like it actually is very control-ish. I see a Ren and 6, I see a Teferi. It's actually a Bring to Light list.
And
so yeah, just a little bit of everything.
Marzano here at 33 life.
Well, 4 Rhinos coming in, possibly.
Yeah, a lot of Rhinos on the board. That Ren is at 5 loyalty.
Marcus has an Otawara in hand, which is his 5th land that he would need to cast that Lorien revealed. Looking at more at Pierre's board position, there isn't really anything that you want to bounce, because giving your opponent Solitude again or the Omnath trigger doesn't really seem like too much of an upside. Marcus attacks with 3 Rhinos, keeping 1 back to make sure the Solitude doesn't connect and gain Pierre some more life.
And Marzano does go down to 21 life. And let's draw 3 cards. And I think there was, 2 lands and Crashing Footfalls.
Wow, so yeah, pretty much empty draws for Marcus here.
It's a very tricky spot here that Marcus is in. And we see Exile, that Teferi that you talked about before, how good it is in this meta. Okay, getting back land with the Ren, now at 6 loyalty. And I think that's another land.
That's another Mutavault. So that's a second teamer player that we see with a Mutavault. It looks like Pierre is flooding out quite a bit, but so is Marcus. So both players just holding a bunch of lands.
But that Ren can soon ultimate. Not yet, but in a couple of turns. Already at 6 loyalty.
Yeah, I think if it comes down to that, Marcus would be able to perhaps pressure it a little bit more with the with the Rhinos. Maybe next turn he just wants to go with one of the Rhinos attacking Ren, or
That Omnat just gaining Marzano so much life every turn.
all right. Looks like Pierre actually drew a spell now. What is it?
This is Unmoored Ego. I
Okay.
haven't seen that card in a while.
So this is the type of like this extraction effect, like extirpate, cranial extraction type of card that I think you can name a non-land card, look into your opponent's hand, their deck, and I think also a graveyard, and you exile all those copies from play. So presumably you would want to name Crashing Footfalls here. But we do know that I see at least, what is it, 2 outbursts and a shardless agent in the graveyard. So some of the footfalls might have already been played. Looks like it's still the card that's named with the ego. Marcus exiling 1, 2, 3 copies of footfalls, and Pierre is still going through his deck trying to look for the 4th one. Oh no, there it is. All 4 copies are exiled. So right now, the Cascade cards don't do anything. If Marcus draws a Violent Outburst, if he draws a Shardless Agent, those are going to be 3 mana 2/2s and a 3 mana instant that pumps your team.
And what a game here. I really didn't expect to see this card. I haven't seen it in quite a while. And Marcus, I can see a landing end, another reveal, and I cannot see the 3rd card.
All right, Marcus decides to swing again. The same attack. Worked last turn, so why not do it again? Slowly getting Pierre down so that he would be able to maybe alpha swing next turn to try to go for lethal.
But do you consider that the Ren is
Wow.
going to ultimate?
Oh, wow. Yeah, he actually does that. He splits the attacks between Pierre and Ren and 6. So that Mutavault is going to get eaten by the Solitude. So that's going to gain Pierre some life, but he does take 12 in the process, which I think is still going to make it a possibly lethal attack next turn. So all that Marcus wants is to either get that Reno off the battlefield or make it so that it can't ultimate in the next couple of turns, and then make it so that next turn the Rhinos are lethal, so that you would have to block with the Solitude or ideally the Omnath.
Three mana. Is this a Magus of the Moon?
I believe so.
Okay, that's something. Omnat does allow you to get mana, but for that you have to play 2 lands in a turn. And since you cannot fetch, because there's Magus of the Moon in the battlefield, I'm not sure how Pierre can do that.
He does have a lot of basics though. So there's a forest, there's an island, there's a plains, and a lot of mountains right now. But Pierre has not drawn a spell in quite a few turns. I think since we joined the game, I don't think Pierre drew a non-land card. Maybe the Omnath now, which can replace the other one, draw a card, but that's pretty much it.
Do you attack first with the Omnat since you're going to replace it?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds reasonable.
So we see attack here. It looks like our names can be flipped here.
Yeah, we're working on getting that fixed.
So looks like Pierre goes down to 8. It looks like there are some life differences that the judge is just making sure that both players are on the same side when it comes to life totals. And we have asked to correct the names. So that should be fixed soon. And we're just drawing 3 cards. So Marco's drawing 3 cards from the reveal.
All right. Well, looks like Pierre attacks for lethal, or maybe it was was it a draw? Extra turns.
It was on the second extra turn.
All right. Well, congratulations to whoever won that match.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. We already
Okay.
entered mid-game when everything was already happening. And the game just felt like the 4-color control player was not really getting anything, just getting a lot of lands.
4-color Omnath won the match. So I think the players were in extra turns. Maybe that wasn't clear on the graphics, but 4-color Omnath won that match, which I believe moves Omnath player to 5-0. So yeah, Domain Zoo and Omnath at 5-0. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's very interesting. We did get quite a lot of interesting matches here, and I really like how diverse this meta has been today. I'm sure tomorrow maybe we'll see more of the Rakdos cam decks. Temur Rhinos for sure we will see a lot during this weekend. It's a very popular deck. And do you think today's outcome will influence what players will bring to tomorrow?
No,
It's too late. They already made their decks.
Yeah, this is modern. Like if mono black coffers finishes in top 4 or whatever, that's not going to change my decision at all. If 3 mono black coffers decks end up making top 8, then maybe I'll change one sideboard card. But since this is modern that has 40 different decks, it just doesn't really matter. Like you just build your deck in a way that just you want to have the answers for all types of strategies, and one deck doing well on one particular day, that's not really going to change how you built your deck, or if you want to bring something else instead. I think modern is a format that really rewards the people that put in a lot of work with one particular deck. They really champion that one strategy. They know how to play every matchup, sideboard in every against every possible opponent. So just learn your deck, stick to it for a long time, learn it as best as you can, and that's the best thing you can do in modern.
And then you can do a lot of great plays. I really love that Tidebinder there, just completely obliterating the Kavu in the Zoo side. I really liked how the decks performed here and how the players have been playing so far. It's been 5 rounds. There's 4 more and a cut to top 8. And then the players that qualify the top 16 will have to play Saturday and Sunday. This will be a weekend full of magic. And this is going to be it for round 5. Skura and Caffeine Lily will be back for round 6 of this tournament.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back here from Ghent. Me and Skura, we are super ready for this round 6 of today. We will have 9 rounds plus top 8 and top 16 will qualify for tomorrow. What are we going to see in this round?
This round, we are going to watch Benton Madsen, a pretty popular and accomplished player, playing something that resembles Murktide, but then you see Gigantha, so it cannot be Murktide, and it cannot have counter spells. And I will just keep this as a surprise. We'll watch it
Okay.
together, see what's going on. They are 4-1 currently with his opponent. And yeah,
Nice.
let's dive into the action and see how that develops.
Let's go. Yes,
Uh,
also because 4-1 is a good situation because
Great, yeah.
they have to do 7-2 for have a chance for top 16, so it could be pretty good.
Yep, so we can get to the table.
Exactly. And here we are. So yeah, we don't have the archetype for Benton.
Yeah, I think he submitted a paper deck list.
Yes, exactly.
So that's why. But yeah, when I saw Benton play, I saw him with the Gigantha, with the islands. I knew this is going to be my hand pick for this round. To be fair, I'm really enjoying the power of choosing anyone I want for coverage, because I just choose somebody who I know everybody would love to watch. Mark Tobias last round, Benton Madsen this round,
That
and
is
let's
perfect.
go.
And we started with the Ragavan from Emiliano. And, well, it's a strong start. What do you think about this, his opponent deck? We know that it's a Hammer time. Of course, it's not Hammer team.
Let me actually just double check the opponent's deck, because it does say Hammer Time. I just want to double check if it is indeed Hammer Time. It is not. The deck you are looking at is Zoo, right? And I will change that on the screen soon enough.
So meanwhile, we'll see. There is a fetch.
Yeah, it is indeed Zoo, and I think it is pretty stock Zoo, so nothing particularly standing out here. Now, you might be asking what's happening on the left, and that remains to be seen. I don't know. Oh, I saw a card called Underworld Breach. Ooh, which is, by the way, my favorite card ever. Is it the second round I'm choosing and there is a breach? Yes, it is. Does Madsen play islands in front like I do? Yes, he does.
Yeah, I think that
So many coincidences.
if his opponent complain, he will have just to switch back. But I don't know if what they prefer to do.
Yeah, I also talked with the players about that. He just does it out of habit, like I do, for example.
Yeah.
But yeah, they'll probably change it soon enough.
I'm not sure if he can do that, but I don't think it's a big deal if his opponent is okay with that.
Okay, so now we've got what? Gigantha in both companion zones, double land, channeler, remand in the graveyard. And there we see Zoo, Draco. Okay, so we're rereading Draco. It's a 4/4. Consider in response. And
Yes, he was
okay, yeah, we're switching. We're switching. No worries, no
just
worries.
checked with the judge, and everything went fine.
We can calm down, focus on the game itself. And we have considered. Yes, so let's tune into the micro perspective of the match. So, yeah, untap, draw. I saw a couple of lands. Underworld Breach, Ragavan now double iteration. Do we have Delirium? Instant land artifact. That's it. So no Delirium just yet.
Let's see. The first expressive iteration. Trigger.
Yep. Okay, expressive iteration will add a sorcery, which is what we're missing. Now, we can't see it here because, again, you can't see it. But I would assume that Benton is making these decisions, this iteration, on the second main phase. Because if it was the first main phase, now hitting Delirium would mean he has to attack into the Draco. But if you do it on the second main phase, it doesn't. So I would assume we're in the second main phase, having skipped combat altogether.
Bubble, recommend into the graveyard. Yes, it doesn't look like hammer. But don't worry, guys, we are on it and we'll fix it.
Yep, now preordaining. And we see Prismari Command in hand, which is not a usual inclusion in these types of decks. But this time it will come very handy because it can destroy any artifact, including Draco. Oh, that's the absolute fastest block I've seen in my entire life.
Well, Benton is playing pretty fast too, so
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. I mean,
Yeah.
this is like a top class player.
he knows what he wants to do, so he does pretty fast. He don't like to waste time.
Okay, we untap. So this turn will include certainly shattering Draco.
And what do you think should be the next move for Benton in this situation?
Yeah, Benton wants to control the battlefield a bit. So he will shatter the Draco. He would love to be able to kill Nakatl as well, but he doesn't have the tools just yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see a comment about attacking last turn. Remember that what you can do is cast spells on the second main phase, like go past combat, and then cast spells on the second main phase. And when you do, it no longer has to attack, right? Because you've skipped combat. And that's a very, very important piece of like magic rules thing that you need to know when you play. Yeah, we're fixing the deck names right now, so no worries. We can again focus on the game. Yeah, is it Fair Breach is on the left?
Against 5-colored zoo.
For all we know, at least.
Yeah.
A Tishana Steinbinder on the Fetchland.
Rereading the text, just to be sure, checking everything. That's perfect. And the 3 lands. Remove the first creature. Let's see what else. Ragavan. And now let's see what happens on Emiliano's side. The situation here is that now attack winged 1, no block. And pass. Nine to 14, they are both still in the play for top 16. So for gaining to go with, for getting the qualifier for tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, so now Benton at 9. I can see a Shockland in hand, but now he would go down to 7.
And it could be problematic for him.
A pretty low life total.
He's thinking about this expressive iteration and no.
Yeah, it is difficult because
Yeah.
these easy decks in Modern, they are known for being easy if you know Magic very well, and almost impossible to play if you don't know Magic well, because you can learn Rhinos themselves, but with Murktide you don't need to learn a lot of Murktide, you need to learn Magic. So it can be very easy or very difficult depending on your experience level. And the difficulty also comes from the fact that because you're a fair deck fundamentally, and the way that just cards fall into place, a single mistake can cost you the entire game. And that's why you need to double check sometimes these decisions. Attacking the Ragavan, kind of trying to bait out a block maybe. And no block. Okay, so no blocks trigger Ragavan, respond to Shanna. And so now Ragavan is literally Savannah Lion. But no, it's not, because Stern's Cold encounters Tishana on the stack, so trigger resolves. Yep. Exile Tribal Flames, okay. So we could shock in and Tribal Flames for 2, killing Tishana maybe? And also trigger DRC. DRC is then a 3/3 to block Nakatl. Okay, okay. We're cooking.
Shockland down to 7. 1 mana. Monkey is still doing monkey things. Totally agree. And the bolt. Now let's see. He's still at 4 life points, so Emiliano needs to find a way to do the last 4 damages.
Fastest block ever.
Yeah, again.
Now we see Nishoba Brawler, so no burn spell, so Benton is indeed staying alive. Pass it back.
But you have to find a way.
Oh, I see a bolt. So this deck is called Fair Breach because it plays Underworld Breach, but compared to the deck of Mark Tobias's, it doesn't kill with like grinding station, Thassa's Oracle type of loop. It just plays, as the name suggests, very fair. It just replays maybe Mishra's Baubles, maybe replays creatures, which the unfair, let's say, Breach could also do. But here we also have a bit more focus on bolting the opponent out of the game, because you can, for example, go double, triple, quadruple bolt if you need to, which is a very nice way to close out a game. I also saw like Murktide lists in the past, just play like maybe a singleton Breach to have that kind of reach. But playing Jegantha means you need to eschew Murktide and Counterspell, which is a pretty hefty cost.
Meanwhile, Anoli Heat clearing the board, attacking with Ragavan. And a treasure on the battlefield. Yes, Giganta is not on the battlefield. Counting up the graveyard. Four to 10. Does he have a way to close it, like, fast enough?
Yeah, we'll see. Down to 10 is Emiliano. Down to 4 is Benton. Now, because he doesn't play Counterspell, he's not safe from any powerful top decks. So there might be like, literally Tribal Flames on top and just win the game from that point.
Sacrifice the treasure for 1 mana. Deciding what to exile from his graveyard. And That is why he was rearranging his graveyard so much.
And
That
now,
is easier now.
so now when you have Underworld Breach and DRCs, it means that every bubble is cheaper to replay. So now with double DRC, you just need to basically you flip 2 cards every time. So because there are like 6, 7 cards in the graveyard, you can probably bubble like draw 6 here or something. Like it's unreal. So Benton will load up on cards very easily, trivially, I would even say. So Emiliano really has to just top deck Tribal Flames to finish his game off. Otherwise, he will lose on resources and probably just in combat next turn.
Hmm.
So yeah, it's Tribal Flames or bust, I think, at this point.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah. We have seen some incredible top decks this tournament.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, Runner, Fire Rise, for example.
That is what I find always funny about Magic, that every time when you have some play, then everything can change in a minute. He's keeping up with this bubble. Another bolt exiled.
Yep. Okay, so pass
Land
the
and pass.
turn. Yeah, end step, sacrifice breach. And let's see. Let's see. Draw, and draw a card.
And
Draw
only
a
he
card.
consider there is plenty of things that he can use.
And
Oh,
and
this is
that was-
suspense.
Yes, the suspense is real. Now, I assume he would just slam it. Like, it would be the
Yeah.
fastest slam in history. If that was indeed the card.
I agree, so probably it isn't. And he's trying to find a way to just survive for one round and hope for
Yeah.
another.
He
So,
because, like, normally you might think, oh, maybe there is, like, Force of Negation or something, but there can't because there is Gigantha.
mhm.
So you know pretty clearly what you're playing against or not.
Mm. I don't think this could be enough, but we'll see. And only hit on the creature, and of course attack with everything.
Yeah, that's an attack for 8, and there
he
is a
has
ball to
double
finish.
bolt in
Is
hand.
off.
So it's
Yeah, that
first
was
game
close.
for Benton, and we are going to game 2. Now they have to sideboard, and what can you tell us about their sideboarding?
Yeah, so playing Gigantha is like a real cost because it means that Benton doesn't have Counterspell, Murktide, Subtlety, Force of Negation, Chalice of the Void. Like, there are some real costs to playing this card. So I would really happily talk to Benton after this match to discuss the reasoning behind it. And no, I don't need many reasons to play Underworld Breach, honestly. No, for example, why he didn't register, let's say, Murktide without Murktides, with the double blue cards, but without just Gigantha. Now, what I would expect is more removal. Oh, he can't also play Brotherhood Zen, for example. So
Mhm.
I would expect something like Engineered Explosives, Dress Down, as I see. And we're running out of options slowly. We'll probably surely side out cards like Spell Pierce. So less permission, more counter magic. Less permission, more removal. Stern Scalding I can see pulled to the front. But yeah, this is going to fundamentally be a trade resources type of game because both players can play creatures, and they do play creatures. Both players can and do play a lot of interaction. So it's really interesting how that actually develops. For example, let's say your hand is, I don't know, lands, 2 removal spells to creatures. Whether you lead on a creature or you pass and hold up interaction is going to change the pace of the game entirely from the very beginning. And it works with like all the permutations, right? If you lead on land pass and the other person goes land pass as well, or you go land pass and they go creature, you kill it and end up into your own, or still hold up interaction. This is where the skill and the difficulty of Magic as a game comes in.
Meanwhile, the time has stopped. That means that we have some judge call. I'm very curious about that.
Yeah.
And now they start back again. So
Yeah, so there is still now. If you are in those both players' seats, and again you don't have perfect knowledge of the deck lists, what I would do is look if Jagantha is revealed again, because it might not be revealed again.
yeah,
For example, hypothetically, Madsen could side in, let's say, Brotherhood's End and not reveal Jagantha, which would be a very important signal to you. So be on the lookout for whether Jagantha is revealed or not. Can we see the meta breakdown somewhere? Yes, you can. You just need to head down to Legacy European Tour Twitter. And there you will see meta breakdown. But to talk about it a little bit, the top 5 is exactly what you would expect. Rhinos, Ragda's Grief, Golgari Yawgmoth, Murktide, and Amulet Titan. So that's the predictable top 5. But the other 5, right, until the top 10, is Hammer, Zoo, Scales, Merfolk, and Burn. For example, Living End is 11th. You know, we've got Asmo Food before Creativity, before Blue-White Control. So we've got the 2 Jeskai Breaches. So yeah, pretty interesting metagame. Pretty interesting. Yeah, the top 5 is pretty predictable, but if you follow the metagame, you have probably prepared for these top 5 decks. So you should be in your comfort zone largely.
I think also Frank Carsten did the meta breakdown about the last season of Modern, so you can always enjoy it.
Yeah.
And let's see what they decide. For this game too, we have half an hour left on the clock. First game for Benton. We are heading to game 2. Then again, we will have 9 rounds plus top 8 today, and 9 rounds tomorrow, and the day after.
Yeah.
It's very long for them. Well, you have also to think about the physical condition and the psychological thing when you have to go through all this stuff. Like, you have to qualify the day before the big event, and then you have 2 full hopefully 2 full days of Magic, and you need to stay focused during the entire tournament. It can be tricky.
Oh, certainly. Absolutely. Absolutely agree. It's tiring, but if you do well enough to qualify, I think your morale is like properly boosted.
Totally agree.
Like you feel you're on fire. So, oh, and speaking of fire, double removal in hand, Prismary Command, Underworld Breach,
Bubble, Iteration.
Yeah.
Do you think this is a good hand to keep for him?
So it doesn't contain any threats, but I think that's okay. I would be hard pressed to mulligan. You just keep because you go like, you know, kill your creature. Oh, was there a Ragavan or no? I think I got a glimpse or something Ragavan-esque. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh,
that's it.
Oh, I think there is a Ragavan, yeah. If that's the case, then it's like the perfect hand, I would even say. And so we see Wild Nakatl just as a 1/1. In order to grow it perfectly, you would need Sacred Foundry. It doesn't walk into anything out of this deck. There is no Lava Dart, and the uncastable Bowmasters or Renin 6. But yeah, no 1 damage can punish it.
And again, it's very difficult when you are focused on your game and you have like an habit and you used to take your land in front to remember that.
Yeah, but that's exactly that. That's a habit. That's it. There is no. That's a habit. That full stop. right? Some people put their graveyard as exile. Some people play with the deck on the on the right or the left. When you play a match like this, you're not thinking of your aesthetics. You just do what you do normally.
Yeah, exactly. Also because usually you have to test a lot with your friends, and with your friends you don't mind if you have your lens in front or not. So you just think about your game. But we will fix that. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
so we see Ragavan, we see Wild Knuckle, and as I said, we follow Breeding Pool up with Second Foundry. So, okay, we see removal, Prismatic Ending.
On Dragavan.
Yep.
Emiliano down to 14. Because, yes, because of the fetch and everything else.
Draw. Ledger Shredder is the pickup. But, oh, there might not be another land.
Consider.
Oh, la 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 la. Oh la la, problems are being had.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
and for some people who might not know, I'm Skura, also known as Islands in Front. So, yeah, I'm kind of biased here. I'm kind of biased. Okay, and so land has been missed, 2 mana, deploy a dash to Ragavan, attack you for 5. Oh, okay,
Oh, and a bolt on the top.
that's a very aggressive flip, but at least for Madsen, that's not a land. So we will see. I assume we just cast the ball, get the opponent down to 12. Now, the bad thing for Emiliano is that you have to keep replaying the Ragavan because you dashed it. So Madsen can actually come back. Oh, but there is no bolt. There is Kavoo.
Oh, nice.
So pressure's on. Pressure is on.
He preferred to keep building up his board instead of bolting his opponent.
Oh, okay. We're still playing the game of Magic.
Let's see. $10 life point for Benton, 14 for Emiliano. And down to 7. Well, now it could be difficult for Benton to...
To come back, yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least we can see the third game, so it's always funny. And let's see. Unholy Heat and on the Cabo, of course. Let's see, double hand, and what else? A bolt.
Yep. Okay.
All the knockout. Ragavan.
Okay, attack you down to 5.
Oh, a
Oh,
bolt on the top. It's good.
What a flip! What a flip there!
And it's the third one.
Wow. Bolt you. Oh, that's painful. That is very painful.
Yes.
Now shock this in, and I think Rest in Peace will come down.
They still have to
Oof.
update
Oof.
the life total. Yes, exactly. He's down to 2 now. It's very, very difficult for him to come back.
Return
from this.
Ragavan to life.
That's nice.
Land, okay, there is a land off the top. Okay, so we can play him like a Ledger Shredder Pass, maybe? Or even Ledger Shredder Ragavan Connive if you're frisky enough.
Yeah, but it's very risky then.
But
yes,
we do
he
it.
does.
Yeah, probably like discard, Underworld Breach, get a counter.
And now at least he has 2 blockers.
Oh,
and,
just
wow.
balled up. Okay. Yeah, I guess.
Nice.
I was pretty clean.
So we are going to game 3. And we still have 22 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time for them, especially because they both play pretty fast. They don't have any problems and they don't overthink their moves. But now they have to decide if they want to change again their sideboard to put something in or not. Do you think it's a big difference for Benton to start as on the play? Because for Emiliano, I think that, of course, he preferred to be on the play, but I don't know if this will change a lot for them in this situation or not. Well, let's see what they decide to do.
Yeah, let's see. Gigantes are kept in.
Yep, on both sides.
Yeah. So we're largely, I think, resubmitting. Yeah.
Just wait for them to shuffle up everything.
Yeah.
Be sure, because, you know, Benton the last time didn't find enough lands for his game plan, so you want to be sure to have a proper shuffle, randomize your deck in a correct way. And
Yeah, now Madsen's going to be on the play, so he would like to lead on Ragavan or Channel naturally. And the best type of draw, the best type of play pattern that's beneficial to him is lead on a creature. The opponent leads on their creature, and you just keep removing their own, plus applying pressure, plus progressing your own plan. That would be
nice.
ideal. But we shall see what comes out of it. Can we enjoy the fact that Benton's deck is called Is It Fair Breach? Yes, we can, because I wrote that name. Actually, Benton didn't submit his deck list to Melee, so we had to name it ourselves. And so I did name it myself, because it is It Fair Breach?
And now, first mulligan for Emiliano. Yep. It seems like that. Benton is still deciding? No, he decided to keep. So we saw only a bolt in his hand. I didn't saw any Ragavan.
Yeah, I have no idea what's in his hand just yet. Oh,
no, there
okay.
is a...
Oh, okay. Lands, Ragavan, Bolt, Consider, Stern Scolding. Okay. That's a really good hand. 3 lands, threat, double interaction, cantrip? I mean, that's snapping it up. I mean, if I were to just handpick the 7, that would be really close to this one.
Yeah, I didn't see the Ragavan, and that was why I was questioning about these hands, because, as you said before, probably Channeler or Ragavan is something that you want to have in your first hand, in your opening hand.
Okay.
That was why.
So let's take a look at the new 7.
Let's hope for him for a keep.
Oh. Okay, I think we're keeping. It looks like a...
Looks like it would...
Like a thinking type of...
decide, yeah.
What to bottom here. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. We're off. And we do see just Ragavan Slam there. Pass the turn. Oh, I think I see a Blood Moon as well there. Yeah, Ragavan pass. And Flooded Strand Crack, Lightning Bolt. Okay. Yeah, so it seems like the roles have flipped. Benton is the aggressor, and Emiliano is the reactive deck.
That is nice. Let's see. Meanwhile, draw for Benton, and now he can start to make his plan. Even if he has no creature in hand right now, he can now start to respond to his opponent and try to do something. Another land for Emiliano. I didn't saw what his enemy in Emiliano hand.
Yeah, didn't catch a glimpse of that
Yeah,
either.
it's pretty difficult to see that.
Very interesting way of Benton's hand shuffling. Everybody shuffles different, but he keeps getting one card, sliding it on the table, and then putting it back up. Maybe we'll see that move again. Oh, he put it back down. Brian Kibler, a player you might know. Brian Kibler, very, very popular Magic player. Previous, maybe, I guess, Magic player now, EDH. Oh, yeah, you get the point.
Yeah.
Previously, premier, PT competitor. And so he was known for hand shuffling a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He even at one like Japanese conference, he taught live how to hand shuffle like he did. And sometimes he had, for example, one card in hand, so he couldn't shuffle it per se, but he still did. He just kept putting it back, sliding it across the table, putting it back up. Down, slide up, down, slide up. Which, yeah, dedication I do appreciate. While Nagatal now played 3-3 with Sacred Foundry, boop, Stern scolded. On the stack, it's a 1-1, so the condition of scolding is indeed met.
Immediate searching for the land. Like he don't even try the correct, but it's not a problem, things that you should have to play your fetch and then sacrifice it. It's just throwing in the graveyard like, okay, you know what I would do.
Yeah. Oh, card got like super flicked. Now I've got consider and draw. Oh, we drew preordain. Okay, so if you keep a cantrip from a cantrip, it means that you feel you've got the time to sculpt your hand, to set up your draw. There is no rush because in very tight games you don't have the luxury. Take Chigana to hand, bold preordain, and double land. So that's interesting. So he must feel that he's got the time. There is no pressure. Next turn, he can still preordain and have 3 mana up. So he does have the capacity to contribute to cantrips to filter through the draws. And that's the huge upside of this IZ decks in Modern. And works similar for Legacy, the format, not the organizer, where you play Brainstorm, Ponder, also sometimes preordain, Portent, and you're rarely mana screwed or mana flooded because you manipulate the draw very, very well. And now we see Dash Ragavan.
No mana for Benton, so he has to.
Yeah, but now this is my personal problem with dashing Ragavan, not just hardcasting it. Of course, because you have to keep investing mana into it rather than just play it once and be done. It doesn't dodge much because it makes more sense against prismatic ending decks, maybe, or Ren 6 decks when you don't want it killed. But there is still bold hits. Okay, 2 mana. Rip.
Yeah.
Yes, I think personally I would have preferred just rip hardcast Ragavan. Because, for example, now you have to dash it again. You don't have more mana to do other things.
Makes sense. 4th land. 3 mana.
Blood Moon.
Okay,
Wow.
I didn't recognize that.
It is Blood Moon, but very interestingly, he didn't search out another island, so he must feel like he prefers single island triple mountain rather than a 2-2 split, which doesn't happen in Murktide, but I guess in this iteration of Is That Fair Breach, it is the case.
Yeah.
I can actually check how many islands he plays because he might just play one. Let me check.
I don't think we'll have. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Could be. Second island is in his hand. Oh, yeah.
I can't check the deck list because it's not on
Yeah,
Melee. I forgot.
exactly.
Okay, yeah.
Giganta on the board. Right now on the battlefield.
Oh, second island in hand. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and just Gigantha. Also, Gigantha mana fixes because it adds the rainbow mana.
Mm-mm.
Now, yeah, Gigantha two-hand. Double cantrip, Preordain. Ledger Shredder iteration.
Yes.
So this is the type of situation where you can just go double bottom, double top, 1-1,
Yeah.
the other way around. You've got all the options here.
Double top
Yeah, we go double top
and
with the
Ledger
Ledger.
Shredder.
Yeah. Makes sense. I like you for 5. And it seems like Benton is pretty far ahead.
Yes. Down to 8 now. It could be difficult for him because he has to find a way to deal with the Shredder.
Yeah.
Bolt. This is the way to deal with the Shredder.
It is indeed, yeah. Pretty clean.
Yeah, I can Layla in the moon, but that's another turn, and he's down to the 8, so he have to decide and to choose something. So let's see. 5 mana for him, Giganta in hand.
Yeah, let's see how that develops. But I don't like Emiliano's position here. Both players 4 and 1 in premium
Yeah.
position to top 16 this tournament, because as a reminder, while the top 8 has great prizes, monetary prizes, top 16 gets a qualification for tomorrow. This is an LCQ, last chance qualifier, as you can see at the top left of the screen. These are probably players who don't have a qualification for the main event
Yeah,
just
usually.
yet. Start with iteration. We might find some removal to get rid of the Gigantha, but we see iteration.
Double
should
channeler?
probably- yeah.
How many rounds today are 9 plus top 8? And top 16 will go to the regional championship.
Yeah.
Channeler in hand and on the battlefield.
Trigger. That is ditched. Take a look at the opposing top. Oh, okay, you're on top. Now we'll see if Benton even attacks. Now, if he attacks, Emiliano can just take 5, but I think that's pretty scary.
Yeah,
Just
no, I prefer to-
immediately,
Block with this Giganta.
offers a trade.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
And now he has to deal with Channeler and try to find a way to start to make damages again. With 5 mana on hand. Let's see.
Oh, we've just passed back.
That is not a good spot for him.
Yeah. It indeed isn't. I think we'll see end step consider.
Yeah.
Wait.
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 Bolt in hand.
Okay. I think that was like a confusion with maybe surveil and consider.
Yeah.
Yeah, separately channelers and separately considers. But I'll take you for 3. Oh, for 1. Sorry, for 1, because there is a rip in play. Down to 7. Trigger. Keep it.
Expressive iteration as second.
Ooh, and Ragavan.
You prefer the expressive iteration?
Yeah,
So
now.
that, yes.
Yeah, we're keeping the Ragavan. Ledger. Okay.
And Bobo, wow.
Foo.
That is very difficult now for Emiliano.
Yeah. But now, 1,000,000 mana. Leyline binding. That will resolve.
2 mana still open for Benton. Yes, it resolves, and
Yeah.
it was, of course, on the Blood Moon.
Yes, search and step down to 6. Pretty scary.
Yes. But
Pretty
still,
scary, yeah. Probably.
6 life points, so you can still do something.
Yeah. Probably Triumph is going to be searched out. There's another fetchland among the lands, but if you want to find something, it has to be a forest or a plains to take just 1 damage. It's still to take damage. or you have to fetch shock to find something more meaningful, but at such a low life total, that's really scary.
Meanwhile, for mana, find out land. This game is very close. That is very funny about Magic.
Yeah, so let's see how this develops. I'm curious how Emiliano can take advantage of the fact that now all of his mana is unlocked, draws a card, keeping cards pretty close to his chest, so I can't make out what's there. And we are fetching, are we?
Down to
We are.
5? Yeah.
5 life, that's... Now, 5 and 6 doesn't usually matter because double bolt kills you anyways. But 5 means you're dead to 3 plus Ragavan, so it kind of changes the math. Now, conveniently, there is Ragavan and there is a bolt.
Yeah.
So it does change the situation. And we do see Forest.
Meanwhile, 2 mana.
Nation Brawler, 5/3 trample. Can block Ragavan pretty conveniently. Kavu, another really big creature. Okay. Emiliano might actually start turning things around.
The problem now is that he is down at 5 life points, not 6. We know that that 2 bolt from Benton is on the exiled pile, so
Oh, yeah, Benton did not fetch End Step to find Steam Vents, and guess what? He immediately draws Steam Vents. Well.
that just Shredder down on the battlefield, so now it could be another problem for Emiliano because he has to find a way to deal with that. And no, changing his mind. Yeah, he decided to bolt.
Yeah, connive. Okay, Stern Scolding. Here, he's going to ditch a fetch. Now, surveil. So he ordered it the way that you connive first and then you surveil, which doesn't give you access to a good card immediately.
And pass.
Yeah, had he done it in the other way around, he would have maximized for this particular turn the card he draws. Another Nishaba Brawler. Now Kavu can't really attack unless maybe he does now. But I think Benton will have a pretty clear chump with Channeler or even take it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal for him to take the Kavu.
Oh.
Because then he can use everything to just go wild on Emiliano and try to end this game. Expressive Iteration, Bubble, and Annually Hit. No, sorry, the first one is not Expressive Iteration, it's Commander.
Okay, we see a bunch of good cards.
Let's see. One in hand, one on the bottom of the deck, one exiled. Still thinking a little bit about it. Be sure to do the right move for this situation. We have still 4 minutes on the clock, more or less.
Yeah, I think the game will close out in that time because either Emiliano loses with such a low life total, or he wins back because his creatures are pretty big, so it should still take just 1 or 2 combats to close the game out. So.
Yes. He should be fast enough at this point. Bubble, exiled. It was so fast that we cannot see the card spotted on the top of Emiliano deck. let's see. Meanwhile, we can hear people in the in the venue cheering up for friends, as usual. Usually at this time we'll have the judge there, so they will check everything. That is why they're double checking every single sky and draw and everything. Because we are late in the round, probably the rest of the venue has ended up already. So that's why we can have, again, a pretty good judge.
Okay, so 3 mana, cycle a Triumph. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. This is a very big strength of these lands. They fix your mana perfectly. They've got types and they cycle in those cases. Prismari command in hand, but I don't really know what the pickup was from Mishra's Bubble. Okay, it's Preordained, Stern Scalding, Land Prismari. Ooh, Prismatic End.
On the Shredder.
Okay. Okay. That's pretty good.
Now you can find a way, because now
Any attacks?
you can block.
A single wrong attack can
Yep.
cost you the game and the match. So you have to be really careful.
Let's see. If now he decides to block or trying to do something. Or
Yeah.
not.
If there is Prismari command, so he could, for example, like chump with DRC, 4 damage comes across, you kill it off with Prismari, maybe. You could double block and just trade. But the issue with trading is that there is no Ragavan on the battlefield. And that is a problem because it allows Emiliano to attack back with Kavu, which now he's kind of locked.
He decided to don't block, and then a Ragavan for Emiliano on the battlefield. 10-5.
Okay, Stern Scalding, Trigger. Oh, so much card selection with the DRC. I mean, that's the reason these Izzet decks are great. Like, you can't really, as I've said today already, you can't really get mana screwed or mana flooded because between the Shredder and the Surveils and Considers and Preordains, you actually look through almost every single card in your deck while playing a game. Okay, shuffling a very small deck, probably smaller than a limited deck.
Yeah, right now, yes. Totally agree.
And it's very difficult to shuffle. Prismari command end step. Trigger Surveillance. Another land is ditched. That's convenient. And I think it's draw 2 plus deal 2. So Emiliano down to 3. Double land is ditched. Blood Moon in the hand. Unholy Kid is the pickup.
Ooh.
That's really good for him because now he can play Blood Moon, get Emiliano rid of the types, and then Kavu becomes a 3-3 now. And Holy he doesn't kill it just yet. But it's a very good start. And we begin with Preordain. Trigger. Oh, I think it's Otawara. Oh.
Is it?
If it's Otawara, you can take it. Yeah, it's Otawara.
Yeah, it is.
And it just costs 3 because there's Ragavan, so there is a discount. So now Otawara just bounce Kavu and just smashing with everybody, attacking for exactly 3.
And it's a
that's
GG.
lethal. 5-1. Madsen Benton. Is it fair? Breach. It's really fair. It's really breach. Not this game though. Wow. Woof. So this game took a bit of time, but trading resources. No, we had Blood Moons, we had removal, we had card draw, we had card selection. We had like, I think, 40 cards in the exile zone this game.
Yeah, so many cards in the
But
exile.
woof, what a win. And Otawara. Yeah, Otawara for the win. Well, Channel lands.
This was so fun.
Pulling it through. Yeah, no matter the size. 5/5 Kavu, bounce it, 4 mana. In the past, 4 mana bounce was Jace the Mind Sculptor. Now, it's Otawara from Kamigawa Neon Dynasty.
Yeah.
Excellent round.
Emiliano was trying his best. It's just keep up with creatures on the battlefield and trying to do everything he can, but it wasn't enough.
It was not.
It
It was not
wasn't
enough.
enough. But yeah, it's not an enormous deal, this situation, because now he's 4-2 and he can still try to win something and go top 16 so that
Absolutely.
he can play tomorrow. Tomorrow they will play for the wards also.
Yeah, that's true.
Top
That's true.
2.
At DRC, you're playing for the prizes, naturally, for the PT
course.
invite as the most, let's say, achievable one.
Yes, but the top 2
yeah.
will get the invite for the Worlds Championship. That is huge.
Exactly, exactly. So, and I think, like, the moment you are top 2, I'm not sure even if you care if you win. Like, you get the world's invite. Like what happens,
Yeah.
happened. I mean,
It's okay. I can deal with that. I can be second. Yeah, I
Exactly.
think it's good enough.
exactly. Although, being the European champion,
It's always better.
that's a nice cherry on top of that PT and Worlds invite there. So,
Yeah.
very exciting round, which we'll be finishing up and then giving the mic back to Martin User and Philippa
On round
underscore MTG.
7. We are
round
pretty
7.
close to
So,
the top 8.
yeah, thank you very much for joining us this round, watching a bridge deck. We will see what's in another round I pick. Might be another bridge, probably another Steam Events deck.
We will see. We will see.
Yeah, so thank you very much for watching and see you next round. Cheers.
Bye.
Welcome back to Legacy European Tour. We are here at the last chance qualifier in Ghent, already going for round 7. We have 9 rounds today here at Modern, a cut to top 8, and the top 16 qualifies for the regional championship this weekend. I'm Filipa, I'm here with Martin Juza, and we are ready to start this round 7. Over 380 players started here today, but not many are 5-0, right, 6-0 right now. We do have here Hammer Time versus Ardent Scales. How do you think this matchup is going to
Yeah,
be?
two fast, aggressive sort of combo decks. So that's going to be interesting. Seeing how that goes. Obviously, if you win the die roll in this type of matchup, that's typically a very big advantage. But I can give you like a little bit of an update looking at the top of the standings. I can't tell you exactly who is playing which deck, but it's a little bit of everything. I'm seeing an Omnath deck, Zoo, Yavmod, Rhinos. Burn is undefeated. No, Burn is 5-1, so there's one 5-1 Burn player. There is a couple of Ragdos scams. I see 2 Hammer Times. Domain Zoo, Team Rhinos. Yeah, just a little bit of everything. There's an Orzhov Death and Taxes deck at 5-1, playing Adeline, Gix, Yavmod, Praetor, Orcish Bowmasters, Leonin, Arbiter. Wow, so an actual Death and Taxes deck. That looks really cool. Maybe we can get that here for the next match. If Triple is at Worktide at 5-1. A little bit of everything, just very, very diverse meta game. But we'll get you an update for that later. Meanwhile, Alexander starts on a Springleaf drum. So we have the Hammer Time player on the play, and Tim starts with a animation module.
Urza Saga there. And just pass. And top draw, I see Urza Saga as well in team's hand.
Yeah, both players looking for, some crucial artifacts for their combo. Colossus Hammer on the side of the Hammer Time deck, and also, obviously, cards like Hardened Scales. Obviously, that's not an artifact, but there's a lot of 1-mana cards like the Ozolit. There is a Welding Jar, Sprinkling of Pitting Needle, for example, is in the Hardened Scales deck typically that you can get, Witcher or Saga, even in game 1. So interesting. Sort of a slower start for both players, but they have the Saga that's going to be able to get them something out of their deck later.
That Patchwork as well, not only as War 2, is also going to start growing and getting a lot of +1/+1 counters.
Yeah, now if Tim has something like Hardened Scales, into something like a Walking Ballista, Ravager, that is what I would ideally like to have for this turn. Especially Ballista, with Hardened Scales and getting some more counters on it with the modular cards. That can be pretty crucial in this matchup when the Hammer Time player needs to be attacking.
I think this is a Echoing Deeps. It's a new land from the Caverns of Ixalan, played here
Yeah.
by teams.
So Alexander passing his second and third turn. I don't know if we didn't really see the mulligan, so kind of a slow draw. He's gonna be able to make a token at the end of turn.
Ooh, Agatha's Cauldron.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of cool things the Scales deck can do with all these utility artifacts, but you also need some creatures. You need the creatures in play or in the graveyard for these cards to have effect. Okay, so Tim plays a Walking Ballista for 0. Lets it die. This kind of looks weird, right? But it pumps the Automaton, gets an extra counter, and now with the Agatha Soul Cauldron, Tim's gonna be able to exile the Ballista
And get its abilities on the Patchwork.
Okay, with the Azolit, that makes the Automaton a 5/5.
And Alexander going down to 12 life.
Yeah, so now the automaton has the ballista's abilities, so it can shoot damage to Ink Moth Nexus or whatever tutus are gonna uh, try to get equipped with a possible Colossus Hammer. So right now, I would say that Tim has a pretty decent advantage.
And we saw there Alexander end of the turn using the Urza Saga to make a construct. We know now that the Saga will go to the third ability. And let's see what Alexander decides to get. What artifact? There's a lot of choices.
Yeah, so what can the Hammer player typically find other than Colossus Hammer? Typically, there is a Shadow Spear for racing situations. That doesn't look all that relevant at the moment. Sometimes you have a card like Pithing Needle that could stop the automaton, but since every modular creature is going to have the ballista ability very likely in the future, that wouldn't actually be enough to stop the ballista damage, potentially mowing down Alexander's board. Memnite or something like that. Ornithopter doesn't look super relevant.
We see there Alexander debating. In the meantime, he did tap the Urza Saga for mana.
All right, so Alexander gets himself a Colossus Hammer. But without any creatures on the battlefield and with that automaton still with 2 counters and the ballista abilities, doesn't look all that great.
Yeah, definitely does not look great there for Alexander.
The Last Chance Qualifier has 9 rounds because there is almost 400 players, and if you make the top 16, then you are qualified for the main event.
What usually players do is they don't even play the top 8, they just end up splitting the price in this situation to get some rest.
Yeah.
And Alexander did not drop land for the turn yet.
Yeah, he still has a land drop available, but I'm not really sure what he can have here. Okay, a Gunjo into as a Pure Steel Paladin.
And the Shadow Spear. Shadow Spear. And
Okay, so that's 3 or more artifacts for Alexander right now, who's trying to equip to his Paladin. In response, Tim uses both counters on the automaton to try to shoot it down with the ballista ability. But there is a surge of salvation that gives Alexander's card protection. So now we have a 10-10 or 11-11, what is it, 13 Pure Steel Paladin?
with Trample and Lifelink.
With Trample and Lifelink. So Alexander using Surge of Salvation to possibly turn this game around. Because this Hardened Scales deck is not very good at actually dealing with permanents on the other side of the battlefield that are this big. But we'll see what Tim gets with his own Saga.
Yeah, looks like putting Zabaz there in the top might be a choice there.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a way for Tim to try to get into a position where, you know, maybe he plays as a boss, maybe like a Ravager. He would be able to attack with multiple creatures, where the one that Alexander ends up blocking, he can sacrifice to Ravager and then move the counters over to the unblocked creature. And perhaps there is a way to try to do all that, but it certainly depends on his hand.
I really like Shadow Spear. The card just can turn so many games around. The fact that it has not only trample but also lifelink just works super well in this Hammer deck.
Him trying to do some math.
Usually that's not a good sign for the opponent.
Yeah. Still has that 1 mana floating. All right, there's the Zabaz. So basically an upgraded Arcbound worker. Okay, so that's a 1/1 from the animation module. I believe he still has 1 mana floating, right?
He did that, use that mana to play the Zabaz, maybe?
Oh, that was from the... Wasn't that from the... Wait, was that from the Saga? Well, anyways. Plays another Automaton. I don't think he has a Ravager. I think that was a Pitting Needle in his hand. So I don't see a kill... A possible kill this turn.
Okay, so it looks like the
Oh,
mana
yeah,
was using... Yeah.
The module was right, the 1 mana for module. Okay. That's where the mana got synced. That created the 1/1 token.
And we see Team there with some mathematics. Is there a way Team can just deal 12 damage?
It's not just the board. You also have to consider that a white deck could have something like a Solitude in hand, for example. But this is a situation where you can't really afford to play around much. You are in a position where, you know, if the opponent attacks with the Pure Steel Paladin next turn, you know, putting them at 25, perhaps that could just put the game out of reach for you. But I mean, you may still win thanks to the Ballista ability. You know, maybe drawing Ravager that could still combine together for a kill. But if you are in a spot where you can't really, you know, play around much, then it doesn't matter if they have the Solitude or not. You just have to go for it in a lot of these spots and just hope they don't have it.
Urza Saga here. Tapping.
Yeah, we thought this would be a fast match, like two, you know, turn 3, turn 4 combo kills playing against each other. But we've been here for 15 minutes and basically nothing happened so far.
I mean, there's another Hammer now. Double Hammer is pretty good.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
that's a pretty big Pure Steel Paladin. So I think Alexander is going to attack. That is, what is that, 20, 23?
Trample, lifelink.
No big deal.
The good thing about the trample is that even if you have a way to sacrifice your creature, the damage still happens, you still gain life. Team pointing at Zabaz there. sacrificing it, putting a counter on the patchwork, now exiling the Zabaz with the Agathos Soul Cauldron to put another counter on the patchwork that now also has the abilities of Zabaz. And blocking there.
All right, so that's a block to just keep Tim alive.
Down to 1.
Meanwhile, Alexander goes to 35. Putting a bunch of counters on the Ozolid. But with just a Pitting Needle in hand, this is not looking good for Tim.
Esper Sentinel. So, do you draw how many cards if team decides not to play, not to pay the mana? You draw a card if, yeah, team can never pay that mana.
I think the pure still Paladin's dead. Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, we went to check with the judge. So, looks like the game might be over, but we went to communicate with the judge, so that the pure steel Paladin should not be there after removing all those equipments.
Well, looks like Alexander's Tim scooped, so regardless of the Paladin being dead or not, I think both players are happy with going to game 2, so
What do you think is going to change your game 2? What can these players bring from the sideboard?
if you are the white deck here, you could try to target your opponent's sideboard. Your opponent's graveyard. I'm looking at the sideboard. You could try to bring in something like a Rest in Peace to make sure they don't do anything with Agatha's Soul Cauldron, or Modular doesn't work. You can also bring in cards like Solitude or some removal to make sure you have ways to deal with cards like Arcbound Ravager. But mostly, I think both players are gonna want to keep their combo and just try to go off with their own game plan.
Makes sense. Both players have a strong game plan in these decks, and Time now on the draw going to have a bit more of a difficult time to beat this Scales deck. But once again, I think the MVP on this game 1 was the Shadow Spear.
Yeah, Shadow Spear was good. Also, I think these days a lot of people are running Cursed Totems in their sideboard, so that's a card that you also want to bring in to just stop all the activated abilities of all these Walking Ballistas and Ravagers and all these creatures that the Scales decks typically have. Scales can also bring in some removal. Like the white decks typically have Solitude. Green doesn't really give you access to a lot of removal, but you can have cards like Dismember. Perhaps some kind of naturalize effect, force of vigor, to deal with the hammers.
Do you think the Ardent Scales deck is strong in the current meta against these all these Temur Rhinos, Rakdos, Scam?
I think it's decent against Scam. I think it's just a fine deck in general. It's a deck that really rewards experience. So if you learn the deck and practice a lot with it, that's a big difference from someone who just picked it up. That's actually like a night and day. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a deck that if you really try to champion the strategy and you dedicate a lot of time into it, that is a deck that I can easily see winning a big tournament with. But that can be said about most modern decks. So yeah, it's just one of those decks. I don't think it's particularly well positioned or not well positioned. It's just kind of there, and one of those decks that can win the tournament.
Looks like team is doing pretty well with it. No losses so far, 5-0-1. I think 1 year ago, Hammer was the most played deck. Maybe not exactly 1 year ago, but remember the Barcelona event we did in December 2022?
Yeah,
I remember there was a lot of Hammer back then.
yeah, there was a lot of hammer. I think there was an amulet in the top eight. There was I remember there was a player with hardened scales as well, doing really well. Yeah, but also just a little bit of everything. But yeah, the Lord of the Rings set changed a lot. Bowmasters. I mean, playing X1 creatures these days not a good proposition. Hammer doesn't have that many X1s, but there's still Esper Sentinel. Memnite. I guess most people run Ornithopter, Ginger Brute. So yeah, when your creatures die for free, that's never never a good place to be at.
Players shuffling in, getting ready here for game 2. And let us know, chat, if you're watching, what deck are you rooting for? What deck would you like to overall win the tournament? Not only between Hammer and Ardent Scales, but any deck that you like.
I would personally register Ragdascam. I think it's just the most solid deck. It also kind of just has the same plan against every opponent, so I don't have to worry about, oh wait, I'm not sure what you're playing. I'm playing Blue-White Control and I drew a hand of 5 lands and double Wrath of God with closed deck lists. I have no idea. This could be the perfect hand or it could be the worst hand possible. So playing a deck that has, a good proactive plan against every opponent and it's the same plan every single time, that just sounds like a very solid plan for closed deck lists. But even in open deck lists, I think Rakdos just has access to a lot of really good cards.
That's true, and that's why is the favorite deck here for the weekend. We see our players already starting. We already have Ardent Scales on team side, and Urza Saga as well.
That looks like an Arcbound Ravager. That's an art I have never seen.
Oh, I remember this art. I actually received a lot of these. It was for 2018 or 19 when you played the PTQs back
Oh, wow.
then.
Okay.
I had so many of them because I was playing all the PTQs. It's a very cool art.
Yeah, good start for Tim here. Turn to 2/2 Ravager. Alexander with a Stoneforge Mystic, so looking for a hammer, maybe Caldra, complete, maybe something like a Sword of Fire and Ice, but that is a card that you can probably board out in a matchup like this because the protection is not really going to matter all that much. Shadow Spear is another card that Alexander can have, but I think most likely the hammer is all the Cauldron Complete is going to be the first choice.
Yeah, it looks like Cauldron Complete there. Getting some mana there. And there's Hammer time. So we already have the Hammer.
Okay, that's a pretty good turn for Alexander as well. So with that Cauldron Complete in hand, Hammer, threatening a potential like a turn 4 kill. Maybe if there is an Inkmoth Nexus, also the Saga is going to go off next turn. I think I see how both players picked up the draw so far.
That's true.
But then again, I mean, this is a matchup where both decks typically only get to play 3, 4, maybe 5 turns. So why not just think everything through and make sure you don't make any mistakes in these couple of turns that you're gonna get.
And I'm sure that's why they have 5 wins and are doing so well. Looks like both players are very experienced with their decks.
All right, Ravager gets in for 2 Pithing Needle for Tim. What is he gonna name? Does he name Stoneforge? Does he name Colossus
Hammer.
Hammer? All right, so Hammer is the named card.
Ooh.
Oh wow, no free artifact for you. Boseiju channeled, destroy your Urza Saga, get yourself a Plains. Thank you very much.
That was brutal.
Yeah, this is the power of Boseiju. We keep talking about that. It's not only a great card to have in the main deck that you can use against these types of combo decks like Hardened Scales, like Hammer, but it's also a card that answers your opponent's sideboard cards. So if they bring in Pithing Needle to try to stop your combo, or if you're playing Tron and they're playing Blood Moon and they're trying to stop you from getting all your mana, then you can just use a land as a naturalize effect that kind of just hiding in your mana base, and you can also find it with cards like Expedition Map. That just kind of feels a little unfair to me. Boseiju, I think, is a little too good when you compare it to the other channel lands. I think if the channel cost was 4, that would make it, I think, a little bit more reasonable. Right now, Boseiju is just incredibly good for all these green decks.
Yeah, we see at no cost, as you said, just auto-include in these decks and have answers for so many cards. Tapping 2.
All right, Pure Steel Paladin, that does make the Hammer's equipability cost 0, but it cannot be used because of the Pithing Needle. So there is a Mystic activation, bringing the complete into play.
And
Trigger the Paladin, draw a card, swing.
team down to 15.
Bling, and you miss it. Well, now Alexander's tapped out. All lands are tapped out. All the creatures are tapped.
How many cards does Alexander have in hand?
He does have a couple of cards. So there might be a Solitude. Let's see if Tim can find the winning line here. With Ravager and Hardened Scales, it's not that hard to try to turn this into 18. Well, not that hard.
We start with Zabaz there. Enters with 2 counters.
See an Inkmoth Nexus. Ooh, okay. There's a might that can also stop Alexander from doing some funny business with the hammer, or perhaps exile the Cauldra complete.
And we see again team doing some math, see if there might be a line to win the game. And we see Urza Saga here. Attacking.
Yeah, so what can possibly happen here? If you sack the Pitting Needle, let's say that's 2 counters, it's a 4/4 Ravager, you sack the Might, that's a 6/6 Ravager. 8/8. Yeah, I don't think it was quite there to find the full 16. So Tim just passes the turn back after attacking for 2 with the Ravager and exiling the Cauldra complete. So now it's back to Alexander. Remember that there is a Pitting Needle in play, so won't be that easy to put the hammer on one of the creatures.
Yeah, Alexander is the one that also needed a Boseiju to deal with that Pitting Needle.
Yeah.
Two mana.
Another
Another.
Stoneforge.
Let's see, what can we get with the Stoneforge?
Yeah, Cauldra complete is already exiled. That's typically a one-off. There is a hammer in play and a needle naming hammer, so
Shadow
that doesn't make a lot of
Spear.
sense. Shadow Spear and something like a Sword of Fire and Ice are typically the only other equipments that you're gonna find in the deck.
We saw how good the Shadow Spear was, but that was also when the creature had some hammers attached to it. Now it's not going to be that easy. Shadow Spear, draw.
Well, at least Alexander is just drawing some extra cards thanks to the Pure Steel Paladin.
1 mana.
Yeah, that Stoneforge actually turns into a 3/4/1 thanks to the Pure Steel. Play Stoneforge, get a free equipment, play the equipment, draw another card. Is that a Curse Totem? That looks like Curse Totem.
It can be, yeah. It is Curse Totem here for Hammer player. Activated abilities of creatures cannot be activated. That's a very good card against him. And now we are equipping the Shadow Spear in the Stoneforge. And looks like attacking. No blocks. Alexander gains 2 life and team loses 2 life. And tap draw, and let's see if team can do something here. We know that there is a Zabaz in end.
Yes, a lot of small creatures on the battlefield. So I'm looking at that Inkmoth Nexus. Or is this wait, is this Blinkmoth? Is this it's Inkmoth, right? Inkmoth is the one with poison. So I'm looking at that Inkmoth Nexus potentially doing something wild here. Tim plays a second copy of Zabaz. Legend rules out the first one.
And that Ravager has 6 counters.
Yeah, Ravager's a 6/6, but
You
cannot be activated.
No, you cannot because of the totem on the
Yeah.
other side.
So that's gonna make it a lot harder to try to attack with the Inkmoth. That's another curse totem for Alexander. I think we might just see some construct tokens, dominate this battlefield because Alexander doesn't really have much going of his own either. Like these, 2 or 3 power creatures are not exactly going to get this done very quickly. How big would a construct be right now? I guess it's only a 1, 2, 3. It's only a 4/4.
And Alexander here tapping 2 mana, getting the other totem on the battlefield.
It's funny that we're basically watching both combo decks sort of not working. They're not working because the other player has a anti card, like a sideboard card, the Pitting Needle against the Hammer and the Curse Totem against, all the activated abilities.
The thing is that now that Urza Saga goes to 3, but even if team finds a way to deal with one totem, cannot deal with both.
Wow. Okay, so another construct. That's what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 artifacts in play at least. Plus the Saga leaving the battlefield is gonna put another one in play. So now the constructs are at least 6/6. Presumably Tim also has a Shadow Spear of his own.
And there's only 14 minutes left on the round, and if team manages to win, these players are going to struggle in finishing game 3 on time. Team can pay 1 white mana to give Zabaz flying until the end of the turn.
Yeah, I don't think he has access to
No,
white,
not
though.
right now.
Also, it can be activated because of the Curse Totem. The
True.
Ravager is attacking, and the what is it? 7/7 is attack. 6/6 is attacking. 2/4/6. Okay, so 2/6/6 is coming through. Alexander at 12. He's gotta have to block.
And yeah, it's funny how this Cursum Totem, it's true. It's not only stopping the Ravager, also stopping Zabaz and so many other things that team might have access to. The second needle, I think it says Nexus from the Inkmot Nexus.
So both players pretty much cannot work with the cards that you typically use for the combo kill. But this is where Urza Saga really shines. Making these big constructs that can easily dominate the battlefield.
So here, team making again some math to see if there's something that he can do. Just attack with everything. Okay,
Math is for blockers. Let's go.
that is true.
So what does Alexander have? He has a 2/3 lifelink creature and a 2/2 pure steel paladin. Everything else is pretty much useless. Just a bunch of hammers and curse totems. Cannot activate the Nexus. So he has to just double chump, taking 8 in the process, gaining 2. So I believe that takes into 2 life.
But no
And
creatures.
no board.
Yeah, no creatures, cannot activate the land.
Wow, I think there was a 3rd curse totem in hand for Alexander. So, yeah, he was able to stop Tim from, comboing off with that Ravager. But at the same time, Tim's
Team.
Pitting Needle was able to stop Alexander from, beating him down, and the two uh, constructs were able to just dominate the battlefield.
Yep, that was quite a match and showcases the power of Urza Saga. Now we have game 3, and players have roughly 10 minutes to play, a bit more, but and it's not going to be an easy task because we saw how long these two first games took. Would you just in this third game cut out the sideboard that is stopping your opponent and just try to focus on winning, or do you still need to get some pieces in your deck to stop what your opponent is trying
I mean,
to combo?
yeah, I think the couple of cards that stop your opponents are definitely good. But I mean, most of your deck is built to execute your own game plan, to execute your combo. So if you have 4 extra cards that just work purely as a reactive spell, or something like Solitude, you can actually use proactively as well, right? Like Solitude would have been great for Alexander, but I think if he didn't have Curse Totem, he would have probably already been dead. So yeah, I mean, I think both of these cards are very good after sideboard.
Yeah, maybe not as good when you draw the 3 sideboard cards that the 3 curse totems. Maybe 1 or 2 was enough.
All right, let's see if the players can pick up the pace a little bit for game 3. They only have 10 minutes left. They definitely don't want to pick up another draw. I think one draw is fine. 7-1-1 is very likely going to be, I don't want to say a lock, but in a very good position to top 16, perhaps even top 8. But if you pick up another draw here, well, that is almost like another loss. So I think it's in both players' interest to try to finish this game in time.
Yeah, and here we cannot say that one of the players is really playing that much slower than both of them are playing at their pace, which is not very fast.
They're just taking their time,
Yeah.
making sure that everything is fine. That looks like a Gemstone Caverns for Tim, who gets his land into play before Alexander can even start his first turn. So Tim can potentially break serve here with the extra land.
Yeah, and we already see there the Ornithopter as well as Sigardazade. So also not a bad start for Alexander. Ardent Scales on team side. Urza Saga. But it looks like team might wanna do something about it. Okay, so Urza Saga enters the battlefield. 2 mana here. Alexander Curse Totem again. So now team cannot activate abilities. And that looks like a natural state on the Urza Saga. Destroy target artifact or enchantment with converted mana cost 3 or less. And let's see if Alexander has more lands without Urza Saga being destroyed. There it is, the second plane. 2 mana.
Wow, that's the Boseiju again dealing with that Curse Totem. Wow, Boseiju is really so busted. Like, it just looks like such an assuming unassuming card. Just, yeah, sure, one of your lands, okay. But the fact that you can do this and just destroy your opponent's sideboard card, and in Modern, you have so many of these, brutally powerful sideboard cards that are supposed to stop some of these decks from working. Leyline of the Void, Rest in Peace, these types of cards are supposed to give you some, peace of mind against these graveyard decks. But yeah, you can just use a Boseiju to deal with that. You can just use a Boseiju to deal with this Curse Totem, and start doing your Ravager things.
So we do have the Pure Steel Paladin on play there, and Sigarda's Aid. And we have a Mire there. This Mire is pretty good. Alexander attacking there for 2. And team just takes the damage down to 18. Springleaf Drums. And Alexander only has 1 card left. That destroying of the Urza Saga was really, really crucial there. Not allowing Alexander to get something like the Hammer. And we are sacrificing the Awire Might to exile the Sigarda's Aid. And also because the Might dies, team does gain 2 life back. Walking Ballista.
Wow, and yeah, looks like Alexander's flooding out a little bit, down to an Ornithopter and possibly an Inkmoth activation. I think there's a Solitude in his hand though, so definitely not completely out of it just yet.
We have Ravager there. And Agatha's Soul Cauldron. What
Wow.
can we exile there? A lot
In
of options.
respawn, yep, 4 lands plus the extra mana from the Springleaf Drum. There's a Solitude in response to the Soul Cauldron.
And no creatures left for team. Team needs something here.
Tim decides to sacrifice the Ravager to itself so it doesn't get exiled, and he has it available in the graveyard for more Cauldron business.
And now this Solitude can also start attacking. We have land, and here Alexander paying 3 life for the land not to enter untapped.
Yeah, Solitude was a really big swing. End of turn, Tim decides to exile the Ballista. Draws a Welding Jar. I don't think he has any cards in hand, though. Activates Nexus. Does that do anything? All right, exile Ravager as well.
So now these Nexus does have abilities of the both cards exiled by the Agatha Soul Cauldron. And tapping here, and 2 Solitudes can start doing some work when team doesn't have anything. 6 damage here, and Alexander gains 6 life.
Yeah, this doesn't look like a combo deck at all. This just looks like a mid-range deck, you know, getting value from Solitudes, sitting on a bunch of useless Ornithopters, but the Solitudes are doing a lot of work.
Not even evoking the Solitude, just playing them fair and square.
All right, looks like Nexus is potentially trading for the Solitude, or rather dealing with that for good.
Yeah, using the ability to deal damage.
Oh, that's a Pendelhaven. That's one of those lands that kind of looks like a forest, but it is.
Yeah, I thought it was a forest as well. And here, Zabaz. Zabaz is a great card here for team. Putting a counter from the Agatha Socandron in the Nexus. And time is up on the round, it looks like.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It's it's been a long 50 minutes. Yeah, Alexander flooding out a little bit. I think he would be able to hardcast a Maria's Call if he draws one. So at least some of his potential land draws are still sort of relevant.
And that Inkmoth Nexus already has 7 counters on it, with all these abilities from the Agatha Soul Cauldron. What can Alexander have to... Oh no, another land? Another scales. Activate the Nexus. Does Alexander have anything in response?
Yeah, as chat is pointing out, I think Tim might have had a lethal attack available because the Inkmoth Nexus also has the ballista abilities, so you can attack, ping the blocker. If you attack for 5 or 6, you can still remove the counters afterwards to finish off the opponent because Inkmoth Nexus has poison. So every damage you deal to them with the Nexus also translates into a poison damage. That there is another Inkmoth, and I think Alexander might have drawn another Solitude.
So here taking a look at the cards that are exiled with the Agatha Soul Cauldron, because this Inkmoth Nexus does have all those abilities. Okay, paying 1 to activate. And Tim still hasn't activated the Agatha Soul Cauldron this turn, so he still can do it at any time. There's at least as a boss there to be exiled. Activating the Nexus. 5 mana, and there it is. There's Solitude.
Yeah, that's a pretty timely draw for Alexander. That might just save him.
But this Inkmoth Nexus does have all the abilities from the creatures exiled with the Agatha Soul Cauldron. So Ballista, Ravager. So it looks like the
Wait, are they?
are we missing something?
I'm not exactly sure what happened.
Yeah, couldn't just this be game? We do have a Ballista now. Could only ping for 9. And I think here players are discussing like, so if somebody wants to concede, because a draw is not really great for either of them. And I'm curious to see if one of them end up just conceding, or if it's just a, does it surprise for ending in a draw?
Okay. Yeah, looks like the game ends up in a draw. So both players.
I mean,
Nobody saw that coming. but-
yeah, if I was going to tell you
Just-
on the here on the second to third game that this was going to be a draw, I don't think you would be surprised, would you?
no.
I mean, it happens. Both players wanted to play. This is a feature match. They really wanted to play things nicely, and the games just end up taking a long time. Also, we saw how the second game went really long because both players just had answers for each other in their decks.
Yeah, well, it's a draw. GG, let's just move on. Round number 8 coming up. Philippe and Lily are going to be here shortly. We're going to take a little break and we're going to be back with round 8.
We'll see you soon.
Oh my God.
Hi, everybody. We are back here. We are in Ghent. We are to round 8, not the last one, because we have 9 rounds
Yeah.
today, and then the top 8 if they decide to play it. And I think we are ready enough to go to the tables, because it's pretty. Yes, we are ready for the tables, and we are
Splendid.
just go dive in to the game.
Yes, and we will be watching Asmo Food against Ragda's Shadow. So two very, very cool decks that have been brought today by these players. And we'll see how they match up against one another. So a very niche deck, I dare say. I used to talk about, for example, Jeskai Station Bridge or Fair Bridge that were not at the top of the meta game. And this one is even nicher. So yeah, very interesting to see.
And I have to say, Gabriele is a player from Italy that is also well known as Il Gorzone. So I'm pretty happy to see him on stream.
Yeah, let's see how he does today.
Started with Ragavan.
Yeah, pretty classic opening that we have seen multiple times today.
Yes.
Now, from David's perspective, Gabriele could be on Ragda's Grief still.
Yes.
It's a pretty common opening. A Blood Crypt for David as well. And pass. So typically when you have removal for Ragavan, you can do it on your main phase, but then you're risking a dash. Or you could, or dash of another Ragavan, or you can do it on the opponent's turn, but then you're risking, for example, Spell Pierce against Murktide,
Yeah.
or maybe like not dead after all against Grief. So
But this bolt resolved and
yeah,
everything went fine.
yeah, it went fine indeed.
Searching for the land. And down to 14 already? Yes.
Okay, we've got another Blood Crypt there. We double fetched, double shock. That's 6. So 14 life right now. And this life total is pretty important in the face of potential shadow, right? Because you want to lose as much life as possible.
Exactly. Let's see what they are trying to understand something, but I can't understand what exactly. Oh, we had the judge dedicated now for the table, so probably it's just for clearance.
Yeah.
I always forgot about that.
Okay, yeah, so they're double checking something.
Could be the bubble trigger.
Yeah, may have been, yeah.
Yes, also because the time is stopped, that means that they are on a official judge call. So then we can always check how much time left on the clock for this round.
Okay,
And
yeah, this resolves. Okay.
perfect.
Okay, so we draw. Is that a Bitter Triumph in hand? Gurmak Angla, I see. We're passing again. Now that Thoughtseize is a pickup. Marsh Floods. And pass back. So I think we're getting ready to create a token with that Saga. Now, no land here, but there is a bubble, so that's a redraw. But because of that delayed draw, there's still going to be a land drop missed. Oh, before, yep, fetch.
Down to 17.
Yeah, down to 17.
And let's see. Searching for a swamp.
Yep.
Yeah, judge tell us that bad ball was not missed, so everything went fine. We have token. And let's see. The saga is handing. Creating another token, of course. And the cookbook.
Yes, cookbook is found. Now we've got 3 artifacts. Cookbook can make a 4th in a pinch, growing these constructs significantly.
Mhm. And what else? Another patch. Down to 16. Another cool swamp. I really love that full art lens. They are pretty cool to see.
Yeah.
Even if they are not old framed like you prefer.
Okay, Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize, you lose to life. Let's see what Gabriel is working with. There's certainly all gas, because he hasn't been casting spells. Actually, he hasn't been casting spells because he doesn't have enough lands. But I assume the rest is... Oh, okay. Lightning
Nice.
Bolt, Bitter Triumph, Double Death Shadow, Gurmak Angler. That is a hand.
That is quite nice as a hand. What do you think? Yeah, now it's really difficult. Really, really difficult. But for who is asking in chat, tomorrow it will be another tournament, the regional championship. Not this one. This one is the last chance. Today they are fighting for their qualification for tomorrow.
Yes, yeah, because the tomorrow's tournament is qualification only.
Exactly.
So you have to have an invite, which you earn through regional championship qualifiers, typically referred to as RCQs.
Exactly. And tomorrow's tournament will qualify for Pro Tour and top 2 for World. And let's see.
Yes, yeah, so now we see Daredevil, which can be looped with Cookbook, because you discard it, it lands into the graveyard, Cookbook creates food, which is an artifact, then Daredevil sees an artifact entering play, triggers, and returns to hand. So basically, for however many cookbooks we have, you can activate them and get food for free. And a single Daredevil is enough. You don't need to you don't need as many Daredevils as you've got cookbooks.
Down to 10 for Gabriele. Let's see if you can find the way back. Or not, maybe.
Okay, so let's see if... Oh, there is another Blood Crypt, okay.
Yes.
So we actually go even lower on life. And we can
5.
deploy, I think, double Shadow here. Yep. Shadow
That's the plan,
Gurmak Angler.
everything.
That is a decent turn if I've ever seen one. And both shadows are 8/8s.
Yes.
Woof, okay.
He decided, you know what? I will put everything on the board and just start to be the aggro player in this situation. Oh, I really cannot pronounce the name of that card, so it's too much for me. Another cookbook. You will have the deck list tomorrow after the end of this tournament. It depends if they decide to release immediate or tomorrow morning. But just keep it up and check with MTG Melee You
Yes,
will have
they
everything.
will be available, yeah.
Mhm.
The question is more when, not if.
Exactly.
Another cookbook comes down. So again, as I said, with a single Daredevil, you can keep looping it,
Mhm.
regardless of how many cookbooks you've got. But I actually see more Daredevils in hand. So this is the problem that the deck used to have. I mean, still has fundamentally, that you always need the first Daredevil and you never want a second. And it's very difficult to strike that balance. It's very difficult to make it work. Also, the first Daredevil, or God forbid more Daredevils, are awful without cookbook. So these moving pieces that if they come together, they're pretty decent, but just too often they do not.
Gabriel is trying to decide if he wants to attack with both creatures or not. That
Well,
right now, yep.
Both.
Both.
Clearly both.
One is blocking, and cookbook for bringing it up. But right now, how many damages on David?
Yeah, so yeah,
lot
damage
of
is damage is now being deduced from the life 6 to 5.
Exactly.
5/5 Gurmag Angler on the defensive. Now Asmo can shoot anything for 6, so Gurmag Angler is not staying alive for too long, and neither is the Shadow.
Problem is right now it is also down to 6, so we have to find a way to survive a little bit more,
Yes.
because otherwise this will end pretty fast. Tapped Blood Crypt and pass. And let's see. Attacking with everything. Or Kishbo Master.
Okay, now,
yes.
yeah, got an army token come down. And we're double checking how we want to, order the triggers, declare blockers. And we just go chomp chomp. Gabriela has got a card we have not seen in quite some time, which is the 2-mana Shadow, one
Mhm.
could say. Okay, and we do see combat damage resolved.
Yes.
Okay. Pass the turn. This Asmo does seem to stay on the battlefield, so this can really wreak havoc on that game.
Yes. Also because 5 life points for Gabriele are very, very low in this situation. And David has food, so he can always keep up. Tap everything. Especially double cookbook. And let's see.
This tournament is not open deck list.
But tomorrow
yeah.
will be open deck list. Two more food token came back, and we can revive the creature. So attack with everything again. He's just trying his best. And remove 1. So now he has only to deal with the Scourge left on the battlefield. But he still has Asmo.
Okay, doing the trick. Yep, creating double food. And playing The
Again.
Daredevil, actually. Okay. I mean, it is castable. It's not very impressive as far as modern standards are concerned.
Yep.
But, well. Okay, so now we see Inti. Okay, that's one of the most popular new cards. Inti has been making waves in a lot of formats, Pioneer, Modern, Standard. And she's really decent. She's really decent. Whenever you attack, you may discard a card, and if you do, you put a counter, and it gains trample. And also, when you discard a card, can be to this effect, but does not have to be, you get to exile a card and use the effect. And yeah,
Yeah.
just as I'm explaining that, we've got the game.
And we are going straight to game 2. What do you think they could bring in on each side from the sideboard? What do you guess?
Yeah. It has to be a guess, because both of these decks are pretty niche, let's just say.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would say more removal could be for either side. Now, against Asmo, you'd rather have effects like engineered explosives to wipe out all the food tokens, and Asmo is a 0. But against Shadow, actually, E also works really great against Shadow. So, but also point removal is much better. So, but yeah, I think overall is just more removal and ways to grind the game. Now, Gabriele might consider siding out creatures that fold to Asmo a bit too easily. For example, just Gurmag Angler. That's possible.
Let's see.
Okay, yeah, and we see a Legion's End. I see double Legion's End sided in, and 3 cards I can't make out in the middle there. Yeah, and now we're considering what to cut.
Yeah.
I'm curious what the strategy here is, because you can't really trim on the core of the deck. You can trim around, like maybe a couple of Ragavans, but then again, you're on the play. Maybe Orcish Bowmasters, because the opponent doesn't draw cards, and then you're paying them, which is what they want. But on the flip side, Orcish Bowmasters creates an army that can be a proper chump block for the big creatures. So yeah, it's difficult. It has to be difficult. Like, neither player, I think, has tried this matchup, has played this matchup. So they will have to decide on the fly.
Yeah. But it seems like they have made their choice. A quick check for Gabriel again. And okay, we are ready to shuffle and draw and decide if they want to mull or keep. 33 minutes left on the clock, so plenty of time, especially when you're playing aggro. So we will see what is happen. Both of their decks wasn't very popular in this metagame. Am I right?
Which deck?
Both of them.
Oh, both. Yes, yeah, both. They are very, very niche. Asmo Food has seen play and is actually on the rise, one would think. Ragdos Shadow, not so much. It is mainly a thing of the past. It did see plenty of play, but now it really does not.
Makes sense. Let's see. First hand for both of them.
Okay, let's see.
Mull.
Wait.
Immediate mull for David.
Yeah, and I can see Fable and Inti for Gabrielle, and a mulligan as well.
So down to 6.
Yeah, both players mulliganing down.
Yeah, maybe when you know that your opponent is mulligan too, you're not so concerned about yourself mulligan, especially when you play this kind of decks that you want to have a very good hand. So we are going to draw for the second time. And let's see what they decide to do. Three, 7. Okay, double Scourge for Gabriele, a Ragavan, Blood Crypt, a Mishra Bubble, and decide to keep. On the other side, there is the Saga, the Usra Saga, Orcish Bowmaster, decide to keep. I probably missed the card that David decided to put down on the bottom of the deck. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, something was put down. I'm not sure
Yeah,
what that
I
was.
didn't say what, but it's not a big deal. And meanwhile, Stalactic Stalker down on the board for David.
Okay, so Stalactite Stalker, Ragavan on the other side of the battlefield, double no Blood Crypt from both.
Mm-hmm. The Saga is coming down. And let's see. Right now we have a Stalker as a 2/2. And Orcish Bowmasters.
This is very punishing. There are some situations where on the draw you would either cut Ragavans, trim on Ragavans, or just not deploy them like that and just wait on it a bit and treat Ragavan basically as like a turn 5 card.
Yeah.
And just do it only when it's safe.
He preferred to play an first turn, and then this was punishing. But still, 16 life points, plenty of time. We still have the double Scourge in hand, so probably even going low with life points can be sometimes not a big deal. Let's find the land, down to 13. And whoop, the first of the Scourge of the Skyclaves. That right now is a 3/3. So
Yep.
not a big creatures that can be not very, it's not very scaring.
Yeah.
But we will see.
Yeah, third. So this is the thing with shadow decks. They take advantage of having low life total, but sometimes you just lose your own life total on purpose. You take more damage than maybe is necessary, and then you are the one who has to balance it and just not die.
Yeah. Meanwhile, David decided to attack with everything. Both of them are 2/2. He decided to take everything, going down to 10. Another land. Probably not a good situation here for Gabriele, but we will see what happens. Land drop down to 8. And then what else? Oh, he decided to attack and immediate block with the Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah.
And then we have the Death Shadow. Now it's huge. Because the 5/5 right now can be very relevant, especially when also your Squidge is a 3/3 but can grow faster.
Yeah, so right now, yeah, so we're searching something out. The card
Cookbook.
chosen is a cookbook, indeed.
Yes.
Cookbook works really good with constructs. I have to say that Urza's Saga is such a good card in these Asmo decks. There are multiple possible Saga decks and actual Saga decks, but this is one of those niche ones where Saga really does shine. You know, find Cookbook, grow the constructs, just slots into the game plan perfectly as if it was tailored made. It may have been.
Create the token.
Ditch Orcish Bowmasters, okay. But that makes sense.
Okay.
Nothing can be killed. Gabriel is at 8. You don't want to grow the creatures. Now
Asmo
we've
on
got
the battlefield.
Asmo, and crucially,
Another.
Gabriela is at 8. So Shadow
Yeah.
is a 5/5, and a 5/5 historically dies to 6 damage.
Usually, yeah. So let's see what they will decide to do.
Yeah, let us see.
Deck is cut, and now he's thinking about it. The Giganta, of course, is outside the battlefield.
Yeah. I think it is. It is in the companion zone, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can be tricky to recognize everything when you maybe just connect later on and just open the stream now, but it's not on the battlefield.
Yeah. Also, if you just create so many permanents, you also have just enough space to put everything there.
He's sacrificing the food token. Just to make... Let's see what is decided. What can Gabriele do in this situation? Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty problematic. I think David will actually take it down because Gabriela is really firmly on the back foot. David has got Asmo going, Stalactite is 2 menace, Construct getting bigger and bigger. Now he might not have attacks yet, or he might.
Right now, I think he should.
Yeah, but the longer the game goes, this game, I think David is indeed favored.
Yeah. 2 more damages down to 6. So now we have... Oh, a bolt on the Asmo.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's a start.
That's good enough. And the Shadow now is a 7/7.
Fetch in hand, Gurmag in hand. So Gurmags had not been sided out, despite their vulnerability to Asmo. How it might be actually double land. So with double land in hand, I don't think we've got any chance of pulling through, or will we? Exiling the whole graveyard. Oh, leaving the bubble in, okay.
Yeah. Exile just 4 of them.
Not playing the fetchland, I think I would have played it just to have an option to grow my shadow in case I need it. Because
Yeah.
if there is another Asmo and there is some food shenanigans, you could grow it out of the range. Oh, it is already out of range. It's 7/7. Okay, never mind. But I think I would play one of the fetchlands because otherwise, like, you're not converting the fetchlands anyways. How do you read the numbers under the players? So then the number in the center is the life total, so 20 for David and 6 for Gabriela. And then the numbers beside that is that score within the match. So Gabriela is 1 and David is 0 currently.
Inti down on the board again. And attacking with the Angler. Channeler back on the battlefield. And David is going down to 14 right now. But Gabriele is still at 3 life points. It can be not enough. And yes, we are going to game 3 right now. So Gabriele will be again on the play.
Yep, that's true, that's true. We'll see how that changes. You know, if Gabriel is on the play, I can curve out like Ragavan into Inti, into some interaction. He might be able to take it down. These slower draws don't seem to work out. And this is the thing with Shadow decks. You can it's a 1-mana creature, but it's never a 1-drop. That's the thing. 1-mana creature, never a 1-drop. And so Gabriele can't actually deploy it early. Gurmak Angler will frequently cost 1, but you cannot deploy it early. Scourge of the Skyclaves is cheap, but you cannot deploy it early. And these are proper issues.
Let's see. It seems like they both decide to keep their decks this way without any more change from the sideboard. And let's see if they decide to keep or move the first hand. They still have 21 minutes left, so plenty of time for game 3.
Okay, so let's see. We're already drawing the openers.
And
Yep. And we go 1-1. The last game of this match, Bobble.
and then fetching. Let's see what he decides to pick, but then we are down to game 3. We still have another round after this one because today
Yes.
we'll have 9 full runs plus top 8 if they decide to play it.
Yeah, and we do see Ragavan turn 1, draw a card on upkeep. From Bobble, I can see Lightning Bolt, Gurmak Angler, I think that's double Blood Crypt. There is a Ragavan.
Ragavan.
Classic, no. Your Ragavan, my Ragavan, hope I can block. In this case, no blockage is happening because the Lightning Bolt is going to take care of that. But before, Street Wraith.
Down to 15 for Gabriele.
Yep.
Down to 13 with the Shockland.
Yeah,
Bolt on
bolted.
the Ragavan.
Yeah.
And then attack with the Ragavan.
Ooh,
The cookbook on the top.
you can take it. Not really useful, but you probably might as well.
Yeah. I think that should be a treasure token. And then we'll have a Scourge. That right now is 4/4, if I'm correct. Another land and pass. Does he have something in hand that can deal with both creatures from Gabriele? Yes, he has the Orchid Bowmasters
Okay.
and create an army token. Decide
Yeah, shut this
ping,
down.
yeah.
Yeah.
on the Ragavan.
Yeah, Chomp. That's all reasonable. That's all reasonable.
Seems fair.
Now we fetch.
So we are going down to 10. But still, that Scourge is still a 4/4.
Yeah. So one person says that that Scorch confuses them. So Death's Shadow looks at the life total, and it's as big as your life beneath 13. So at 13 life, it's a 0/0. At 12, it's a 1/1, and the lower you go, the bigger it is. With Scourge, you take 20 as a number. Look at both players' life total. Look which one is bigger. In this case, it's David's 16, and you divide and you subtract
Yes.
20 and 16. You get 4, so it's a 4/4. So in other words, if both players keep losing life and they are low at their life total, Scorch will be huge.
Yes.
But if you yourself just keep losing life, Shadow is going to be big, but Scorch not necessarily, because again, that depends on the opponent's life as well.
That is also why for David, having all the foods from the cookbook is very useful, because when you are at 20 life points, then your Scourge will die. So it's not a big deal for him in this specific matchup. But we also have an Angler now and a Death Shadow that right now is a 3/3. Yes, you have to keep in mind every time how big that creatures are.
Yeah. You have to keep tracking it. You have
Yeah.
to keep doing the mental math, and both players can influence it. Like, for example, Gabriele could lightning bolt himself to make
Yes.
Shadow bigger, can lightning bolt the opponent to make Scourge bigger, and it works like both ways. Fetchlands become kind of spells. Now, for example, David is fetching, which immediately has made Scourge bigger. So it is pretty tricky to track. It is very, very tricky, yeah.
But Gabriele decided to don't attack with the Scourge, probably because David has a cookbook, so then he can start to make food token and use his lands for sacrifice the token and then block. And then get rid of the Scourge. Instead, right now he's at 15 life points, 2 lands, and tap both of them for another Orcish Bowmaster. So again, we will have an Orc army, 1/1. And let's see what is decided to target with the ability of the Bowmaster.
Yeah, Orcish Bowmasters is such a sick card. It does so much. It doesn't look like it, but when you combine all the effects and all the specificity of what it does, it really adds up. Yeah, the chump block capacity, the fact that you split the bodies, the fact that you've got instant speed with reach in a black deck, like
Create the
does so
food
much.
token with the cookbook. And now it's down to 10, so both. So we'll have the Death Shadow that right now he's at 3/3, and the Scourge right now is at 10/10.
Okay, so it's Molten Collapse. Okay, so we're Molten collapsing Gurmag Angler into Stalactite Stalker. Now activate cookbook, get another food.
He's descended, so he's a 2/2 right now, the Stalker, because he's got a +1/+1. And let's see.
Yeah.
Gabriele is down to 8 right now. Attack with everything. Block on the Scourge with one of the Orcish Bowmasters. That is just a 1/1. So chump block, and he decided to take all the damages from the Shadow, so now he is down at 5. So right now the Scourge is at 12/12. And the Death Shadow is 8/8.
Oh, Legion's
Nice.
End. Wow. Ay, that's painful. That's such a good play.
And the
Ragavan now.
Ragavan too.
Oh, that flipped the tables.
Yes.
I mean, Legion's
That
End
was good.
flipping games of Modern. Wow.
That was really good for him. And now Gabriele is down with only his Scourge. Can he do something? Can he do something here? He decided to attack either way, chump block with the Orcish Bowmaster, but now he has down to 6. And we know we have a 3/3 Stalactite Stalker, the Ragavan, and It all depends on what happens from the top. Attack with the stalactite and Dragavan, of course.
Yep.
So Gabriele is down to 1. And Exile command
Oh,
from the top.
Philip, Colligan's command off the top. Cast Colligan's command. Shoot you for 2. And shake of the hand. So, yeah, let's see if we've got any backups ready. But this match does
We should
conclude.
have. So let's go to table 2, and we will going to see Domain Zoo against Temur Rhinos. We are on game 3, 1 for both of them. Frederick is down to 7 life point. Oscar is at 17, sorry. The situation here. Oh, we are just in time for the cascade. Just in time. So Rhinos is happening.
Yep. So yeah, so they are 1-1. A couple of minutes left on the clock. We see Shardless Agent in player and Blood Moon versus a single land treasure Ragavan and Nishaba Brawler.
That Ragavan is doing the job in this situation. The agent is going to block.
Yep. Keep the opponent off of lands. Rhinos nowadays have a lot of ways to get rid of a chalice. So, yeah, compared to maybe its builds, you know, half a year back. So let's see how that is answered. We don't know. Oh, I see Shardless in hand. And 2 more cards. I'm not sure what they are. Top 16 qualifies for tomorrow.
Yes.
Top 8 is just very nice prizes.
Yes, but then you have to decide if you want to play the top 8 or going home resting for tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, now we see footfalls, which you cascade into, but you can actually say, I'm not casting the card I've cascaded into, which makes sense with the chalice on the battlefield. And so Oscar just goes, play 3 mana 2/2. That's essentially what happened. And let me double check the score of these players. They seem to be 5-2. So they're fighting for the qualifications because 7-2 qualifies you.
Not all 7-2 will be
but
qualified, but
that's it.
yes, it's the minimum score.
The best chance
Yes.
at it. Or rather, anything lower than 7-2 loses out.
Exactly. You should go at least 7-2.
Yeah, we've got so many players. So can you imagine that this last chance has got around 400 people? 400 for just LCQ.
That's
Right? It's not
huge.
even the main event.
That's really huge.
That's so many people. And maybe I'll quickly double check how many people are signed up for the RC tomorrow.
So many.
Oh, it's 930.
Exactly.
1,000 people
so
for
many.
tomorrow. Wow. 1,000 people. That's a huge event.
I'm not sure if this will be the biggest one.
It's very close.
But-
It's very close, yeah.
I think probably. Meanwhile, Frederick is down to 3 life points. Very bad spot for him. 5 minutes left on the clock. So Oscar can have still time to do his job. And yep, removal, so bounce back, so he can try to survive another round and try to find a solution here.
Sure thing. Yeah, I think Oscar can actually pull through. So now Lorien revealed.
We'll have another island.
Yeah, actual basic island, pass back. Oscar hasn't drawn a land, still nothing meaningful, just the chalice. Subtlety and step. So we
Ooh.
just have a creature, Restoration Angel, anyone? Boop. Attack you for 3, and then hopefully this will ride it to victory, land and pass.
Yeah, he's just playing on the fact that, yes, of course, he's trying to
And
take
now the
advantage
subtlety
of
attack
that.
you for 6. What is this?
Yes. And now he can really flip the table up.
Lorien, draw 3, Ancestral, let's go. So basically what happened is that Frederick on the right kept a hand with Ragavan with no more lands. And I assume chalices.
Yes, and it's a GG.
And it is a GG. Oscar takes it down indeed and goes to 6 and 2.
Yes.
Having a win and in the last round.
Yes, Frederick was able to survive as long as he need just to keep up with the board, resolve his opponent's board, and then start to build up his own and taking him down. That was amazing.
Yeah, exactly.
Such a nice ending.
Yeah, such a nice ending. 6 and 2 for Oscar, who is a mainstay on the LMS circuit. I
He
see
can
him
try.
every single time. He keeps winning
Yeah.
these LMSs. He also, I think he won in Amsterdam a year ago.
Oh.
If I remember correctly,
Was he?
on Yogmoth. Yes.
Yes.
I think he won that one. And he keeps doing very well, like day twoing these events.
Mhm.
So if he manages to snatch that qualification to the RC tomorrow, I bet
Yes.
he'll do pretty well. But yeah, that's it for
That's
round
it.
8, right?
For round 8, we will have another round after that with Philippa and Martin, and they will cast. Probably they will choose some win and in or something like that.
That's possible. Yeah.
And then if we will have the top 8 played, we will stream also the top 8, but it's very unlikely that they decide to play. Usually they decide to split. So for us from now, from us is, is everything. And see you on the next round. Yeah, I really don't think that they
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. We are here at the last chance qualifier, and we are going to have some win-ins here for top 16, which is the goal of these players. They want to qualify for the regional championship this weekend. Everyone is very tired. The players have been playing for 9 rounds. This is the final one, and then we might have a top 8 or not, but for sure we'll have top 8 announcement. And what deck are we going to feature here for this final round of the day?
So we have a player who is playing black-white Death and Taxes, which, you know, typically that tends to be mislabeled. Maybe that was black-white scam, something along those lines. Turns out that it was actually a real black-white, you know, Leonin Arbiter kind of deck with some of the Death and Taxes elements. So we kind of want to take a look at that. Both players are in 6 and 2. So still aiming for the top 16 finish and playing against, I'm looking at the paper deck list now. I believe that is a Murktide player. Spell Pierce, Unholy Heat, Counterspell, Preordained, Bubble, Subtlety, Legislature. Yeah, that is a blue-red Murktide. So yeah, black-white against blue-red.
Very nice. We have here quite a game. I'm excited to see these Orzhov Dead and Taxes playing because I never saw this deck in action. Very creative here of Julien to bring the deck. And once again, this is the last round before the top 8. Imagine the pressure to making it after almost 10 hours of playing. This is the final match that is going to decide if you get it or not.
Yeah, these Death and Taxes deck, they typically feature cards that, you know, make it a little bit harder for the opponent to, you know, develop their board. So they're trying to tax their resources. Cards like Talia, cards like Leonin Arbiter in combination with cards like Ghost Quarter. That is typically what you see in these decks. Either Vial being one of the cards they sort of cheat on mana to try to get things into play. Other than that, I'm expecting a lot of creatures from this deck. If you're playing black, that could mean that either you are playing Grief and Solitude and something like Ephemerate, or you're playing black for cards like Orcish Bowmasters. And then you have access to some of the best cards in the format. You know, Thoughtseize maybe somewhere in the 75. You know, Stoneforge Mystic is a card that these decks typically play. I guess this is the last round, so we can't really reveal the deck lists fully just yet because I don't want to do anything that I'm not supposed to. But I can tell you that this is just a creature deck. I see Adeline, Resplendent Cathar, Anointed Peacekeeper, Giver of Runes. So this is just a good old black-white, you know, aggro deck with some good utility creatures and, you know, some of the better cards that the format has to offer. On the other side, blue-red, Murktide, you know, pretty typical deck. Ragavan, you know, some cards like Counterspell, a lot of removal, you know, Lightning Bolt, Unholy Heat, that type of stuff. And ways to get Delirium, Mishra's Bubble, Expressive Iteration to get some card advantage. But definitely a deck that doesn't really want to see Bowmasters on the other side of the battlefield on turn 2. So luckily for Ricardo, Julien only has a Charming Prince, which is a card I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, we haven't seen this card since maybe Standard, maybe with decks with Doom Foretold, but it is a card, enters the battlefield, and you can either scry 2, gain 3 life, or exile another target creature, and then blink it back.
Wow, and look at Julian's hand. There's the Arbiter in combination with that Ghost Quarter. So together, that sort of turns the Ghost Quarter into a Strip Mine. The opponent doesn't have the extra mana to pay for the search effect, which they typically don't when they have 2 lands in play. Yeah, gonna be interesting seeing now how this turn plays out, because if you're Ricardo, you would like to kill the Charming Prince. If you're Julian, you're kind of hoping that you get to trade for the Ragavan if the Ragavan attacks. Ricardo plays a Channeler followed by another one and a Mishra's Bubble. So double trigger, put 2 lands in the graveyard.
Unfortunately, only lands. Yeah, exactly. So now we have land and artifact in the grave. Still no Delirium.
Okay. Pretty good turn for Ricardo. Smartly decides not to trade the Ragavan. Doesn't make any sense. He's kind of waiting for another removal spell. there's the combo. So Leonin Arbiter comes into play. Ghost Quarter, kill your Steam Vents. Nothing about that card looks like Vents, or I don't see any Steam, by the way. But just that's just a minor nitpick. So yeah, that turns it into a strip mine basically. Puts Ricardo down to 1 land, and does he have another land now?
I think so. I see a land in the top. Mishra's Bubble. So first we're getting the triggers from the channelers. We have 2 Serval triggers. Channeler in the grave. So now we have 3 different types of cards in the graveyard. We need 1 more for the Delirium. Yeah, so it looks like Ricardo does not need lands at all. There's several in end right now. I see also Murktide in end, which with the grave full like it is a big threat. An Oli Eat in the Leonin Arbiter. We are going to Surveil and then Surveil again.
Yeah, this is the power of the Murktide deck. Like, thanks to all these channeler triggers combined with cards like Expressive Iteration, Preordain, and all the card selection, you can really dig deep into your deck, and it's not uncommon to see 30 or 40 or even more cards out of your deck every game.
Yep, and those channelers are now 3/3s. There's also Expressive Iteration in end.
All right, either while a little bit late. There's another Leonin Arbiter. In response, Ricardo smartly uses the Scalding Tarn to fetch.
And another an Only Eat off the top. So that card is really good here.
Yeah, I think what Ricardo is looking for is something big, something like a Murktide. Obviously, these channelers can start flying over the little creatures, but something like a Murktide or another flyer would be ideal for Ricardo here.
I think there's Murktide in end.
Wow, yeah, Expressive, Unholy Heat. Yeah, Ricardo has a really, really strong hand.
Subtlety goes to the grave. And we get the Murktide there. It's going to be a big Murktide. And this is the Murktide dream.
Yeah, Ricardo's firmly ahead. Julian is at 11. Doesn't really have anything going on the board. Only has the Vial that's gonna get to 1 counter now. 2 cards in hand. So yeah, this is Ricardo's game to lose now. And unless Julian's playing, some kind of sweepers, which I can't really see him doing that in a deck full of 2 mana creatures, then it's gonna be pretty hard for him to come back from this.
And does Ricardo still keep Delirium after this? I see lands. Okay, this is game. Game 1 here, a fast win for Ricardo Dias with Murktide versus Orzhov Death and Taxes. Leonin Arbiter was really good, but not enough against 2 Chandlers and some bubbles. What can we expect here sideboard from Julian? For sure, Orcus Bowmaster would have been great dealing with some of these Chandlers or Ragavan.
But yeah, you just want to bring in like maybe some more creatures that deal with your opponent's creatures. So yeah, like Bowmaster is great against Ragavan, but you also need something that deals with bigger creatures or Chandler where it's already a 3/3 maybe with the Murktide. So something like Skyclave Apparition which might probably already be in Julian's deck, considering that he's running Charming Prince. Like to run Charming Prince, you typically want to have a good number of cards in your deck that you want to flicker with the flicker effect. So you can flicker Bowmasters to kill another X1. You can flicker Solitude, and you would be able to flicker something like Skyclave Apparition. Other than that, maybe some more removal. If he has some black removal spells, white removal spells, Path to Exile, something along those lines.
And for those of you asking, I do believe usually with these last chance qualifier, the lists are revealed after the tournament. This is a closed deck list tournament, so right now they are not available.
I'm not actually sure when they released the deck list from the LCQ, because it used to be that they released it after the first round of the main event, so that people wouldn't be able to look at the 16 decks and maybe they change their. I'm not sure. It could be this evening. It could be tomorrow morning.
Yeah, but it should be eventually
Yeah.
released. And we see here players sideboarding. Now Julian will be on the play. We might see turn 1 Totsis. And let us know, Twitch chat, what deck are you rooting for? Are you a fan of Murktide, or are you curious to know more and root here for the Orzhov, Dead, and Taxes, which is definitely a creative deck here in the field and doing very well.
I mean, I like this. I like this Death and Taxes deck. Everything that is, a little bit sort of off meta, something you kind of build yourself at home. That's really cool. I think that this is also why I prefer closed deck list tournaments, because it incentivizes, doing something interesting. It rewards, brewing. It rewards creativity, and I think that's the nice part about Magic. Playing with open deck lists, I understand why the rules exist, at these bigger tournaments, so that it prevents scouting and all that. It also helps coverage, so we can show you guys, deck lists immediately, which is why a lot of people are tuning in. But if it was up to me, every tournament would be closed deck list, and we would be having all these cool moments with the cards like Mana Tithe and all these moments where you just don't know what your opponent's up against.
Yeah, it's definitely different to play against a closed and an open deck list. I agree with what you say, but I also really like to see our players sideboard knowing their opponent's sideboard.
Turn 1 Vial, so great start for Julian. I see a Gix in his hand.
And ooh,
Turn
I see a
1
lot of interesting cards.
Oh
in
wow, no second land? Wait.
No, we.
Oh,
this is-
okay. It looked like Julian passed the turn. Okay, never mind.
I see Geeks in Julian's side, which is a very interesting card as well.
Yeah, there's a Giver of Runes, there's a Gix, 2 more lands, and a card I can't quite tell. So Ricardo shocked himself on turn 1, signaling something like Unholy Heat, perhaps a Spell Pierce, but given that he's seen a bunch of creatures in either violent turn on the first game, he probably doesn't expect a lot of non-creature cards, so I would be surprised to see a card like Spell Pierce or Flusterstorm on the draw when the opponent already has a chance to put the vial in play before I can even put my first land into play. So maybe on the play that would make more sense. But on the draw, I would expect Ricardo to board these cards out.
3 mana, and we are going to see most likely Gix. Attacking, but we have a bolt in response. And Ricardo here, I can see expressive iteration, bolt in end as well. So a lot of good cards. What is this card here?
That's a Sanctifier Envec, which has protection from red, so it's gonna be pretty hard for Ricardo to deal with it. All right, Bolt deals with the Gix, so now the Sanctifier is gonna be able to start attacking. Yeah, Julian flooding out a little bit, but he does have one of the sack lands he can cash in for another card.
The Sanctifier also says that if a black or red permanent spell or card not in the battlefield will be put into a graveyard, exile it instead.
Is that a Sunfall? That can be Sunfall. The card on the right, that kind of looks like Sunfall. Oh, no, it's a Solitude. Okay, never mind. It's a Solitude. So, Solitude in hand, that's pretty good for Julian. He's going to be able to deal with the next creature Ricardo plays. And the middle card kind of looks like Skyclave, maybe?
The middle card is the bouncing card that you can also, for 3 mana,
Oh,
bind something.
touch the Spirit Realm.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Touch of the Spirit
So
Realm.
kind of an Oblivion Ring, yeah.
From Kamigawa. So we have Expressive Iteration. Playing the land there. And just go. And tap draw here. Choosing not to up the vial, I think, just leaving it at 3.
Yeah, I think in these decks you typically end on 3. It's not like Goblins where you can, vial in a Siege Gang Commander or Marsh Flitter or something like that. These white decks typically end on 2 or 3.
Ricardo has a lot of cards in hand. Bubbling, Julian here. Explosives.
Explosives for 2. So that is a good way for Ricardo to deal with the Sanctifier.
Although we know about the blinking effect. I'm not sure if it returns immediately or if the end of the turn.
All right, there's another Giver of Runes.
3 cards in the graveyard for Ricardo right now. 2 are artifacts, 1 is a land, so not even close to Delirium yet. Using the explosives, but in response, Julian here is going to use the channel ability of Touch the Spirit Realm to try to blink the Sanctifier.
All right, so Sanctifier gets exiled. Gonna return to the battlefield at the end of Ricardo's turn because the start of Julian's end of turn already happened. So it's gonna return at the end of next turn, which is Ricardo's.
Two mana here. Maybe we'll see another iteration.
Yeah, Ricardo has all the cards, but he also needs to find a way to start pressuring Julian, and we know that Julian is holding the Solitude, so it's not gonna be super easy. He does have so many cards though. I think he has 6 or 7 cards in hand. There's a Spell Snare. I think there was a red removal spell.
A lot of cards, and now we do have the Channeler.
Yeah, there's a Preordained Channeler. I think there's a Murktide, a Spell Snare.
Let's start with a Preordain.
And Ricardo is down to 10 though. So he also has to keep in mind that there's a Flame Slash. Yeah, the Sanctifier is not going to be that easy to deal with, but yeah, something like a Murktide can easily, block that being a bigger blue creature, but we know that Julian is ready with the Solitude.
So it's a 5/5 flyer.
Sanctifier comes back. Julian untaps. He does have the 5th land available. Double Ghost Quarter. Not all that relevant right now.
Vial, choosing not to up it, and looks like
I think he's saying
Solitude there.
with the Vial on the stack, I'm gonna play my Solitude, see if it resolves. It resolved. Now he's saying, okay, now resolve the Vial. Trigger, not gonna add another counter. Keep it on 3.
Draw the card. This is an Arcanum of Emeria. Each player cannot cast more than 1 spell each turn.
That's actually pretty good right now.
Yep.
But Ricardo does have the Flame Slash. But he has to start by killing the Giver, because otherwise Giver is going to give protection to anything else. So he has to start by killing the Giver, but that logs him out of playing anything else for the turn.
Upkeep, Vial, draw. I think it was a land.
Oh,
Or-
that's a Bowmasters. Wow.
Oh, that's good.
Smash for 7.
Looks like Ricardo takes it. Going down to wait life.
All right, well, it looks like that was an attack for 5, keeping the Emeria back, maybe to play around a Rugavon or something like that. Passes back to Ricardo, who now needs to start playing his cards. Cards like Counterspell, not super effective against either Vial.
First, we need to take care of their Archon of Emeria because otherwise we cannot play more than 1 spell each turn. Oh, the fetch enters tapped because Archon of Emiria also says non-basic lands your opponent controls enter the battlefield tapped. So I think that's what Judge is checking.
Yep, that's the Texas.
Just Murktide, no way there to deal with the Archon. And we know that Ricardo is down to 8. Julian can play the Bowmasters, leave Ricardo at 7. And then if Julian attacks with everything and Ricardo blocks the biggest creature, which is Solitude, Ricardo stays exactly at 1 life.
Yeah, so
Bowmaster?
that's kind of a forced block. That, you know, Ricardo being tapped out.
Yeah, needs to block that Solitude to survive. And just attack with everything. And Ricardo does need to block the Solitude there. Goes down to 1.
I like this black-white deck, just good old honest magic, you know, playing creatures and
another
attacking.
Bowmaster.
Wow, yeah.
That's game.
Last point of damage for the kill.
And that's the part of the death. So we're going to have another game here. Both games really interesting, really fun. And we are going to have a third game. Ricardo at 1 and Julian at 1 as well. These players are both 6 and 2, so they really need the win here to try to get that top 16 and qualify for the regional championship that starts tomorrow. Ricardo now is going to be on the play.
Yeah, good old honest magic. Creatures and lands attacking with either Vial as the only sort of unfair card that this deck gets to play to get ahead on mana a little bit. Looks like Julian's boarding out Adeline, saying that on the draw, it's not going to be as good if my opponent's going to get to play their removal spells first. I would still think that Adeline seems reasonable because it has 4 toughness, which is really good against all these lightning bolts. But again, it's not going to be too hard for Ricardo to get Delirium, and he did show at least 1 Flame Slash, multiple Unholy Heat, so perhaps that's the reason, you know, not wanting to trade down on mana, 3 mana for your opponent's 1. Julian now on the draw also brings in Path to Exile, so I like his approach to sideboarding as well, you know, being more aggressive on the play with the extra 3 drops, but then being a little bit more defensive on the draw, taking the 3 drops out and bringing in the Path to Exiles to make sure he has enough removal spells for the Murktides and Ragavans and whatnot.
Yeah, definitely prepared to adapt to a draw or play situation here and changing a bit the plan against Murktide. On the other side, Ricardo really wants to try to get Chandler or Ragavan early on. Pray that Julian does not have Bowmaster to respond to it, and then just try to get as many things in the graveyard, get Delirium going on, and cast an early Murktide. Yeah, we saw on game 1 the Leonine Arbiter from Julian's side. And it's not listed there because the deck was submitted via paper, but Ricardo is playing Murktide. This is the last round before the cut to top 8. And this is just the start of the weekend. We still have Saturday and Sunday full of more modern.
really awkward draw for Julian here. I see 3 lands and a vial. That's a great start, but then 3 3-drops. So you're starting on turn 3 with your first play that really affects the board. I mean, I think you're still gonna keep that just on the back of the vial, hoping to draw into a 1 or 2 mana creature, but it's a draw that can definitely go wrong. The fact that the opponent decides to mulligan certainly makes me want to keep the hand a little bit more, but at the same time, with the London mulligan, this doesn't mean that Ricardo, can have a good and fast opening draw.
We do see Anointed Peacekeeper and Archon Anivimeria in Julian's End, which are both great cards against the Murktide.
Yeah, he also has Kembal or
Kambal Council of Allocation.
yeah.
Let's put that card on the screen. It's not a card that we see play every day.
Yeah, I think I briefly saw that card played in Humans at some point, but that's not really a deck anymore because it has a lot of X1s and, Bowmaster is a thing.
So whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell, which we know Ricardo is going to be doing a lot or trying to, that player loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Chandler already on the board, such a strong card. Speaking of Chandler, there's another one, and this is exactly what Ricardo wants to be doing.
Wow, a couple more lands for Julian, so he did not draw a 2-drop creature or something else he could play in the meantime, so
Yeah,
he's just going to be taking damage, hoping that his 3-drop is going to be able to stop the damage in the upcoming turn. But if Ricardo has 1 removal spell, then that's all he needs. Or Expressive Iteration here would be huge.
Yep, there it is, the expressive iteration. We are going to surveil and then surveil again. So the first surveil,
Yeah, this is an incredibly good spot for Ricardo.
2 cards in the graveyard.
Wow, even puts a removal spell in the graveyard, saying, "Yeah, I don't feel like I need removal here. Maybe I want to find, like a counter spell perhaps
Yeah,
to make sure that you didn't board into like some kind of like sweeper configuration."
especially trying to get that delirium going as well as soon as possible, so those channelers are out of Bowmaster reach.
So that's a land, sorcery, 2 more lands, another sorcery. So still only 2 in the graveyard. So no delirium just yet. And now I think Ricardo can't even attack because he has to respect a Giver of Runes potentially being vialed in.
Yep.
Yeah, just passes the turn. So the power of Vial, you don't even need to have anything really. Just the power of having an untapped Vial kind of makes the opponent think twice.
Land here. And now Julian does have access to a couple of options. We have Kambal, we have Peacekeeper, and it looks like Peacekeeper is the choice. And this is going to show Julian Ricardo's end, and one of those cards is going to cost 2 more to cast. Iteration here.
Wow, Unholy Heat in the graveyard, land in the graveyard. Is that finally Delirium? That's an instant land creature sorcery. So now the channelers are finally 3/3.
We have Bubble here.
Vials himself. So that's a play you can make if you have a fetch land available. You can not vial yourself. You can bubble yourself. Look at the top card of your deck. If you like it, you leave it there, draw it next turn. If you don't, you can crack the fetch land on your own turn, shuffle the card away, and draw something else.
Attacking for 6 damage here. And Julian goes down to 13 life. Another Chandler.
Yeah, that's really good here. I mean, 3/3 flying creatures are going to be very good against a deck that plays, mostly 2/2 ground creatures and 2/3 flyers, or cards like Anointed Peacekeeper that, yeah, sure, it takes the entire turn to put that in play, or it takes your Vial activation. So I think right now the situation looks pretty good for Ricardo. All right, so he likes the card on top, so he doesn't crack the fetch land. He's going to draw the card.
And here, trying to see one that was cracked in response to the vial or not.
Okay, it looks like Ricardo does actually shuffle his deck after all. I think there was some confusion with, like, when do you want to do this in response to Vial ticking up? Well, you don't know if the opponent's going to tick up or not. It goes on the stack, and then you choose on resolution if you want to add a counter or not. Your opponent doesn't get to, like, respond to Vial getting an extra counter. If it has a counter, it already has 3. It just happens. So you can respond to the potentially adding a counter, but not once it actually changes.
Yeah, and Ricardo knows that Julian has the Anointed Peacekeeper, so that gets played from the vial, which I correct. The card can actually, you can choose any card name to get the tax. It doesn't need to be in your opponent's hand.
Yeah, Ricardo shows a land and Brotherhood's end. So the Brotherhood's end looking kind of awkward here for Ricardo when he's on the play, when he's the one attacking, when he's the one pressuring the opponent. So, I mean, he could still destroy the Vial, but other than that, it's not really going to do all that much.
Yeah, right now Julian is the one that needed that Brotherhood's end.
Yeah, the Flyers, though, I mean, flying is all that matters right now. The 3/3 Peacekeeper, yeah, sure, that's a fine creature, but it's not really going to help you against the Flyers. There is a path to exile, though, and a Mario. But the 2/3 body is not particularly powerful against the 3/3s. And I don't see any way for Julian to deal with Ricardo's graveyard unless he draws, something like a Rest in Peace.
Looks like Julian is going to play the Archon of Emiria. But no way to interact with the graveyard and no way to interact with those channelers, which... Okay, we do have a path to exile.
All right, 6 points of damage coming through, puts Julian to 7. And now he needs to draw something good. He needs a Solitude, he needs a Skyclave Apparition, another Path to Exile, like something that deals with the creatures.
Brotherhood Zen just saying artifact so that Vial will be gone.
And also to the 2 triggers from the Channeler. So, you know, the 2 Surveils, that's sort of like, not really like a draw card, but at least you can hopefully scry something good at the top of your deck. All right, back to Julian. That's a double land and a 2/3 ground creature, so not looking great. He can attack for 5, puts Ricardo to 10. But I don't see any way for him to also present lethal for next turn. He also has to take a point of damage here. Well, that kind of shaves 1 turn off of the clock as well. Now he's going to have to jump with the Emeria to
Yeah,
just do not
unless
die.
there's a follow-up. No, looks like it's just land pass. So now this Arcan needs to block. It's going to be a 2/3 blocking a 3/3, which is not great.
So any removal spell for Ricardo wins the game now on the spot because he can attack for 6 through the air. Even if he doesn't, the Emeria gets the chum block and just buys Julian another turn. But then he would be staring down 2 lethal threats with nothing in hand other than a land.
Quite an interesting game here. Kumbal does drain.
Yeah, I guess spell doesn't do it. Like an Otawara would do it. But sure, spell doesn't just do it right away. Yeah, I guess drawing removal and playing it actually doesn't make sense. It just makes more sense to attack because the attack is gonna kill the Emeria anyway.
So we have an Olid trigger from Kumbal. And Julian goes to 8. We have 2 Surveil triggers attacking for 6, leaving Julian at 2 life. Ricardo at 10, so I don't think there's also a way to win the game here. Only being able to deal 5 damage.
Well, we have a redraw. That's one of the sack lands. Crack it. Look at the top card. Needs to be something good.
What is this?
Is that a sweeper? I think that's a Leon and Arbiter.
It is a Leon and Arbiter. Attacking with everything. Putting Ricardo down to 5 life. And I think this is going to be game.
Yeah, pretty close, but in the end, the Channelers, you know, being 1 mana 3/3 flyers, plus also being able to look at, you know, a bunch of cards on the top of the deck and make sure that I draw into more action, that was what decided the game.
And I think Julian here just getting ready to reveal the cards in hand and just... And that's it. Handshake, and Ricardo Diaz advances and in a good spot to make top 16 here and qualify for the regional championship. That was a very good game. Both of the players showcased their decks to the best possibility, and both their players played very well here. So great game here this round.
Yeah, I mean, props to Julian for bringing his own, you know, his own deck. The only black-white decks I've really been seeing lately have been the black-white scams with Ephemerate, the Grief and Solitude. But this is very different. This is actually trying to tax your opponent's mana and just doing something off meta, which is always cool. But yeah, also props to Ricardo for going 7-2 and possibly locking up the top 16 invite. We'll see how his tiebreakers are. I can actually take a quick look at that. Standings. Let's see. Ricardo, he was 21st before the match started. So presumably he's going to jump a few players and finish top 20. But we don't want to say it's locked because, something can always happen. The tiebreakers, some funny business. But I think it's a pretty good chance that Ricardo is going to be in the top 8.
This has been awesome so far. We still will have a top 8 announcement, and we might have a top 8. It all depends if the players want to play here or not. 9 rounds of Magic, 9 rounds of Modern. We will have also so much more during the weekend as well. Saturday and Sunday. Are you expecting a different meta for the regional championship than what we saw here today?
Not really. I think it's going to be the same. It's going to be a little bit of maybe a little bit more Rakdos than in the LCQ. I think if it was 13% Rhinos, 10% Rakdos. Yeah, I think maybe tomorrow I could see a couple extra percent of Rakdos players, and then maybe a little bit more Living End. I think a little bit more Cascade decks in general. But other than that, yeah, I just expect slightly more Rakdos because it's like one of the most solid decks, and I think a lot of players are gonna play that. But other than that, yeah, a little bit of everything, like we always see in Modern.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be it for our round. We will be back for the top 8 announcement, so stay tuned for that, and we will see you soon. Okay.
I guess it doesn't matter, but that's what the judges said. The judges said if you mix the decks, it's fine. The problem is only put out your mix.
Well, there are 8 Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour here in the last chance qualifier. I'm Philippe, I'm joined by Lily, and we are going to announce our top 8 after 9 rounds. These are the top 8 players that we have. Since it's closed deck list, we cannot say which player is playing what, but we can say what decks made it into top 8. It was a very diverse top 8, and number 1 was Pablo Solis.
Number 2 was Quentin Mathieu.
Number 3 was Lorenzo Invernizio.
And then we'll have Alexander Guntishk. I'm sorry for the pronunciation.
In 5th place, Marian Mbash.
Marcus Brauman, a 6th.
7, Clement Bocchier.
And then, last but not least, Damien Johnson.
All these players, plus also the other 8, the top 16 made it to the regional championship. Here we have a picture of our players. Congratulations to them. I cannot say who is playing what, but we had Zoo, we had Emmer, Rakdos, 4-color control, we had Omnad, Boros Burn, Rhino, Zoo making it into the top 8. So all these decks did great. The players, they really were debating if they wanted to split or not, because it is very late here. It was 9 rounds, and they did qualify to play tomorrow and Sunday. So they did end up deciding to split here and just to rest, take time to study for tomorrow and just relax and sleep. It was great being here. Thank you so much, everyone that joined. I hope you enjoyed the show, and we hope to have you back here tomorrow and Sunday. Once again, thank you very much, and we will see you all tomorrow.